Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, no
He's
surrender.
quite good with a bat.
Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
As the song goes, it was a bewitched, bothered and bewildered day at Edgbaston yesterday. We were bewitched by England's stroke-playing powers. We were bothered by how likely some sold their wickets, and bewildered by Ben Stokes' late declaration, which probably left 40 runs out in the middle. If that was a marker for the series, it's going to be one hell of a ride from here till the end of July. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And I am joined by a man fortified by masses and masses of coffee in his weather cave. It's Western Australia's Messi Jez.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome indeed. And on my right, I've never seen you in this early, but he is here. It is Get It Quietly. He's done it quietly. He's walked in quietly. He's slipped into a chair. And it's Andy Ward.
Hello everyone, but I'll try to commentate, not too quietly.
If you're very, very quietly. You have to listen very, very, very closely when he's on commentary. So, where do we stand? 407 runs in the day. A lot of controversy overnight, a lot of people talking about whether it's the right thing to declare or not, or whether England should have thrown their wickets away, or some of their players thrown their wickets away in the way that they did. Messi, you think the declaration was a mistake at the very least. What's your evidence for that?
Well, I just think it's a test match where runs are at a premium. It's a game to score more runs than the other side, and I don't think England made the best of their opportunity. But let's face it, it's happened now, so let's move on. I have this thing about the attitude to the so-called baseball thing.
Mm.
It's as if I'm either completely against it or completely for it. Can I please say that I think Stokes has been brilliant as a captain in inspiring his team and getting rid of fear in the way they play. But he's like all of us. I think he still makes mistakes, and when he makes mistakes, he needs to be told. But there's something some people say. Oh well, if you don't like it, then you don't like baseball. No, I just think everything can be improved.
Yeah, I suppose that's the way of looking at it. It's probably the way that I look at it as well. But a man who looks at it slightly differently, I think, is Andy. And I remember you, I think it was in the WhatsApp group yesterday, or maybe you were tweeting it, about, you're more of a short format fan. And so this has sort of worked in a different way. You're actually being brought back to Test cricket a little bit.
Absolutely. And honestly, I wasn't exaggerating. It's years since I sat down at home. Okay, I've come in here. It's years since I've sat down at home and said, I'm going to watch a whole day of Test cricket.
Right.
I've usually got better things to do.
Yeah. Really?
Yes, absolutely.
I haven't.
Other people might not agree that what I do is better, and I expected to be entertained, and I was not disappointed. It was royally entertaining. It was fantastic, and I think you've got to well, you can do what you want. I factor it in. You can choose how you play. You can't choose the results.
No, that's true.
When you say, would you rather win like this or lose like that? This or that, you get to choose. Win or lose is just what happens.
Well, you might think differently about it, but I think that the general English fan, will the general English fan feel satisfied at the end of the series if we played like this all the way through it, lost narrowly, and then ended up on the end of a 5-0?
Which is it? Lost narrowly or lost 5-0?
No, I mean lost each game narrowly.
Lost each game
narrowly, or even not necessarily that narrowly, but so that they've been good games. But at the end of it, if England had lost it 5-0, will there be a recalibration?
Possibly. I think that the time to judge is not now. It's not in the middle of the series.
Let us judge now, please.
Let's
sport.
We'll be judge, we'll be jury. Try, hang, and convict them after 1 day out of 25. Let's see how it goes, I think. But look, there are aspects of it. I said this morning, I don't think the label helps.
No.
I don't think it helps. People then project what they think it means onto it, and are often arguing against themselves. The fact that they are freed up to express themselves and play their best, I think, is only a positive. And I think people have pretty short memories about when we were doing the opposite and it was boring and we won 1 game out of 17.
Yeah, it was boring. I mean, that said, I'd rather watch Crawley and Duckett than Sibley and Burns.
Well, I would too. Honestly, I thought Crawley looked great yesterday.
Well, he did.
I know the stats don't back it up, and I'm perfectly prepared to go with the stats, but he did look really good. And Brooke, I thought, looked $1 million.
Oh, Brooke looked superb.
I think he's going to score a lot of runs in this series.
Well, I hope you're right, but of course, me always say taking the slightly darker look at things. I think, is that the sign of bad luck for the whole of the series? A bit like Ravi Bopara couldn't score a run when he came in up against Shane Warne, and Warney had been sort of giving him a little bit of jip before he even played, and it turned out terribly for him. And that probably was the end of his Test career. It won't be the end of Harry Brooks' Test career, because he's got money in the bank, hasn't he?
Early stage, I don't think there's any doubt that Harry Brooks is a better player than Ravi Bopara.
Really?
With all respect to the Ravster.
Yeah, has he got as good a jingle? That's the question. I think Ravi Bopara's probably got a better jingle.
Top 5 all-time jingle.
Absolutely right. Now, I should say, as you probably know if you've been listening to us for a number of days, that we are being sponsored by Ponting's Wines. Ricky Ponting, the former Australian captain, or the former captain of Australia, because he's still Australian, is sponsoring us to drink his wines. He's still very Australian. He's sponsoring us to drink some of his lovely wines that he's involved with, and 2 of them come from Tasmania, which of course is his home. And today we are talking about the Mowbray Boy, which is a Pinot Noir. I'm holding it up now for you to see on YouTube if you're watching us on there. It's vintage 2021, and I'm told it's a wonderful thing. It's got the taste of cherries, apparently. Is that usual for wine?
Right.
Yeah.
Cherries? I think cherries are a big thing in Tasmania, because when I was there, we always seem to be stopping by the edge of the road to buy some cherries. I think it's what all that people do in Tasmania is sell cherries. But
so,
Hendo,
I'm going to put the hard word on you.
Yeah.
I need you to tell me,
yes,
because I'm going to put in an order for some, but I need you to tell me whether today's Pinot is the best buy or yesterday's Shiraz. So you're going to have to judge for me.
Well, the Shiraz. I mean, see, I'm not a big red wine fan, and my friend John, who's in later, is a big red wine fan, so he might be the better man to tell you. You've met John in York, if you remember.
Yes.
He's coming in, and the other thing is, I'm a bit of a rosé fan, and we've got the rosé tomorrow, which is named after Ricky Ponting's wife, Rihanna. So I'm looking forward to a bit of rosé as well. So that might be.
He married Rihanna. I didn't hear that.
Not that Rihanna, different Rihanna, as far as I know. As far as I know. But
there's more than one Rihanna. Oh,
there's only
that's
one.
very, very
one Rihanna,
confusing. That's very confusing. Anyway, I was going to call you Nestle Boy for some strange reason. Well, that was a slip of the Freudian tongue.
I've got good news for you there.
Go on.
I spoke to Nestle Boy this morning. He's coming back probably next weekend. He can't come this weekend because the Central Line's down, but he's probably back next week.
He doesn't need the Central Line. He bikes everywhere now. He
wouldn't bike through South London.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit dangerous, I suppose. Let's have a look. Who's joined us on the Twitter sphere and YouTube this morning? Messi?
Okay, well, Mog's first up, stirring the pot as ever. Says,
of course.
Chaps, worst declaration ever? As yet unrealised genius, or let's wait.
Could it be somewhere in between those two extremes?
Do we have to be in the middle ground, sitting on the fence?
Yeah, but there's sitting
Jay
on the fence
Groves.
and then there's false dichotomies.
True.
Yes, absolutely. We're so good at creating false dichotomies. Jay Grover says, morning all. What on earth was playing on post-match guerrilla cricket yesterday? I passed out around tea time and woke up to someone screaming about being attacked by an elemental. Gave me the proper fear. Yeah, are you sure you were on guerrilla cricket?
I think you were into the. By that point, you may have been into the octopus porn, but I'm not 100% sure.
Dave Wood says, to declare or not to declare, that is the question, whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer a full day in the field. Warren says, morning all. Muttley says, woof, of course. Morning, primates. Bring on the wickets, love and sausages. Dan Keeves says, the former Australian known as Ponting. Yes. And Jay says, ordered some wine for Father's Day for someone who's never listened to the show and reckons that you're all public school twats. He has an alarming amount of your merchandise.
Well, he's got quite a good line on us for someone who's never listened to the show.
That's amazing. That's amazing stuff. Anyway, the umpires are on their way to the middle. We just had a little bit of I think it was a minute's applause, and I think it was for Bob Willis and his particular fund.
A shame. They were all wearing very nice-looking sky blue caps, both sides, but as soon as the game starts, they've taken them all off. I think that's a shame. They look nice.
Back to the not so baggy.
We can't
navy.
go out on a pitch without the baggy green.
Well, it's not the they're not wearing. There's no baggy greens. Well, true.
But they take those caps off and auction them to make some money.
Yes, I could see they were signed, and I was just thinking, who signed? Who does Joe Root go up to and say, "Can you sign my cap?" But evidently, it was signed by him.
Do you remember the glory days when we used to sign our T-shirts and send them around the world? That was in the jet lag days. People wanted our signatures. Yes, bizarrely.
It added huge value.
Oh, I imagine so. I imagine you find them on eBay for thousands and thousands of pounds now. Anyway, the players are out there. It looks like it's going to be who bowled the last over last night.
Yeah,
it was
Robinson. It'll be Broad.
Robinson. It will be Broad, so we'll jingle him up.
Yeah. If we do Broad first, there's usually 8.
Stuart Broad jingles. But I think we've only got one in there.
We've only got one for the headband, which is what he has become now, really.
Yes.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
And facing him in one of the competitions for the ages, it's this man.
Well, which one's facing?
It's the left-handed David Warner.
Okay, spoiler.
Sorry.
He's quite good with a bat.
Hope it is.
He's short and he's fat. He's a bit of a twat. David Warner's got a scoop in the start.
Surely has. Not well. Actually, it's not much of a moustache anymore. It's more of a sort of 5 o'clock shadow going under his nose. But it's still a good jingle. And I should say that the day has dawned much cloudier than yesterday. Well, it was bright yesterday, wasn't it? It was a lovely day. There's cloud cover. It's not closed in. It's quite bright cloud, but I think that will cheer England a little bit, that the conditions might be conducive to a bit of movement.
It should do. There was also a bit of rain earlier on. I mean, obviously the pitch was covered, but it does make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, we did see Nasser Hussain was interviewing, I think, Nathan Lyon under an umbrella. We didn't know whether it was live or not, or whether that had happened earlier this morning. So there is rain in the Birmingham area today. That's something you probably should be aware of.
It's just about blown over.
Oh, good. Good. Let's see what happens. First ball of the morning. Australia trail by 379. Oh, we thought we were going to get the first ball, but now David Warner doesn't seem to be quite ready. He was waiting for the umpire to see the clock tick round to the top of the hour. And it's going to be a Stewart ball round the wicket to David Warner. 3 slips. Oh, he turns him round immediately as he was looking to tuck into the onside. Gets a bit of a leading edge into the offside, but there is no run.
The 2 batsmen looked pretty untroubled in those 4 overs last night. There wasn't much going on. They get a fresh start out of them, I guess.
Except for their calling.
Yes.
Oh, their running was all over the place. Khawaja had to throw himself into the dust before he faced a ball.
They batted together quite a bit, haven't they? I mean, this is a bit strange.
They have been the opening pair for a while.
Yeah, you would have thought they would have sorted out those sort of things. I think it's sort of said more about Warner's nervousness than anything else, and trying to get off the mark. He puffs as Broad is in, and a certain sign of strain, defends a good length ball that was probing in on the off stump. Back to the bowler, there is no run. So remember, Ponting's-wise, well, I imagine what will happen is that Grubby will come in for the second session, and he will test the Mowbray boy with the bear, and they will give you their lowdown on that. Should also say that the GPL is open. 66 quid in the pot today. Go to GorillaCricket.com, find competitions across the top, and enter. You have to estimate how many runs you think there will be scored in the day. You pay us £1 for the privilege, and you get whatever's in the pot if you get it on the nose. This is defended back to Broad, down to the ground, and then up to his shoulder level where he takes it.
Conventional field from England. 3 slips, 3 in the ring on the offside, 3 on the leg, including a long leg. They certainly don't have a deep point from ball 1.
Yes.
Like Australia did, which was infuriating some Australians. There was one on another WhatsApp group I'm on who gave it the worst insult you can give an Australian. Can you guess what it is?
No, go on.
He said it was un-Australian.
Un-Australian. Broad in again, bowls tucked into the onside with the angle by Ward, but there is Jimmy Anderson at mid-wicket. Now, Jimmy Anderson wasn't given the new ball last night. What do we think of that?
Yeah, must be something that I don't understand. Is he going to bowl the first one this morning from the other end? We'll see.
I wonder. I'll tell you what suddenly came to me in the middle of the night during one of my periodic waking up periods. That he was. We've had this thing in England where the balls don't seem to start to swing for a little while, even if there is swing in the atmosphere. And I wonder whether he's being held back because of that. Broad in, bowls full, and again driven into the ground and half stopped by Broad, but deflected to mid-off, and there is no run. 87 miles an hour. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether they were waiting to see when the ball starts to swing and then get him on. I mean, I can't think of another reason apart from the fact they just wanted to do something different.
A bit demoralising if you're Robinson. Oh, I'm just starting to swing the ball now. All right, that's a sign you're off.
Come on. Maybe they thought he'd get a bit more bounce because he's so much taller.
Not really a swing bowler, though, is he, Robinson?
He does swing it, yes, he swings it, but he is. I think you're right. He's more of a man who jags it back, isn't he? And that sort of thing, and hits the seam from a great height, which is useful in its own way. 3 slips away as Broad comes in to complete the first over. It's defended by Warner, who then starts to think there might be a single. Broad is pointing to something, I'm not sure what. Anyway, he doesn't seem entirely happy with things, but it's a maiden, and at the end of the first over of the morning, Australia remain 14 for no wicket. Messi.
Just before we move on to that, I'll give you a stat from yesterday. CricViz analysed that since they've started taking recordings, yesterday's was the first day wicket in England with the least movement ever recorded. off the pitch.
Wow. Well, how long have they been taking measures?
I think about 12 years, something
I was
like
going to
that.
say, not back to the days of uncovered wickets.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be
Certainly
fun.
not, no.
Well, now, interestingly, this morning with the cloud cover, it is going to be Jimmy Anderson's got a jingle that goes like this.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, really let go.
I heard another stat yesterday. Again, since they've been taking records, it was the most singles in the first session of a test match ever.
Well, you can understand that, can't you? Because England couldn't hit the fours necessarily because they had that man back.
4 men on
yeah,
defence.
well, exactly. I totally understand, and I thought it was interesting that obviously Australia, despite their talk, had talked a lot about it. Obviously, they would.
Come on to this in a second.
Anderson bowls to Khawaja. We haven't Khawajaed up Khawaja yet, have we? Should we Khawaja him up?
Let's do that. Yeah.
Born overseas, now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas, now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Well, yes, I'll just content myself with saying that for all the talk from other teams about Bazball, actions speak louder than words.
Very true, very true. As we call it on this programme, Stokey Cullen Ball.
As you call it.
I call it, and everyone will be shot if they don't. Defended back to Jimmy Anderson, and there is no run, no discernible movement from that delivery.
We've got an extra man in the cordon, whether you call him fourth slip or gully. They've got 4 catches in there for Anderson going across.
Well, I think Australia had gone for the very fine gully with Cameron Green on the basis that he's got such a wingspan. He can be third, fourth slip and gully at the same time. Terrible average Usman Khawaja against right-arm bowlers over the wicket in England. That's a bit niche. Defended on the... Well, I'm going to say on the front foot, but he's really not moved from the crease, but full face the bat up to mid-off.
Did he even play 2019?
I believe
Here?
so.
Yeah.
I think he did, yes. He had a terrible tour, didn't he? Didn't make it to the end of the tour in terms of being in the team. Didn't go home. Didn't do a Graham Swan, who must rate amongst the most cowardly of figures. Seeing that the other night. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Why, what did he do?
He came home, didn't he, in the middle of an Ashes series when we were 3-0 down.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, yeah.
Anderson in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Khawaja thinks about the cut shot but then decides not to take it on. Lets it go through, and there is no run.
Yeah, Khawaja played 2 test matches, made 36, 2, 8 and 23 in the last
Well, he got
series.
going a couple of times, didn't he? Well, it sounds like he got going, but maybe it was a
sorry,
struggle.
he played 3. He played in Edgbaston too, made 13 and 34 there. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so he's played here before. Anderson turns at the top of his run, coming in over the wicket, onto his leg stumps, played out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now, it was quite fun. We were talking about we're going to institute a new idea, the Ponting Wines Play of the Day, which we'll look at around about 5 o'clock. So we want you tweeting in about 5 o'clock with the Ponting Wines Play of the Day. Both Grubby and Andy had quite a good one from yesterday, which I'll tell you about in a minute at the end of this over. We're still waiting for the first run of the morning. 4 slips. Anderson in to Khawaja, moves slightly across him, leaves it alone, and that is the end of the over. 2 maidens to start with. Tell us about your play of the day from yesterday.
Yes, my favourite moment for yesterday was when Root was really getting going. He reverse swept Lyon, then next ball he reverse swept him again, was hit bang in front, given out, but it flicked his glove, so he got away with it. And then next ball he did it again.
Yeah,
and before again. And I was just thinking about if Hendo had been commentating.
I was.
Well, if he'd got out on that third one, your head would have exploded like scanners.
Yeah, well, it was almost exploding on the second one until I realised that he'd got a bottom edge or a bottom glass.
It actually looked immediately to me as though he'd got something on that.
Oh, did it? Okay.
I will say. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I probably didn't pick that up.
Speaking of heads exploding, Hendo actually was the gorilla of the day on Gorilla Roundup.
Or for being so calm.
No, for your reaction to Stokes getting out in the green room, as described by Steve Jones in great detail.
Broad starts new over, bowls to Warner, who punches firmly, but brilliant piece of fielding, or very active piece of fielding from Jimmy Anderson, running across to his right, trying to deny Australia a run or to get off the mark this morning. So that's good pressure from England. What did he say I did? Because I deny it all.
Well, hey, you should actually look at the roundup because it's a
I
great
did.
description.
I didn't.
Steve is very colourful.
I didn't read it all. I didn't listen to it all. I didn't have time this morning. I did.
Towards the end.
Okay.
So he just described you absolutely going berserk when Stokes got out. Absolutely fucking.
Well, I was a little bit when it was a poor shot really, and they could ill afford to lose a wicket at that point. Full ball on the line of middle stump, which is worked up to mid-on. There is no run. My phone's gone off.
Sorry.
I don't know who's trying to contact
I
me.
might squeeze in a couple of tweets.
Yeah, go for it.
I haven't done it. Mog says huge economies and false dichotomies. Sean Tracy says, I agree with everything Andy just said. There you go. The Light Roller says, hello possums, reporting for listening. Late start? No, we're on time. Time for the Karate Kid jingles, says Abhish Balan. Public school boys, sir, you hide it well, says the Light Roller.
Broad in and come down the wicket does Warner, and then tries to tickle it as it's angled down the leg side. And of course, remember in the first innings of the World Test Championship, he got out to Shardul Thakur playing in that manner, and he was looking good at that point. Made his way to 43, but on this occasion he doesn't get anything on it. But this is good.
Jolly Ollie says, golf morning, gorillas. Scrapple, eggs and cricket. What a way to start the day. And Ombre Nueva says, I can confirm that the rain has stopped and the humidity is scratching its ass and deciding to raise its head.
Ombre, have you got your t-shirts on? Let's hear about your t-shirt and show it around.
Photo.
Yes. Onto the back foot. First run in the morning, no. The ring of three, the ring of fire in the offside stops Australia from getting going, and this is good pressure from England. We've had 16 balls this morning, and Australia have not been able to score. There isn't a lot of movement as far as I can see. Maybe.
No, well, Australia obviously, as they're entitled to, going to approach this a lot differently from England. I think they're going to try. They're not going to be worried about run rate today.
No.
They're going to try and bat 4, 5, 6 sessions and would grind this England attack, which has 4.5 bowlers at best.
Yes. That's the worry, isn't it? I mean, I think I'd feel more confident at 393 on the board if we had Jofra Archer in the wings, looking his best. Full and defended very solidly by Warner, up to mid-on. And again, there is no run. Warner has 8, Khawaja has 4. Australia 14 without loss.
This is going to shock you, but I'm not a doctor.
You're not?
No, but even so, I've said for a long while, Jofra isn't going to play another test.
Yeah, I mean, I fear that you're right. I think he was ruined in New Zealand, wasn't he? He's never really recovered from that.
The start of the ruining was the Ashes 2019.
Yeah, maybe. In comes Broad again, round the wicket to Warner. He's going to get a run this time. No, he's not. He's picked out Ben Duckett at backward point. Broad stands there with his head on his hands as if he was expecting that to find the edge. But then that's Broad all over, isn't it? He's a bit of a drama queen. Another maiden. 3 this morning, 14 for no wicket. Messi.
Jay Grover says, Jay Grover says, un-Australian and average, or heaven forfend, ordinary. Dave Wood says, un-Australian isn't very original. Mog says, then let's spare a moment to reflect Afghanistan losing a test by 550 plus runs.
Really?
Today.
Oh dear.
That's a bit mean.
Yeah, they didn't have Rashid Khan though, did they? They were missing Rashid Khan, who was given a rest after all his franchise action.
Yeah,
Down the wicket comes Khawaja. He's looking for a single, but Ben Stokes makes a bit of a meal of it, running across from extra cover. Still doesn't pick it up cleanly, but in the end they decide that discretion is the better part of valour. And so still we wait for Australia to score a run. There couldn't be a bigger contrast between the way that England went off yesterday morning, could there really? But we shall see. So we've got 4 slips. We've got a backward point, a mid-off almost as far around as extra cover, mid-on square leg, and a long leg, I would presume. And Khawaja settles down, 2 left-handers at the crease. He's got a very open stance as Anderson is in over the wicket. Oh, now he has got that one to move. That one's gone in the air, but it was a little bit floaty. That was the problem, and Khawaja spotted it and was able to redirect it up to mid-off.
Well, it's always going to swing a little bit more if you bowl it slower. I'm not normally one to overstate psychology. I think you just hit the ball with a stick. But I do
golf.
I do appreciate that the first ball of an Ashes series has often been
Yes.
a mood setter, Harmison bowling to slip, but it's Crawley just smashing the first ball for 4. A tremendous start.
Anderson in bowls. Oh, he's got
There
that
you
one
go.
to
There
go.
you
That's
go.
the perfect length. And Khawaja was probing away outside off stump and wasn't able to quite locate the line. Through it went to Johnny Bairstow, and that's got the crowd going. There's lots of applause for that.
Well, always difficult
an
for a
injury-
batsman when he starts. Sorry, Jez. Khawaja's certainly done well the last couple of years. Has a renaissance opening. Look, I'm sure he'll look better when he's got 30 runs on the board. We all do, but he looks a bit crabby and crouched at the moment.
He does. He's not confidently getting his foot out there at all, is he? Now he tries to make that one go more from leg stump, but it ends up not doing quite so much, and it's tucked comfortably up to mid-on. Again, there is
more
no run.
maidens so far in this innings than there were in the entire
Yes, that
Australian
doesn't
innings.
surprise me. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Who
How
would-
many did England play? 2?
2.
2, yeah.
Contrast in styles, it's like the Crazy Gang versus the Culture Club. Well, but not really.
I don't think I've
bunch
ever
of
heard
hacking,
Australia referred
fouling-
to as a cult.
Oh, here we go. The bitter QPR supporter beside me.
Well,
This
the
is pushed up
worst
to
Premiership club I've ever
nonsense.
seen.
Pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. 14 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining in the 4th over of the morning. Anderson's second.
Although, to be fair, Luton will have a go at that next season.
I don't understand these people who don't like balls played into the channels. I love the ball played into the channels and running after it.
Yeah, great. Kick it up in the sky.
That's not kicking it up in the sky. That's running into the channels. It's got to be done well. If you can't do it well, you don't succeed. A lot of teams have tried it and not done it very well.
What the fuck are you talking about?
We're talking about
Got
long
no
ball
idea.
football. Long ball football.
Oh,
Route
there's
1.
a test match on.
I
Get
know,
over
but
it.
I can't help it. I've got a QPR man next to me and he's giving me jip even. Anyway, Anderson to complete the
You
over.
started it.
Clipped away, we've got to run. Hurrah, hurrah. Australia have finally got off 14. They've gone to 15. That's gone down to long leg. Moeen Ali has fielded. And that is the end of the over. He'll keep the strike. He'll face Stuart Broad for the first
hello.
time this morning. And we've got more tweets, hopefully.
Well, we are exciting news.
Yes.
We've got
Ah.
a cat in the studio.
That's Kim. Kim the
Oh.
cat.
Kim Cat. Mog says, I've been saying Joffre would never play another test from before he even got injured. Farong says, greetings all. Hope everyone's well. 5 minutes lost from weather. Not it. No, there wasn't.
Was
We
there?
started on time.
Don't think so. No, I thought we started reasonably accurately.
Yeah.
I just worried this
Darjeeling
cat is
Gold
going to
tea
pull
leaves.
some wires out.
Yeah, the cat's going to pull some wires out, and we're going to go off air in a minute. He's just having a look at the sound system.
well,
Either that, or we're going to have a disco in a minute. Flashing lights.
You've obviously been watching cat videos without the cat's consent, Linda.
Always do.
The Farong says the Darjeeling Gold tea leaves did predict 13 days to be affected by weather, so we're off and running. Speaking of off and running, how many of those commentated are on the red? Me? Rum.
Well, there will be a couple of boys opening it very soon, I suspect, when they come in to take over from us too. Australia 15 for no wicket.
Warren wants to know why it's called Bazball and not Baz Bat.
Ah, good question. Good question. Anyway, Kimmy has decided to
It's too boring. in here.
depart.
Just
Straight
don't hear
boys.
about it.
Oh God, I'm not going to watch this rubbish. Broad in to Khawaja. Khawaja hangs his bat out but plays it neatly enough into the offside. Duckett field. There is no run.
Now, obviously, it's not a specific plan for Khawaja to come over. That's just Anderson's preference because Broad is still coming round.
Yes, I said. I do like. I do prefer to see a right arm bowler bowling to a left arm batsman from over the wicket to start with, at the very least.
Well, one thing we know about Stokes' captaincy is if it doesn't work for 5 minutes, he'll change it.
So
It can be a good thing.
the
can be a bad
ADHD
thing.
captain.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. Average by swing direction. I'm not sure what that means. When it swings in, he gets 50. He averages 57. Now that one has gone. Mainly after
Well.
it's been left alone, and it's Bairstow who has to do most of the work, diving away to his right. But just hints that there's a little bit of movement in the air now, which is good news for England. 15 for no wicket. Khawaja's got the only run of the morning. He's gone on to 5. Warner 8. Will we go through a whole half hour with only 1 run scored? That would be incredible.
Well, not keeping me busy on the jingles. So
Indeed
far.
not. Indeed not.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. So Khawaja settles down again. 5 from 26 deliveries. Broad roars in again, bowls, and he's onto the back foot, and he's pulled that, and he's pulled that well through mid-wicket, and finally
That's a lovely
finally
shot.
Andy will be put into occupation on the jingle machine.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Very good exponent of the pull shot.
He is. That's one of his strong shots. I mean, it makes sense the way he's setting up. He's keeping low. He's keeping his weight close to the ground, so he's going to pick that short ball up quite quickly. And again, no indication that the short ball is going to pose much of a threat, at least at Broad and Anderson's pace.
No. I think he just got the length wrong there. It wasn't an intended short ball at all. It was just short of a length, really, wasn't it? So Khawaja moves up to 9. And Broad is in again, and he's forward to that one, and maybe that shot has just given him the confidence to get the foot out a little bit.
It doesn't hurt.
No, it will, just settle him down a little bit. And he's defended that again. There is no run. 19 for no wicket. I am impressed by Broady. Whenever you see him running, he's still got a lot of energy in his run-up, hasn't he?
Well, I called this one. He's coming over now.
Yep. That's not necessarily a bad idea. Let's have a little look at it. Is that Simon Jones?
It might be. We have an ADHD, but I don't think it's unfair to say, an ADHD bowler in our Sunday team, and he will come over and round for no reason at all, like 3 times in an over.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Surprised he doesn't lose his run-up a little bit, to be
He
honest.
does a bit, yeah. He's very good when he gets it right.
3 slips and a leg slip now as he's over the wicket. Oh, now that comes back, but it's an exceptionally good leave by Khawaja. If you were saying he's leaving on length, you'd say well done, because it's bounced over the off
I'm
stump.
not sure I would do that. We saw a few keep low yesterday.
And we saw a couple of Indians get out without playing a shot, bowled in the World Test Championship as well. Not one bowled, one LBW, if I remember rightly. That was Pujara and Shubman Gill. But, no
This
danger in the
pitch
end.
isn't dissimilar to the sort of pitches they had in Pakistan last year when Khawaja made an absolute shed load of runs.
Well, that's cheered me up. Now this brings him forward, and he doesn't manage to get bat on it. It squeezes through his defences, hits him on the thigh pad, loops up towards the slips, but there was no bat involved. End of the over, just 4 from it. Australia 19 for no wicket. Messi. Oh no,
no.
Sorry. No ball. So we're going to have to hold off on that. Oh, you might be able to get a couple of tweets in. Go on.
Well, Alexander Sutcliffe confuses me, so I presume this is a football thing. Says, for fuck's sake, Guerrilla Cricket, enough of this worshipping at the altar of Big Sam. Who's Big Sam?
Big Sam Allardyce, I suppose, is who he means. Big Sam is late to the party. You should be saying Big Dave Bassett, really. Anyway, 20 for no wicket.
Indeed.
Broad in over the wicket, bowls and beats him
well
outside
bowled.
the off stump. So I don't suppose that Khawaja would have been very happy with having the extra ball. Joe Root thinks it's hilarious. It's not really that funny, but it was moderately funny. 20 for no wicket. Messi.
Do you think he meant...
Peter Ward says, I stand with my fellow QPR fan Andy Ward. Hoofball is not football. Morning all.
Well, it is,
I think
but-
the declaration was a mistake, but we shall see.
We shall.
Mog says, for fuck's sake, Hendo, how is your new cat? He asked yesterday and got no
Did you?
answer.
Oh, my new cat's superb. He's lovely. He's the most gentle, loving little 12-year-old Romanian I've ever met. No, he's really
Moving
great.
on.
Yeah, moving on swiftly. It's a cat, I tell you, which is
Yeah,
quite
Dave
12 years
Wood
old for a
says,
cat.
Boys, let's not get all riled up about football.
No,
Jamie
that's
Mackey
fair,
says
yeah.
hello to you both.
No, I don't. I mean, I want to do without football now for the next 6 weeks. I want nothing, no mentions of it.
The next 6 years would suit me, I
Yeah, I
think.
know. Actually,
I've had enough of it.
I'm miserable during the football season.
Yeah,
Even
it
more
doesn't- it
miserable
doesn't-
than ever.
Exactly, it doesn't make
Than
me
usual.
happy.
No, it doesn't. It just makes you very, very unhappy. There's a man
Yeah.
coming that's short mid-off.
Here
Ollie
we
Pope.
go. Here we go. Like, at least Australia, took about 3 hours before they put the stupid Hayden in.
I don't like the on Hayden, or the off Hayden as it is in this occasion. And
Jimmy
Jimmy
as a consequence, it's left a gap in the ring and picked up an easy single and got the pressure off.
That's right. Anderson's first ball of the over enables Warner to get his first run of the morning. So they go to 21 for no wicket. Warner's 9. Khawaja is 9.
I would like to see them have faith in their own plans for 20 minutes.
Well,
Do you think it's Jimmy's choice or Stokes' choice?
No, it's Stokes. I'm sure it is. Jimmy didn't used to do this kind of thing, did he?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as long as Anderson's happy with it, if he's happy with him messing with his own plan.
Well, they're not going to have a stand-up row, but...
Well, they might. Ben Duckett's there. He might pour beer over him.
Good.
Anderson in, bowls for Kawaja, looking for swing, doesn't find it, and it's clipped beautifully through mid-wicket. When he's on song, he does look beautiful, Usman Khawaja. 4 more.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
You see, the thing is, what Anderson's mistake when having that beer poured on him by Ben Duckett was he wasn't wearing a bucket hat. Then it would have just gone down the sides.
Or a Duckett hat.
That's probably why they wear them now.
Could be. Once you've got Ben Duckett in the side, it's very worrying.
A Duckett bucket.
He might just at any moment do that. This is a floaty, swinging delivery away from the left-hander, and he pushes firmly to extra cover.
The thing is, he looks like he might as well.
Well, yes, he does. We never really got to the bottom of that story, though, have we? We never quite understood why that happened.
Well, Anderson was probably just being a dick to the junior player, like
Yeah,
they do, and totally fair play for him if you thought, I'm not having this.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was wasn't that part of the tour that it wasn't the same tour which Bairstow was done for headbutting,
I think it might have. No, it wasn't. I don't know.
I think he was out there for the A team, was he? Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Driven by Khawaja through the covers, and as Andy says, taking out that extra man in the ring has allowed Australia to pick off a few runs here. They'll pick up 2 more here as Stokes runs back and collects 27 for no wicket. Khawaja moves on to 15. Warner onto 9, and the Bear is standing.
He's eyeing up that wine.
He's eyeing up the wine. I think Grubby might already have got his hands on it. No. Put that one back, Grubby. Put that one back. That's for later. Goodness me, these people.
It's later wine.
This is today. This is for the first wine. It's on the table. That's why I put it there. Honestly, you boys. 27 for no wicket.
I mean, they gave us enough wine for the whole series, but Bear and Grubby are just going to drink it all today.
It's amazing how everyone's come by public transport or Uber today. Anderson in, bowls, and lovely drive, fluent stuff, half stopped, which means it'll probably only go for 2. Stokes again having to test out his dodgy knee by chasing after that one. And they get to 29 for no wicket.
The third session could well live up to my name. Could get very messy if that's the case.
Oh, it could. Yes, it's all a little bit worrying, isn't it? It's party day. It's party day at Guerrilla Cricket.
Every day is party
day. Every day is party day, but it's even more of a party day. It's party day plus.
Oh dear.
Khawaja has moved on to 17 and is beginning to look fluent. Can England find a way through? Doesn't seem to be swinging when he bowls it a bit straighter, does it? That's the problem. Can he get one to go here? Anderson in. Yes, he can, but well read by Khawaja. He lets it go. Hasn't tried the in-swing, you're absolutely right. 29 for no wicket. Do some tweets and then we'll have a change. Messi.
Okie dokie. Muttley's says, this is not a maiden over jingle. I seem to remember there being an X Factor guy maiden over jingle. Pirate Badshaw says, welcome to Bazball, where every ball is a sentence and every sentence is a life sentence. Brought to you by the judges of the cricketing world. Farong sends a photo of a plant which looks remarkably cannabinoid to me, and it's got a cat lying at the bottom of it. My cheeky little one is keeping the soil warm. Better not be chewing the buds or leaves. Mog sends another picture of his cat.
Definitely not a bud. You don't want to be doing a buds, man. You need that for yourself.
And is Grubby on the cans yet?
Yeah, we're all
Okay, Big Vern is the next one, Grub.
Big Vern. Love Big Vern.
All right, thanks very much.
Right, as the others haven't talked about it, we're going to talk about Wine Day. Woohoo! Today's wine is Mowbray Boy, and me and Grubby are about to tuck into it. You're going to give us the notes on it?
Do you know what? I was just thinking about this wine, Bear. It's this Pinot Noir, I was thinking to myself, showcases typical Tasmanian Pinot Noir characteristics of savoury, spicy red cherries.
Nice. I've got some money! Warner's out! And Broady's got him! Sweet, horrible shot! It was it was quite wide, it was probably there to hit, but it was angling in, and Warner's gone to smash it through the offside. He's got a big inside edge, it's come back onto his stumps. Warner's gone. I didn't get my under 27.5, but I did get my Warner under 17.5. He was 6-4 actually, so I got my money back. So that's not a bad thing. And
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And that probably does Warner's head for the entire series, doesn't it, Russ? Morning, Russ.
Good morning. It's always good.
Good to be woken up like that.
Wicket for Australia. Yeah, what made that shot really ugly was the way Warner was falling over in the process of playing it.
Yeah, it was just too far away, wasn't it? He was right down on one knee, he lost balance and was trying to smash it. And got it back. I was just about to say you survived quite well, but the ball's doing a little bit more today in the overheads.
Yeah, a little. It was interesting. The pace was obviously very different to yesterday for the first, until the last 2 overs. But
yeah, with 3 maidens in a row, didn't we, first up?
And there was only 1 maiden in England's entire innings yesterday, bowled by Lyon.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about this wine after the savoury, spicy red cherries, which obviously.
I can taste perfectly.
I was thinking to myself, it's got sort of an unctuous palate with bright, crunchy fruit, savouriness, and dripping with ripe strawberries. That's what I was thinking about it. I don't know about you, Bear.
I picked all that out, Grubby. I think that's a perfect description of it. And you know what? I think Ricky chose this one himself, went all the way over to Tasmania. He's a Mowbray boy himself, I believe. And he went and picked out this wine. And of course, you can get it with a discount of 15%.
That's right.
If you follow the link on our website, Ricky Ponting Wines, the link will take you there. I can't remember exactly what the link is. But it's on our homepage. And the discount code is on our homepage.
GC Ashes 2023.
Yep.
That's GC Ashes 2023 is your code
all
to secure the 15% discount.
And they'll deliver it to, I think, anywhere in Europe, Australia, maybe.
And I think there's no delivery charge if you're in Australia. That's how kind we are to our Australian
there's a separate Australian offer as well. I think $25 off your first case too. So you can get extra double bubble. Right, next man in. The man I hate.
He kept floating on a light beam with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble. It's not a slab of shame. It's not a slab of shame.
Come on as well, Russ. What were your thoughts on England's declaration? Everyone else here's had a go, you know.
what was the point? I mean, you've got so many resources in the test. Like, I think use them up. That's my. If you wanted to slog and use them quickly, do that. But it didn't make sense to.
I mean that's the obvious reason for not doing it, wasn't it? You've only got 2 wickets left anyway, or go until Rooty was out, or the next wicket fell. You didn't want Jimmy to bowl, fair enough, go out and bat, fair enough. But you might as well go until the next wicket fell. Look, the bloody policewoman got in the way. Can you open that window? No, actually, you don't open that window because you'll trip over something. And yeah, exactly.
Like Mrs.
Broadie's in to Marnus. Oh, he's in! First ball! Marnus! Fuck off, Marnus! Yeah, he just poked at that outside the offside.
Oh my God!
You know what that was? That was Broadie's special new delivery, the away swinger.
Trent Bridge 2015. Here we go.
Here we go. I have to say this because it's Marnus.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
That's a horrible shot as well.
Awful.
I mean, it's understandable. It's your first ball. You want to feel bat on ball, but dear, oh dear, what was Marnus thinking of?
Now, obviously, we're incredibly impartial here at Gorilla Cricket Army. So, Russ, your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's similar to Warner, right? He's completely off balance, prodding at one that he had absolutely no business trying to touch. It was terrible.
He's
nerves.
Now, the one thing that they don't want, which is Broad to have his backup, and because he's just the sort of bowler who, loves to run through a side.
Yeah, he's always been a streaky bowler.
He has indeed. I mean, the one thing he says is his first ball. He probably wants to feel bat and ball. That was an ugly shot by Warner, really was. But yeah, nerves,
pressure, nerves.
And for a man who's so good at leaving everything, it's so frustrating because he doesn't play at anything. He's just played at one that he really could leave, genuinely leave, had no right to play at. There's a little bit of swing, which there was no swing for Australia yesterday. That's the one thing you say. You come out first thing this morning and the weather gods massively been in England's favour because it was just a gorgeous day yesterday. no humidity, or a little bit humid, but just bright sunshine. Pitch looked like a peach to bat on. It's England. The weather gets a bit. It's not cloudy, but it's a little bit overcast.
Probably a bit muggy.
A bit more humid. Yeah, there's storms around just to the west, and therefore there's probably more atmosphere. And England are swing bowlers as much as they are seamers, so could make. Oh, it's a hat trick, potential hat trick. I've got a jingle for that, haven't I, somewhere?
So everyone, I will get to your social media messages in just a moment, but as I'm sure you'll appreciate, this is a huge moment.
Where's my hat trick jingle? I used to have one. Oh well,
Broady.
Can't find it now.
Getting the crowd fired up.
Slips.
Here we go, Bear.
Okay, Broadies up to the crease. Oh, it's horrible. Down the leg side, total waste of it.
What an anticlimax.
The pig went right across his stumps.
He had 2 leg slips in though, Bear. Like maybe that.
Did
was
he have? Oh right, I didn't see the 2 leg slips. He had 2 leg slips in. Christ. Well, that's interesting. That's very much a Stokesy thing. It's gone right across his stumps, as is his wont. And yeah, it's gone down. Let's have a jingle for the new batsman. It is.
Stop fidgeting, Steve. Just stand still. Stop playing with yourself. Oh, it's very unsightly. Stop fidgeting, Steve. Stop fiddling about. Stop playing with yourself. Oh dear. Stop fidgeting, Steve. You look a bit mental. Stop playing with yourself.
Broad is in onto the pad. He's basically he's got one pad. He's basically turned square onto the bowler.
Yep.
He's got one pad on his off stump. He's got the other. It's like playing French cricket almost.
Yep.
He's got a leg outside leg stump, and he's kind of just put his bat down in front of his pad. I mean, you wouldn't coach that to anybody.
It's extraordinary. There can't ever have been a more successful batsman in the history of the game who looks so all at sea.
Yeah.
It works for him, we always say, don't we? But yeah, I think these exaggerated movements in the first 2 balls that we see, even the one that went down leg side first up that he sort of left, it's exaggerated because he's nervous.
Broad in, that's clipped off. Oh wow, we've got an incredible field here. Clipped sweetly though by Smith between mid-wicket and mid-wicket, really. There's 2. It's gone all the way out to the boundary. It hasn't made it for 4. It's been chased down by Mo, and they've got 3 runs. Smith is off the mark. I need to log in to my betting account.
It is a fascinating field, isn't it? The 2 leg slips are kind of a short mid-wicket and a square leg, but it's actually quite close as well. It's almost like they're trying to bowl into the pads of Smith in the hope that he's chip one up on the leg side. Or
it's a big scoring area for him, isn't it? When he comes across the stumps, as we've seen already a couple of times.
And I've said I would do this slightly different. I would bowl straight, but I would have the leg slip. I would have a man on a 45. I would have a square leg. I would have a mid wicket. I would have a mid on. So I'd have 5 or 6, and then 1 or 2 out. I'd have a 7-2 field.
Almost like a cordon.
Yeah.
But, and they are there as catches, aren't they?
They are, and it has been tried before, and he's very good, and he still finds spaces. So, it is a game of cat and mouse. Broad finishes the over by bowling to Khawaja, who lets that one through to the keeper, and suddenly Australia find themselves 32 for 2.
Well,
Sweet.
Khawaja's been watching this from the other end, and Big Vern a few minutes ago said, "How's it, lads? I love watching Khawaja bat. He's one of the most Gowrest batsmen that Australia have ever produced." Pirate Badshaw, join the elite squad of Bazball enforcers and unleash your inner secret policeman on the cricket field. Take no prisoners, show no mercy, and enforce the ultimate authority in aggressive test cricket. I don't know who said that, but it's been quoted by Pirate. Our very own Katie is with us and says, we tried to go to the pub to watch the cricket, but they don't open till 12. So we're back with you.
Yes!
Get them to put it on in the pub, Katie. That'll get heads turning. How did Duckett reach to pour beer on Anderson's head, says Warren. By the way, my phone autocorrected Duckett to fuckery.
That's good. Apple's getting rid of that, isn't it?
Muttley says, welcome to the commentary today, Bear, bringing in wickets on the first ball of his stint.
Nice.
Dan Keevy says there's happiness, and then there's Bear celebrating Warner's wicket. Jay Grover says, all respect to Grubby's Carter USM t-shirt.
Yes, it's a quality t-shirt.
Thank you very much, Jay. I once gave Jim Bob a bowler tie at the Sheffield Octagon in 1992. A bowler I'm not sure, that might be a typo. Anyway, you gave Jim Bob from Cartier Unstoppable Sex Machine something at Sheffield, and I'm sure he's never forgotten it. And Adelaide Barmies simply say, morning everyone. Morning, everyone.
Morning, everyone. Lovely, lovely. Jimmy's going to continue. Let's see if he can get in on the wickets. I've just gone under for the full next wicket, 67.5, which is fucking fantastic for my bookies. They're offering you 35 runs. But the pig is there. And it's Jimmy. And he's in to said man, who just defends it back to him, and there's no run. Really got to try and get in with a later away swinger, but that's never going to be easy.
Jay Grover says Unctuous Palate is a good name for a band. Yeah, sure. Saw them supporting Kitchens of Distinction, etc. Mog says I've had somewhat of a struggle to getting to listen via the website today, and whilst I find an alternative, I missed the fucking wicket. Also, go hard, Grubby. Always do, my friend.
This website thing is annoying. I don't know what to do about it because it's where you are as much as anything else. Oh, that's a big in swinger, and it's been clipped. See, I would have the mid wicket, because that's obviously where it's going to go. I would also have a man out, as that one was clipped out to the man who's in the deep at mid-wicket for a single.
Short mid-wicket at all times for Steve Smith. What do you think, Russ?
I'd take out the mid-off, and I agree. Smith is like not someone who likes to do a lot of cover driving, and just give him that opportunity and make him think that maybe he should try and play one that might be moving away. Because he's so disciplined at not doing it.
And look,
just leave the gap there and hope that he does it.
I know they've got a short covering for Khawaja now. I thought I was.
Yeah.
Anyway, more love for my T-shirt from Dave Wood. Thanks, Dave. And Farong says England definitely have had the better of the conditions so far. Perfect day for batting yesterday in Birmingham as bad.
Exactly. Clipped by Khawaja. It's all a bit. I know what he's trying to do here, Jimmy. That's on the leg stump, and it's clipped by Khawaja out to mid wicket. There's no run. It's just a little bit too straight. It needs to be a stump over, I reckon.
And Diana Patterson underlining everyone's love of your reaction to that Warner wicket, Bear, just says back to Mog and others. You'll want to watch it on YouTube later to see the Bears' reaction.
Well, this is the one, isn't it? It's the Ashes. It's us against Australia. Sorry, Russ, but giving it to Australia is joyful. The amount of shit we have to take when we come down to your place and eat humble pie endlessly. That's a decent shot by Khawaja. Didn't really get up, but he's pulled it. It wasn't that short, actually. But he's pulled it from outside off stump out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he's got himself one of these.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
I think that's a real classy shot, actually. It wasn't that short,
no,
but he just played it more or less on length, very quickly back, and excellent pull.
They've got a player in that area, though. It's almost. I don't think Jimmy would be that concerned that he was trying to play that shot.
No, the bowlers have been told to get runs out of their minds, haven't they? That's very full and driven with no great time by Khawaja. Beats the man at short cover, but there's a guy behind him and he fields it.
Jay Grover says 8 for 15. Mog says, and the collapse is fucking on, pending Smith being dismissed. Isn't there a rule that Marnus has to be dropped at least 3 times in each innings, says Messrs?
Well, exactly.
Fortunately not the case today if you're an England fan. Muttley says, out of context things you don't expect to hear on GC Radio, prodding at things he had no business trying to touch. I think that was one of yours there, Russ.
Jimmy in again. He's getting that one to swing on leg stump. It's just a little bit too straight. It needs to go across Khawaja a little bit more. There's no run. I think that's the end of the over.
Warren says that you blew out YouTube at the Labuschagne wicket. Right. Wonder if it's back now. Big Vern, the ball that got loose bus change out was Broady's Rock Hudson ball. It looked straight, but it wasn't. That's good. Pirate Badshar says, I should say these are chatbot taglines for Bazball. That's stuff I read out previously. Join the glorious Bazball revolution. And crush your opponents with ruthless efficiency. Victory is mandatory. Failure is not an option. Embrace the ultimate form of cricket domination or face the consequences. Is that really?
Is that what chatbot really? AI, whatever it is. ChatGPT.
Australia are doomed, says Farong. Chris the Choir says perfect timing to join you. A double fuck off from Bear. Weather news. Rain stop play at the tennis in Nottingham. Okay.
Which isn't far away.
Jay Grover says cowboy style string tie is what he meant by what he gave to Jim Bob. Thank you for clarifying. And Hombre Nuevo says, would you believe the rudeness? Just sat down with my bacon butty and beer and had to stand up twice to wave goodbye to Warner and Lasagna.
Broad in to Smith. who's full, and then he complains about something that he's spotted miles behind bowler's arm whilst playing a perfect forward defensive at the same time.
It's a sign of a really class batsman, isn't it? You can be distracted by everything that's happening around you.
Yeah, it is, but it's also really bloody annoying, actually, because precisely he's so good, he doesn't need to be that anal about it. You know. There could be no sight screen, he'd still middle it.
Moggs replying to Diana, saying, noting the timestamp as we speak. He'll be certainly checking out YouTube later on, I'm sure.
Brody up to the crease. It's down leg side. Taken. A bit of an in swing, but started 2 leg side and went further. Smith just let it go down there. And there's no run.
Oh, this story from Jay about a tie that he gave to Jim Bob takes another turn. I think Jay was actually wearing that tie at the time. And Jim Bob said, nice tie to him. And as Jay puts it, snake bitten me gave it to him. They say fruit bat sleeps with it even now. Brackets, no one says that. Thanks, Jay.
There is a leg slip. I don't know if there's a leg gully as well. As Russ was saying earlier, that one's the away swinger. And it started too wide and went wider. And Smith isn't going to be tempted, unlike Labuschagne. And there is no run.
That was even wider than the one.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, to be fair to Labuschagne, as you say, he was. It was sort of on that line of just outside off. It's just as it moved away a little bit, he got outside from under his face, and that got him into trouble.
It did, and to be fair, I mean, Broad doesn't genuinely swing it that much. That was quite a swingy delivery. It was very full, but again, you know, he doesn't often play. I mean, you can say it's his first ball, so you can understand it. It's just maybe a little bit unlucky, as that was just defended back to him by Broad, and there's no run. But then at other times in his career, he has been lucky. He's fished at stuff early in his career. He's been dropped. I mean, I remember he got dropped. Didn't we drop him? He got 100, didn't he, in the first Ashes test in Australia, if I remember rightly, and we dropped him 3 times before he got to 50.
Yeah, I can't remember the detail, but that sounds all too familiar.
Yeah, and we dropped him an awful lot in that series. He ended up getting a lot of runs, but he had a lot of luck, you know, and sometimes these things swing around. Anyway, Smith facing up, Broad in. Ooh, that's decent length to him. He sort of prodded at it on a line of roundabout off stump, played at it. Fair enough.
Smith
got it into
very
the ground.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, he
facing
did.
that one, wasn't he? It looked like one that he really wanted to leave, but he took it. It kind of pulled his head back almost as he played it.
He's done that a couple of times already in this innings, where he's on the front foot and he gets a ball of decent length that just rears a little bit at him, and he does a little dance. It's a bit like when you and Hendo and Knuckle and Tony went to Batfast, and Knuckle was doing that funny little dance before facing a ball. That's what Steve Smith looks like.
A little bit, yeah. Brody in. That one's full. A little bit of a swing again. Driven that by Smith. Can't get it past Broad though. He fields it on his follow through and ends the 13th over 37 for 2. Go, Russ.
I suppose Broad's really found his line there to Smith, and I think that's a good spot to hold to.
Yeah. He's trying to bowl away swing, which again is not really a thing that he's really been known for throughout his career. Over to you.
Well, I've got nothing to read you, so I was so efficient in doing it before. But I've just finished my first glass of Ponting's Mowbray Boy, Pinot Noir. It's now I'm going to sound terribly a sort of sweeping statement here about Australian wines in general, which is they're not renowned for their subtlety. I would say they're usually quite big and fat and in your face, and I love them. This Pinot Noir of Ponting's is a bit more
it's quite soft,
delicate than that, I think. So if that's your thing, if you like a bit of Pinot Noir on the subtle side, with all those unctuous things and whatever else that I read out before, then head over to the website, secure yourself the discount, and crack on.
Crack on. You can drink with us throughout the series.
We should have got a bottle to Russell, shouldn't we? I feel a bit sorry that we're sort of quaffing away here.
You're on the wrong side of the world. They'll get some beer sponsors or something. That's onto the pads, clipped nicely by Khawaja. Down to Moeen, who's at long leg.
Mog's a menace, isn't he? So I'm not hearing nearly enough guzzling of wine, chaps. We'll be doing all right. We'll probably have a little refill.
I could do a little refill. Why not? Get pissed before lunch. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. That's what these days are for. That's what the Ashes is for. What's the time to be OTT?
See, it's almost 9 p.m. here, so
Yeah, you'd be fine.
we could
Cheers.
we could be in a bit of a state by the third session in the Box of Dreams.
Exactly. That's outside the off stump by Anderson, trying to get it to come back. It's weird. It's not been too many away swingers from Jimmy this morning. It's all been in swing. Away swing to Kawaja, but he's been trying to get that one to go from sort of leg stump. But even to Smith, he's trying to get the in swingers. And he's actually most adept at the away swinger. Interesting.
Broad seems to have been getting more movement.
Yes, and Broad's been getting away swing. It's all very weird. Maybe they've talked about all this beforehand. These are tactics for the Ashes.
Well, it's been discussed quite a lot. Broad's bowling of a fuller length in recent years.
Yeah, Jimmy in. A little bit back of a length, and Smith just goes back and plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. You have to just get it. Go on.
I saw a fascinating video with Jimmy and Broad bowling to people who aren't very good cricketers and then discussing how they would get them out and what they would do, and the skill level on display was quite something. It's well worth looking up. I can't remember who it was. But
not Piers Morgan again, was it?
No. Jimmy in. Oh, now that's arrowing in and middle and off. And again, it's just a fucking weird shot from Piggy. He just kind of stands square on and plays it with ease, it has to be said, off the middle of the bat into a space at mid-wicket.
How often have we seen this when those endless innings in this country in particular where you go, oh, he misses that, he's LBW.
Yeah.
About 50 or 60 times in an innings where he scores 200.
The thing you notice about him, he just gets into position so quick. He's like immediately into position. He's waiting for the ball to come, and then he just puts his bat on it rather than doing it all in one movement.
And you'd think someone could just bounce him or something because he's making that exaggerated movement before the ball. But,
well, Jofra Archer did.
Although Smith
out to mid-wicket, no run.
As Smith rightly pointed out, he never got him out.
No, he didn't get him out.
He tweeted, didn't he? Yeah. How many times did you give me out then?
Yeah, that's all right though. I took you out for 2 tests. I think that's worth more than a wicket. Did he take him out for 2 tests? It was 2 tests, wasn't it? He was out of that one. He had to miss the next one.
That's when Marnus came in, isn't it?
Yeah.
It didn't really matter, did it?
No,
unfortunately, it didn't.
Suddenly we got Mini Smith in there.
Yeah, exactly. It was equally annoying. In fact, I hate Labuschagne more than I hate Smith now, which I never thought would happen.
Are there any players you like?
I'm sure he's a good lad, but he does chirp all the time. I mean, not chirp, but just chats.
Yeah.
Be annoying to spend any time with. Sorry, Ben.
Exactly. Driven by Kawaja out to cover and there's no run. Oh, no, I agree. Australians, I like Nathan Lyon. I quite like Pat Cummins. But, I don't hate Smith. I hate him on a field. But actually, I think he talks quite well. It's mainly the amount of pain that you've caused us over the years, Russ. That's why I hate them so much.
Oh, so you like
it's not a real personal hatred. It's a sporting hatred. And we all got to have them. It's like pantomime villains. You got to have pantomime villains. And Australia, it's a whole team full of them.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I don't have a deep hatred of any of the English players, but maybe that's for the same reason.
Exactly. I mean, they all seem all right. I mean, Warner does seem a bit of a tit, to be fair. But I'm very anti-God, to be fair, and I think that's why I have a little bit of a tickle with Labuschagne, because he's a bit born again, isn't he? Never shows it, but just knowing that makes me think.
We've all got those mates when you go out for an evening or whatever it is, who are just that slight bit over enthusiastic. You go, oh, what are you doing tonight?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, hello.
What the actual fuck?
No one saw this coming.
No one really saw this. This is really throwing it out there.
If you're Ollie Robinson.
Harry Brook is bowling, and his first ball is just dibbly-dobbly at about, 65 miles an hour? 67, and it's played back to mid-on.
The Vicar of Dibbly-Dobbly.
What the fuck is this all about?
Did Robinson do a hammy or something doing his batting yesterday?
No, I just think this is some sort
just
of
another
weird plan.
Hey, they won't be expecting this.
They won't be expecting this. Yeah, he bowls nearly off the wrong foot, and it's all right. It's up there, 68 miles an hour. Dibble-dobble.
Maybe a little bit of swing.
He'll probably get swing at this pace, and it's probably there as much to annoy them and make them play a rash shot, isn't it?
This is like Ian Bell or Mark Butcher in years gone by.
And this
Used
is
to turn their arm over a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, but this is the 15th.
Jonathan Trott.
This is the 15th over England's bowling in the Ashes.
I'm well aware of that pair.
It's full. Oh, it's on the pads, and they have got 2 mid wickets and a mid on, and they're all quite close. And Smith just clipped that just short of what he poked.
Wicket coming.
It's even more of a ring field now because there's no slips in, so it's essentially almost six players around the bat.
All within catching distance. Well, here we go. Brookie in, defended by Smith, and there's no run. I mean, this is it. Is his ego going to get in touch here and go, "What the fuck? You're bowling Harry Brook at me," and maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, but it's Smith.
Well, exactly. I can't see it. I just can't see it working. But you know,
if it's ever going to work, it's in these conditions.
Well, possibly. Brook in again. Oh, well, that's gone a long way down the leg side. Well taken by Bairstow,
great take.
Actually. Diving down the leg side, managed to catch it.
Saved 4 byes on that one.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. I think we're having a change up end of this over. I'm going ball by ball. Who else is on?
Hendo's coming back to do some. He's going to do some socials, and Adit is going to join us from the
back of the box.
Back of the box, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Box of dreams. Work down to long leg by Smith. Ends that over. It's time for a change. Come on, Endo. Smith's on 6 and he remains on strike. 40 for 2. And it will take over. You can yap while everyone gets in position.
Well, lovely. Yes. Maybe I will see if we've got anyone on socials. Dave Wood says the logo for Ponting's wine looks suspiciously like RIP. I think you might have unplugged me there. Oh, yeah, okay. Mog is objecting to being called a menace by me. How dare you, sir? And the light roller says, who's that lurking in the background in the Mooney Ponds Detention Centre? I don't know the answer to that.
Hi, Mog. I'm Adit. I was here yesterday.
Hi, Adit. I'm Grubby. How are you?
Hi, Grubby. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
What have you made of it so far?
Well, obviously, very different weather today to yesterday.
Yes.
And I know that Stokes asked for flat pitches, but he must have also asked for a change in weather.
Yeah, as a mate of mine was saying, if Stokey Cullen ball encompasses control of the weather, then England will become unbeatable. It's Anderson who is in a full delivery to Smith. Another one where it would have been plumb LBW if he'd missed it, but he didn't. He whipped it away through square leg for a single, and that moves the score on to 41 for 2. I've been joined here by Hendo, who's sitting in the jingle chair. Hello, Hendo.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, it's good to be back. I noticed that the Bear took all the glory this morning after we got through the...
he did the hard yards.
We did the hard yards. As soon as he walks in, he gets 2 wickets and 2 balls. Outrageous. And we're joined by Adit. Are we introduced Adit?
Yeah, I think we were on air together yesterday.
No, we've been introduced. I wondered if you
Adit and I just had a brief exchange there before we got into the action, but it's good to have you in this, our Australia studio.
Mooney Ponds, as it's known. Well, that's the name of the place. Well, what do we think? Brook. Harry Brook.
Why not?
Didn't think we'd have to be getting out the Harry Brook jingle while England were fielding. So that's a bit of an odd one.
Anderson round the wicket to Kawaji, plays this gun barrel straight back down the pitch. Jimmy flirts with it with his foot, and there is no run. But that was very exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, what have we made of this morning's action down under?
Well, on Harry Brook bowling, I think Stokes just got bored after 3 overs of no wickets.
Well, do you think he's going through a list of sort of like funky ideas I had late last night while drinking Ricky Ponting's wines?
Well, this is a rare full toss from Jimmy Anderson. He won't have bowled that many of those in Test match cricket. I think it slipped out of the hand, a smile on Kawaja's face. I don't know if there was an apology from Jimmy, but either way, it was played into the covers where there's more funkiness going on because we've got 2 short cover fielders in there. Again, trying to cut off the scoring areas, I suppose, of these particular batsmen, and Kawaja is pretty good in that region, in the same way that Smith is good through mid-wicket, and we've seen some similarly packed regions for him when he's on strike. 41 for 2 is the score. Hendo, will you tell me if I go a bit dodgy through the cans, because I'm not sure how secure this.
No, you sound fine.
Link is.
Sound fine at the moment.
as fine as ever I do.
What's happening here?
I think there might be... Oh, it's a drink.
Is it a drink? No, it can't be. It's halfway through and over.
Something's happening. Or is it weather?
It must be weather, mustn't it?
It looks like they're wandering... Or maybe it's a bat. I think his bat might have gone with that full toss. I think Kawaja's bat might have gone.
Oh, is that all? Okay, well, who's doing tweets, by the way? Is it me? It possibly is me.
Tender.
So it is me.
There we are.
No, God.
Shall I tell you where I got up to?
Yeah, do.
I will. All right. The last one I read out was the light roller 8 minutes ago. Do you want me to do a couple? I've got them here.
Yeah, go for it.
Jay Grover says, for all his faults and ticks, Smith does not believe that all those not the elect shall burn in hell for all eternity. This is why I hate Labuschagne. Okay, yeah, that's good old God chat there. Is Harry Brook in to confuse Smith, says Dan Keevy.
Yes.
Supun says, filth gets wickets.
Maybe
that's the theory.
We don't say filth, we
Open
say
the
something
pie
else.
factory.
Harry Brook bowling, Bazball, copyright, registered trademark, says Mog.
Stop that.
Brook being bowled is taking the piss at a whole new level, says Messy Jez. What a load of shit from Stokes. Fuck off. Tell us what you really think, Messers. Leah says, hello everyone. I will not tweet that much today, as I'm hosting a cricket tea for some friends. Ooh, jam and scones, hopefully. Luigi Lovelobes, which might be the finest name I've ever read out. Luigi Lovelobes. Smith and Warner, sandpaper, crying like weak little perverts. The give it large and nasty on the field, good players but are not wankers? Question mark. There's a lot going on in that one, Luigi. Maybe go and have a little lie down.
Actually, brother, I think it raises an interesting point, because I saw a piece in which Jimmy Anderson was quoted saying that he's not keen on this, like, being friends off the pitch and playing it hard on the pitch. He doesn't socialise as much as the others. I don't know how you feel about that, but I always felt good. I never wanted to socialise with my opponents very much.
It always reminds me of the mid-'80s touring Australians when David Gower was our captain and Alan Border was Australia's captain, and Gower and Border had known each other a long time, and Border had just decided with his team that they were not going to be friends with England. So
that's right.
Walked onto the pitch, he wouldn't even give him a word or a handshake or anything, and this really sort of flummoxed Gower, I think.
Oh, it was Gower and Randall. I think Randall was one of those who was really upset, but I think that was also about on the pitch. But I still think that group did they not socialise off the pitch? I think they did in that era.
Maybe, well, yeah. I mean, England won those Ashes, but
well, there you go.
There was definitely a time where Border decided it's time to toughen up. Any thoughts on that, Adit? Do you think friends on the pitch? Sorry, friends off the pitch, but not on the pitch, or how? What's your preferred way of going about things?
I don't particularly care, to be perfectly honest, but I think the likes of Alan Border getting riled up about Australian and English players being friends off the pitch, I think that would make me want them to be friends.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just to annoy him.
And then there's Murph Hughes, whose first ever word to Mike Atherton were something like "G'day, ass wipe."
I don't think he even said good day.
No, it was just
ass wipe.
Yeah. Which he continued to call him throughout their playing time together.
I much preferred. I mean, I played competitive league cricket, but I did like it when the wicketkeeper would applaud your shot.
Yeah.
Call me old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Rather than call you a wanker for having just hit a bowler for 4.
And it's Anderson in round the wicket to Khawaja as we resume play. Maybe he changes back there. He just dabs this defensively down into the offside. There's no run.
A couple of tweets, communications on YouTube. Dr. Hugh Sheridan says, you enjoying Ponting Pinot Noir makes me think of John Arlott, who enjoyed red wine before lunch. Glad to see bottle has screw top, so avoiding the Arlott need for 2 corkscrews in case one breaks.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Very true. Cricket is a very emotional game. Lovely.
Yes.
Close up of Ben Stokes there, who's going through his bag of tricks as Stokey Cullen Ball captain. Another full and floaty one from Anderson. He's obviously looking for a bit of swing there. And he gets a little bit. But Khawaja plays it out into the covers where it's fielded by one of the 2 fielders stationed there. Still 40.
Do you reckon that Harry Brook's going to bowl next over? Or is that just a 1 over joke?
Good question. I think if Smith is on strike still, I think they might give him 1 more.
Yeah, I mean you're playing on his ego, aren't you? That's the whole point with Harry Brook, I suppose.
2 slips in place for Anderson bowling to Khawaja. This one keeps a little bit low, and Khawaja watches it onto the bat and plays it defensively to backward point. And that finishes the 16th over of this Australia innings, which stands at 41 for 2. So we'll see at it whether it indeed the ball does return to Harry Brook.
See, I don't think that's the way to get to Smith's ego, because I think one of Smith's favourite things to do is just bat, and if you let him bat, he will bat, and he won't care who's bowling.
Yeah.
And so we see a change in bowling now, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's answered the question for us. First showing this morning of this man.
Ollie Robinson it is who comes into the attack, and maybe this was a ploy just to get him annoyed that Harry Brook came on into the attack before he did this morning.
Just to fire him up a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps. So he's going to bowl to Australia's premier batsman, Steve Smith. The fidgety
and
Steve
Sussex
Smith.
teammate.
And Sussex teammate, yes. He did get Marnus Labuschagne out at least once in the game against Glamorgan, I think. Anyway, he's into the crease now, 3 slips in place this time, and Smith defends this outside the off stump. Again, just a sense that might have got slightly big on him as he looked to come forward. But who knows, he's got so many fidgets and fiddles and what have you, that you don't know what is a reaction to what he sees in front of him and what is just his own strange way of being. God love him. They look very close together, those 3 England slips. Not going to let anything in between, would be the thinking. Here comes Robinson with his pounding run. It's a full delivery, which Smith watches onto the bat and just defends into the onside, kills it stone dead.
It was really interesting and also funny with Steve Smith getting out to LBW 3 times in his county stint, to all to balls that would have gone nowhere near the stumps.
Is that right? Has that been proven?
That's been widely discussed, and I think the consensus is probably.
Yeah, I saw one of them. It looked high-ish, but it wasn't an outrageous call. This is defended by Smith. Actually, is a vacant mid-off area. Perhaps they did what we were suggesting and moved that fielder, but he's found the gap there and come through for 2. Just a gentle defensive push, but into space, and 2 runs for him. Yeah, he was certainly pissed off with the decision. I remember, was it Josh Tongue was the bowler?
Yeah, Josh Tongue did get him out. Yeah. One or 2 others I can't remember for the time being. County cricket's a bit like Premier League football. Players just keep appearing that you've never heard of, and you are unaware what in the squad or on the staff.
But unlike Premier League football, it doesn't have VAR or DRS.
Thank God for that.
That's right.
Well, yeah, much to Smith's chagrin. Robinson in and bowls. It gets a little bit big on him again. He's just playing most of these from the crease, is Smith, and that one took him high on the bat, up near the gloves actually, into the offside.
Nipped back in.
I don't know. It just seemed to jump a little bit on him, or certainly that's the way he reacted as the batsman, wasn't it? I mean, there's not a lot of bounce out there in general, but if 1 or 2 are beginning to do something, it's a little bit like the oval pitch for the World Test Championship, where you were getting the odd ball that was doing some bizarre things. Nothing like as serious as that yet, no.
Robinson in again. Once more, Smith is playing it from the crease, but coming forward, it rolls out to cover point, and there is no run. He sends Khawaja back. 1 ball left in this over. The lead, still a healthy one for England, 350. And Australia taking their time here and batting through what look like more difficult conditions than England experienced yesterday.
I think it's inevitable. There's a bit of cloud around. It's still quite bright though, isn't it? It's not that sort of dark, doom-laden, overcast feeling.
Robinson bowls now just on the off stump of Steve Smith, who, as ever, is wandering across his stumps. Defends it into the onside. There is no run. That is the end of the over. It's 43 for 2. Hendo.
Yeah, some tweets. I hate Marnus too, says Big Vern. At least Smith's eccentricities are genuine, because he is a genuine weirdo. But with Marnus, it's all a look at me act. Mog says, also prepare the shit gets wickets jingle, and I think that was in reference to the fact that Brook was bowling for 1 over. Pirate Badshaw says, join the Bazball revolution and savour the taste of victory like a fine Australian wine, bold, aggressive and utterly intoxicating. Also goes on to say, experience the dictatorship of Bazball, where every pitch is a fascist masterpiece and every delivery an oppressive force. Like a bold red wine, the cricket will conquer your palate with its unyielding tannins and authoritarian flavours.
Now we have another bowling change here. England are going to bring on their specialist spinner.
I would jingle him, but the Bear hasn't thought of this. He's still got Jack Leach in there. So I'm going to have to go and look for one of the Moeen Ali. And we have got...
Our beard shouldn't touch.
We have got a Moeen
Move
Ali.
over,
Well, there is that one, but there is another one, which I should see if I can find. I'll go into carts. And,
Oh, well, I've just given you a live version there. That'll have to do for now. It is Moeen Ali. What did you make of the chanting at it to Nathan Nine yesterday? You're just a shit Moeen Ali. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, no.
I think that might have been a bit too late for me, but
an amusing bit of byplay with the Edgbaston faithful. He bowls his first ball back in Test cricket, and there's an appeal for a catch down the leg side. Umpire is not having any of it. Not a great delivery down the leg side, but there's a semblance, potentially, of a sound. We can't hear the actual sound at the moment, but Bairstow went up, but they're not thinking of reviewing it, so presumably they weren't convinced at all.
Good take by Bairstow, though.
Moeen round the wicket again, floats one up, and Khawaja forward in defence here, playing it back down the track.
I did suggest yesterday that the Moeen Ali jingle should be "Come on, Eileen," like Moeen Ali.
That's good.
That's a good one.
Good. Nothing to stop you from recording that at it and sending it in.
We've got a Jolene one as well, if I can find it.
Another full delivery played from the crease by Khawaja, watchfully back up to the bowler, and there is no run. I wonder how Moeen's feeling right now. He seems to take most things in his stride.
He doesn't care, he's got an OBE now.
Round the wicket he comes, a bit flatter this time, and he attempts to pull, and that's aerial, a top edge I think. Went nowhere really, and rolled down towards long leg, where it's fielded.
By a child?
A false stroke.
Who is that down there?
Do we know who that is?
Who's that? Son of Jarvo's got on the pitch.
Don't know who that is.
It's someone from the Warwickshire. That was a terrible shot from Khawaja. Wasn't a great ball actually. It was sort of flat and a bit short. Khawaja looked to pull it and just got a real loopy top edge. No fielder there. It's another full delivery which is driven to short extra cover where it's fielded. There's no run. 45 for 2.
I think we might need to pull up the "She Gets Wickets" jingle fairly soon.
Stuart Broad, who's been off the pitch, coming down the stairs again now, rather gingerly, I thought. It's outside the off stump and a bit shorter, so Khawaja goes back and looks to flay it through the offside, but again doesn't time it. It's back to the bowler, no run that time. End of that over, 45 for 2.
It was a very rusty looking first over, that wasn't it, from Moeen Ali? And as you said, there was actually he could have got a wicket with it. Had he had a man on the 45, it was 45. A horrible top edge from Usman Khawaja. I can't find the Moeen Ali jingles at the moment. The Bear will have to come and do some work.
Do we not have Usman Koala in the house? We did for one of the previous Ashes series a few years back. We had Usman Koala and we had Mitchell Shark in the house.
Yeah. No, I can't find that either.
There was an old cricket video game that had the unlicensed, slightly different names for every player, and Usman Khawaja's was Susan Koala.
Susan Koala. Oh, that's marvellous. Hendo's looking for something in the studio. I'll try and hold the fort while he turns the place upside down. Smith patiently there on 9 from 27 deliveries. Khawaja playing the anchor role for his team, 24 from 55. The score is 45 for 2. 18 overs have been bowled. Markedly different pace from the England innings was always likely to be the case, I think, as England sort of travelled sweetly along at 5 and over. I always felt that England was slightly behind the game yesterday because Australia seemed to get wickets just at those right times. But anyway, the game's in the balance, and that's a good thing for the series. Full delivery from Robinson to start the new over, and Smith drives it and then flings his head back as if to say, I should have hit that for 4, mate.
Yeah, looks very unhappy with himself.
That's just arrogance, though, isn't it? When you say that to a bowler, I should have hit you for 4, but I didn't.
He didn't quite time it, and that meant I think he was aiming it quite straight, and it skewed off to wide mid-off where it was fielded. But it was certainly there for the driving. It's just that Smith did not execute as he would have wished.
Once Grubby and Hofbear have finished their commentating stint, says Farong, I have a feeling that a few bottles of red might get demolished.
He comes forward in defence this time, Smith, playing it to extra cover, and there's no run. Yes, that could happen.
Recall Moen, only to have Brooke come on and bowl in the 15th over. A cunning plan indeed. And Ravi says, I cannot take Grubby seriously now. He looks like a porn star. Fortunately, he still has his clothes on. That's one thing to be happy about.
Yeah, but that's how those scenes always start, isn't it? So they tell me.
I'm knocking at the door, looking for a cricket commentary service.
Pizza delivery. Smith still on 9, faces up to a ball from Robinson, which is pretty full, and he defends it to mid-on. There's no run.
Something fine leg.
Sorry, carry on.
Something fine leg.
Sure. Cracked through the covers. Something else. Yeah, whatever.
Well, it's been an interesting morning, hasn't it? I didn't expect Australia to lose early wickets in this sense.
Well, there you go. You should feel delighted then.
I am in a way, but it's a completely different form of Test cricket from yesterday.
Robinson, good line and length, just on off stump. Smith shuffling across once again and nudging it into the leg side. There's no run.
I think Australia's kind of building a reputation for being slow starters, as in
a series or in a game. Do you mean?
I think both.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
the first test against India in Nagpur were absolutely terrible, and also the start of their batting and the start of their bowling in the Test Championship final.
Robinson to complete the over wider of the crease that time. Just a good length, and Smith lets that go through to the keeper and then gesticulates wildly to anyone who'll listen around him. But I think what Australia mustn't do is attempt to counter whatever we're calling this Stokey Cullum ball from England with their own version of it. They're doing perfectly well, thank you very much. They're world champions at this format of the game. So you do you.
Yeah, they won the World Test Championship playing that way, and it suits them, and it's great to have a contrast in styles, I suppose.
As Robinson does complete the over, and once more it's driven to extra cover by Smith. He's again furious as he fails to beat the fielder there. It's the end of the over, 45 for 2.
On YouTube, Naveen Shankar says they should have picked Mark Wood for this game. That's a view. I think we've spoken about that a little bit in the early part of the game. George Danton says, or Danton perhaps, I got Murphy's autograph at Edgbaston the year of the deluge 35 years ago. He made us form an orderly queue and no one argued. We don't argue with that moustache, do you?
35, what, 89?
Yeah, it must have been, wasn't it? 35, no, 88, that would be.
Well, the Australians went over in 88.
So that must have been 89 then. Well, yeah, 35 years-ish. I don't think he was necessarily
Rounded up.
completely exact. Where's the bear, says Vince McMahon. Is he hibernating? No, he's been on. He's been on for a couple of sessions. He got the early wickets this morning. Come on, Moan. Come in, reboot. Pokey Bumfinger says, come on, Moeen. You're batting so clean, but your bowling is just average. Already. Oh, I see. You were trying to do a Jolene for that.
Well, here is Moeen, and Khawaja using his feet to him and driving him straight to the fielder at short extra. No run.
George comes back to say ish. Whoa. 35 years ago ish.
All right. 89 then. Sun's coming out at Edgbaston.
No.
So maybe we'll be in for conditions like yesterday shortly, as Khawaja is back in his crease defending this back to Moeen.
I'm loads behind on tweets, so I will try and catch up as time goes. It's very difficult in Moeen Ali over, though, isn't it? Unless he goes for a few.
Round the wicket, nicely flighted, and Khawaja respectfully forward in defence, back up the track, and there is no run.
Ross McD has joined us from South Korea. Always good to hear from him. He's been into guerrilla cricket in the past.
Hello, Ross McD. Round the wicket once again, another flighted delivery, and this time Khawaja executes the shot perfectly, dancing down the track and placing the ball between cover and mid-off. It runs to the boundary for one of these.
Ross says, evening from Korea, Gorillas. England really trying to discombobulate the Aussies. Honestly, though, I don't get much of the critique of Bazball, considering the results it's brought so far. I suppose that part of it is we don't believe it can last. I think maybe that's just an inevitable human.
I haven't really thought beyond it. Just that they're fully committed to this way of playing, and I'm for one, I'm enjoying the ride. Moeen is round the wicket, and once more Khawaja dances down the track. Moeen counters it by shoving it up a bit full, and he ends up getting a Yorker length delivery there, and Khawaja can't beat the field this time. No run.
He just overran that a little bit, I think, didn't he?
Yep. By the way, Ross McDee's in South Korea, yeah?
Yes.
My lad Freddie was on choir tour to South Korea earlier this year, yes, and this is defended into the offside to complete the over, 49 for 2.
Didn't get kidnapped by the evil empire across the border.
Well, he came back.
They came back.
So, well, unless they sent a clone.
You tried your best. Supin says, next element of Bazball, Stokes to take over keeping and give best that were bomb. Yes, that could be fun, couldn't it? Well, we've seen MS Dhoni come on to bowl, haven't we? We've seen him give up the gloves halfway through a match, well, not halfway through a match, but towards the ends of a match, and come on and bowl a bit of medium pace.
He's got an international wicket, at least one, hasn't he, Dhoni?
I think he probably has, yes. Yes.
Mind you, if you play for that long, anything can happen.
Yeah, true.
And probably will.
I think Warner has international wickets.
Warner?
Yeah.
He bowls leggies as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Leggies, yeah.
Oh.
Robinson starts a new over, and Smith is forward defending this through the covers, but there is no run for him there.
I thought I detected a little bit of wobble then from Robinson in that last delivery.
Bit of jar wobble.
A little bit of wobble, that would be handy. I do like a bit of wobble. I think the wobble seam. There's something about the wobble seam, isn't there?
Is it enticing?
It's just because
it's exciting for you,
You don't
Hender.
quite know which way it's going to go, do you? When it lands, or when it sort of decides ultimately. It's something to do with quantum physics, isn't it? I think.
I don't think you and I are the people to discuss that necessarily.
Probably not.
Robinson bowls a ball of good line and length that just threatens to tail in at the last moment, and Smith covers it as ever he does by wandering across his stumps.
Jacob says, why do all the White Line Wireless commentators have ASMR voices? I don't know what that is, ASMR.
I think that's the trend of videos with people speaking very quietly.
You are a quiet bunch compared to us, yes. I mean, we're just noisy. I suppose it's, I don't know if there are many people in your studio at the moment, but...
It would be like if I were to commentate this ball like this. Robinson
Did you see Supun?
is into bowl now, and Smith defends it to mid-on.
Is it whispering too low?
I'm not doing that anymore. That's creeping me out.
And I'm sitting next to you. Very worrying indeed. Pirate Badger says that taste the tyranny of Bazball, where each hit is a bold rebellion against the delicate palate of traditional cricket. Like a robust Pinot Noir, it's not for the faint-hearted. That's a fantastic thread going on there.
There's the Venn diagram between Stokey Cullen Ball and AI-generated content.
I've got an even better one now, I'll tell you that.
Quick, let's get this ball out the way so we can hear that. We've got a leg slip in place here as well as the 3 slips. And Robinson is in a shorter delivery, and Smith played that without really looking at it, I think. Rather under-edges it down to long leg where Moeen does the fielding. And there's a single 50 for 2.
His favourite so far is experience the full-bodied aggression of Bazball, like a totalitarian sommelier forcing Australian Pinot Noir down your throat. Oh, God, you're going to have fun with tweets of the day tonight, Messi. I can tell you that.
I believe Chris Woke has a non-binary sommelier friend who lives in the bowels of the Oval, if you want to go and seek out that. It's Vercule Wazo. Vercule, yes. Here comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who lets this one pass through to the keeper. Score remains 50 for 2. Australia have just gone to their 50 in the 21st over.
Ombre Nuevo, who is a designer of many of our mugs, T-shirts and bucket hats. Or bucket hats, says, sky's going blue, Mother Nature must be a bloody Aussie. Didn't say it in that sort of accent, though. But there you go.
Very difficult to know which accent people choose, isn't it, when they write their tweets.
They're different fonts.
Yeah, that would be good. A font per accent. Robinson to complete the over, and Khawaja picks this up and nails it through wide mid-wicket. One of these.
Oh, that was a hell of a shot, because that wasn't actually that short, was it?
He's played a couple of really excellent shots at that Khawaja, actually. Yeah, not that short, but fastens onto it very quickly, and all the best pullers of the ball do that. Even the
smart swivel.
Yeah, exactly. Ricky Ponting's a great example of that. He didn't have to bowl that short to him for him to be back in his crease and just whacking it through the leg side.
That was barely knee height.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't get up, did it, really? Raffles the Gentleman Thug, talking of Ricky Ponting, says he got 96 on debut, which is missed with an LBW decision that would easily have been overturned if DRS had existed back then. Yeah, well, I mean, you could go back in history. I was never out at all in my whole club career.
Well, if DRS had existed in 2005, Australia would have won the Edgbaston Test.
Yeah,
because Michael Kasparowicz's hand was off his bat.
Let's not go there. I was thinking that as I was watching that the other night, actually, and I was like, "Oh, thank goodness for that." History would have been different. Michael Vaughan may not still be an arsehole. Could have all been different.
Well, I'm not sure that would be the case.
No. Or he may not have become such an arsehole. Maybe that's the thing.
Moeen starts a new over. Flight one outside Steve Smith's off stump. Has he bowled to Smith in his short spell so far? That might be the first ball he's bowled to him.
Yeah.
Smith defends it, and there is no run. Ali coming in once again over the wicket to the right-handed Smith. He plays it from the crease, whips it through square leg, and he's going to get a single here. Runs it quickly, thinking there might be a second. I think that's Stuart Broad doing the fielding at backward square.
The thing about Smith is he's one of the best milkers you could find that isn't on a farm.
I was going to say you'd love him on your dairy farm.
He is. No, he's just a fabulous milker. He really is.
Have I told you my linguistic story about Argentinian the Argentinian dairy industry, as this is defended by the left-handed Khawaja into the covers?
This is going down a strange.
Okay, so loads and loads of Scottish milkmaids emigrated to Argentina in sort of Victorian times, but unfortunately, a lot of the work had dried up by the time they got there, as this is played through the legs. So they think about a single, but it's not there.
Dried up in a literal sense.
Well, there wasn't enough work to go around, so a lot of them went on the game.
Oh, right.
And the word una escocesa, which means a Scottish woman,
right,
still to this day means a prostitute.
Oh, really?
In Argentina.
Didn't know that.
A rather sad social history there. Khawaja using his feet and banging this over mid-off. A couple of bounces into the fence. He's looking all right now, is Usman Khawaja. He moves on to 36, and Australia's score to 59 for 2. Yeah, he's looking pretty good now. As we always say, the batter's first few deliveries or early in the innings is always the time to get him or her out. Khawaja's come through those difficult times, and he's looking all right at it. What do you reckon?
And yeah, just in time for the sun to come out. Always nice to see the Australians try and force the issue again.
Back in his crease, this one keeps a bit low, really squatted on its way through, and he just about jammed the bat down in it. Lots of hands on heads from England, otherwise that would have been plummeted with W, but it's not. It's the end of the over, the 22nd of this innings at 59 for 2. Hendo.
Twit2Woo says, England spend weeks trying to work out how to get Smith out. Australia spend weeks trying to work out how to dismiss Root. It's easy. Declare England. I miss Collie, says Jay Grover. His squeaks gave me joy, but not in a weird way. Dave Wood says, with bowlers and fielders often going for comfort breaks, is a batsman allowed to do so? That's a good question, isn't it? Mog says, I have a vague memory of Come On Eileen being used for a jingle somewhere, but I suppose I could rustle one up if needed. Labuschagne's mother writes Bible verses on the soles of his cricket shoes. Presumably today's offering was Matthew 27 verse 46, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Or why did I hang my bat outside off stump? Mog, I'm not going to read that. That's just rude. Message says, so it turns out that Broad's new secret delivery is actually Harry Brook. Are we live again? I'll just do this ball. It's driven by Smith as Robinson starts a new over. Broad has chased it all the way down to the boundary, and he's just about clawed it back. They'll get through for 3. Smith beginning to up his tempo a little bit. Goes to 14 from 40. Australia are 62 for 2. Who's coming in to where? I mean, Andy's coming in to join Messers, and Supan is joining us. Have I let him in? Does he need letting in?
Yes, yes, I'm here in the box of dreams.
And you need to change the screen for us to put 2 people on.
Okay, well I'll move out of the way as soon as I can. Bear's just working on that, and Andy's going to come and take on ball by ball.
I will say Steve Smith hasn't seemed all that comfortable today. His footwork's been a bit too orthodox compared to normal.
Khawaja leaves that one alone outside off stump, 62 for 2. Hello, Jez, and hello, Super, and welcome from me to Guerrilla Cricket. I haven't been on with you before.
Hello.
And
I think Smith's a bit similar to his start in the Oval game too. He was a bit scratchy there to start with, wasn't he, Super?
Yeah. I've been expecting him to be doing twirls and running around the pitch, just kind of get exactly behind the ball, exactly where he wants to be, but he's been very conservative today.
Kawaja plays that into the leg side, straight to Brook at mid-wicket. 62 for 2, Australia trail by 331, but Kawaja starting to look in good nick, Supan.
Yeah, this is what he does. He anchors an innings and everyone else fails around him. Or he fails miserably in like the first 5 overs. So it's a good day for Kawaja. We'll see how Smith does. I've got no horse in the race. I just want to see a good game of cricket, and I want to see exactly what Bazball can do.
Well, I think we've certainly had a good game so far. That one is played back by Kawaja to Robinson, and there's no run. Watching Smith as someone who's largely watched Test cricket through the medium of highlights for a few years, you don't really get a sense of how people defend, and Smith seems to defend. I mean, his normal shot, his run-scoring shots don't look too bad, but his defence is so idiosyncratic. He certainly does it his way.
Yes, and you never know which way, like exactly what he's going to do, and I think that's why he ends up getting out to spin so much.
Well, Moeen will be hoping so, although he didn't seem to pose much of a threat so far. Kawaja, on the other hand, textbook forward defence up to mid-off.
That is one way to define a Kawaja textbook. And Smith's the textbook that was just being handed around to about 50 different kids.
Smith is a textbook that's gone through 5 years at school, and the kids have all drawn cartoons and scribbles all over it. See what Robinson's going to do with this one. Last ball of the over. 2 slips, and Kawaja, not quite as textbook as the one before. His bat was a little bit skewed on that one, but no issues. Out to cover it goes, and that's the end of the over.
Anthony Condon, last seen hanging out with an Indo in Singapore. It says, I think I recorded a Moeen Ali jingle, Come On Eileen jingle last Ashes. Can't find it in the Dropbox though. Peter Ward says, I'm worried about Grubby coming around to fix my washing machine.
You should be.
Muttley says, is that the afternoon's Twitter game? Cricket-themed porn titles? Third man tales? Oh, that could go on too long and too rough.
That's a very dangerous
yeah.
path to tread.
Yes, indeed it is. Abis Balan says, remember that there was Travis Ball before there was Stokey Cullen Ball? Well, I mean...
Dave Lee Travis Ball. Moeen is back in again. Smith is forward in a reasonably orthodox defensive shot. Pokes it back to the bowler for no run. And Moeen getting through his overs a bit quicker. England's over rate not been particularly good this morning. And again, Smith plays a fairly normal forward defence that rolls up to mid-on.
I think we need to stop worrying about over rates. Just you play in 5 days and you get whatever. Like games are usually done by day 3 or day 4 now.
It's a whole debate. That one's played down to backward square leg. I wouldn't. There are things they could do. I don't see why they're trooping off at 6:30 in bright sunshine in England, for one thing. Anyway, Moeen's in again. He's got a slip and Pope at short leg. It's short. Smith punches it up to mid-off, and there'll be no run. What's a bit annoying is when teams start bowling them very slowly when they're losing and under pressure. But it's difficult to legislate. Moeen's in again. That's just short, and Smith doesn't quite get that through cover. He'll feel he missed out. Good diving stop by Zach Crawley.
He played that a little bit late there, Smith. Just gave it just a little bit too long.
Well, Crawley's a bit like Cameron Green. I don't think there would have many other players would have stopped that in the field just because he's got longer arms. That's Fuller from Moeen, and Smith clips into the leg side. It beats the short fielder and will be a comfortable single. 63 for 2. Australia trail by 330. Is that over? Moeen's putting his hat on, so it looks like it.
It is indeed, yes. Jay Grover says, I once gave Merv Hughes a bowler tie. He called me an arsewipe. This isn't true, but if I did, I'm sure he would. Oh, God. You've got enough that goes on without him to make it up. Surely, Jay. Ross McD says, I hope he enjoyed his time in Korea then. This is Grubby's son. It's a nice place to visit, a nice place to make something of a living. That being said, I'm upping sticks in a few months. Coming back to England, Ross, MB, Aussies all out for less than 300. Anthony Condon says, didn't Matt Wade ever bowl in a test match? I
think he did in one of those ones in India where everybody bowled. Right, watch out for flying knee fragments because this man's coming on to bowl.
Oh, jeez.
Ben?
Very opposite.
Ben Stokes.
I said before this innings I'd be surprised if he bowls more than 10 overs in the innings. Let's see how he gets on first up. He's got a fairly conventional field, but of course there's a leg slip. Apart from that, it looks fairly normal. 2 slips, 3 men in the ring on the offside. Stokes comes in, and it's on off stump, but Smith, of course, plays it to wide mid-wicket.
Well, it's Mr. Bazball himself. Is
Absolutely.
Mr. Bazball or is that McCullum?
Well, McCullum must be Mr. Bazball. I mean, by definition,
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Yeah.
So Stokes would be Bazball
Stokes
Jr.
has started with a no ball.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Right, so his figures transformed to 0 for 1 off 0. He do better this time. Smith drives, takes a couple of steps, and a fielder drops it, but he scurries after it. Brook, that is, I think, and they won't get a run.
Good, they've learnt not to run off a misfield.
Yeah, not that time anyway. Getting some shots of Stokes warming up in shorts and a massive knee brace.
God, that's huge.
I wonder if
I'll give
anyone else would be allowed to play like that. I'm not sure. Stokes is in. It's full. Smith covers it up again, up to mid-on. And that one's clocked at 81 miles an hour. He's certainly, well, you wouldn't expect him to come in full pelt.
That's almost exactly what Robinson was bowling when he started.
Well, England certainly missing anyone who can bowl close to 90 miles an hour today. Surprised if anyone gets over 85. I mean, Josh Tongue didn't look express, but he'd be the quickest bowler in this team.
Yeah.
That's the problem when you have one express pacer and you overwork them. Like Jofra was amazing in the last couple of Ashes and just worked him too hard.
Absolutely. They're going to change the ball because it's not going through the hoop it's supposed to go through. So that'll give us...
We've got a jingle for that now,
Have
Andy.
we? Oh, where's that?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you do some tweets while I try to find it?
Yeah, okay. Jay Grover says, Grubby's ASMR voice just gave me the proper fear. And Dan Keevy says, first the moustache and then the breathy voice by Grubby. Does the stream need an age restriction? Colin Soda says, I don't mind baseball, it's the twat nature that goes with it. Like a feeling of trying to be punk in Test cricket. Next will be Stokes in a fucking leather jacket to go.
No, I think they're much more trying to be indie. You look at those bucket hats; they look like they've all been to Park Life.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing of the England team is screaming out punk rock to me.
No,
at all.
The opposite actually. It's more middle-aged accountants going to the Reading Festival.
Or is the dads trying to be punk rock to be as cool as the kids?
Yeah.
Oh, dear God. Yeah. Well, I hate the bucket hats, let it be known.
I think
I was just going to say the Aussie
yes.
team's like just a pub rock band just sitting out in the pub.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah,
Nothing special.
always have been, always will be. Ending Condon says, USA versus Canada in cricket is the longest running non-continuous international sporting event. Eton versus Harrow's Schools Week is the longest running non-continuous sporting competition. God help us.
What about those games they have every year in towns where it's basically kick the crap out of each other and there's a football and it's like the pitch is a mile long? That's been going on forever.
Yeah. Well, chariot racing, eh?
If you want to go non-continuous, absolutely. Stokes is in again. Smith leaves it outside off stump.
A little bit of a way swing there.
A little bit. I think if England are the middle-aged accountants going to the Reading Festival and harping back to the indie golden years of 1991, and Australia are the pub rock band, at least they both like Oasis, who were both.
Oh, we're going to start an Oasis versus Blur rivalry and get
Blur,
yeah.
God.
Stokes is in whereas absolutely all the England team in a bucket hat, so 100% Oasis. That one is clipped down to long leg, and there'll be no run.
Do we have a single
One run,
Oasis jingle?
I'm sure we must have had
not,
some.
I hope
I hope
no.
not, but I'm sure we must have done. I think we had a Wonderwall one for someone. Yes,
Martin
your sigh
very
is
cleverly
correct.
tweeted upside down. Could we use upside down text for an Australian accent?
Right, Kawaja's back on strike. He hasn't had much strike for a couple of overs. Stokes is into him. Outside off stump, nice carries left alone. That might have been a little bit quicker from Stokes. Well, no, 81 says the speed gun. And there's a sameness to the seam attack at the moment. It's, you know, you could see why Kawaja has just dismissively picked up a few balls barely short of a length and just said, I'm having that one to almost every bowler.
I think Kawaja's just ready to bat 2 days.
Yeah, and this is a good chance for him to do it. Jinx didn't work as he plays that one up to mid-off for no run. But yeah, I fear for this attack. If Australia can bat 4, 5, 6 sessions, I think you could see the wheels coming off.
It's the end of the over. Jay Grover says, old housemate went to school with Vaughan. Apparently he was always an arsehole. Yeah, I didn't hold out much hope for DRS proving that he wasn't an arsehole, as per Hendo's suggestion.
Being able to use DRS in real life to say, is that person an arsehole, would be a very useful feature. It's like, oh, sorry mate, just...
yeah.
Let me just
I'm not
check
sure I'd
that
want to
one.
be the
No,
third umpire.
You've got 3 reds on that one, I'm afraid. Change your signal to arsehole.
Jay Grover. Milkmaid's work dries up. Cracking headline. There's a long discussion going on about the history of professional cricket with Ant being a historian. It's appropriate that he should be doing it.
And there's a dot ball as Smith plays Moen up to mid-on. Smith hammers his bat into the ground. Steps up again, it's full, clipped into the leg side. It's not going to beat Brooke, and he whips the ball back to Bairstow just to keep Steve Smith honest for once. Smith 16 off 53. Literally doesn't care what anybody says. And he's forward to that one and just drops it down to short cover.
Yeah, it's too settled now. There's no pressure from either end to contain the run rate.
Well, Australia are still below 3 and over, and they've set out their stores how they're going to play. I think they are leaving a few runs on the table. I don't think you'd be taking much risk to score at 4 and over here.
Yeah, no, I agree on that, but at the same time, they've got 4 days now to do whatever they want. Yeah.
Well, pretty much. That one is clipped to square leg, fielded broad, dives over it, dives behind it. Hat goes one way, headband goes the other. Mariah Erasmus does not step on Broad's hat, which would have been the end of it, unfortunately for him.
I would have liked to see a footprint on that hat.
Yeah, big old Mariah Erasmus's
hat.
size 11 print on that hat, yes. Smith is back, tips that into the leg side. I don't know, Moen's got away with 5 overs for 12. I think they could be doing a bit more with this without going mental.
Yeah, I think they'll look to do what they did at the Oval and gradually increase. Mog says, I'd like to see Marnus have Ezekiel 23:20 on his fucking boots. Now, I'll leave it to you to look that up, but it's all about lust and...
it's one of the bits of the Bible that they gloss over, yes, which is about 2/3 of it.
Yeah. Peter Ward says, cricket porn title Night of the Long Handle. Oh, dear God, yeah, that could go a long time. Andrew Rollinson says there needs to be 90 overs in a day, irrespective of time. If they can make up B-grade cricket play in the dark, because we haven't got through 56 overs in an afternoon, then test players can do that under lights.
Stokes is back in. It's outside leg stump and it hits Kawaja on the thigh and doesn't really go anywhere.
Was that Ezekiel 25:17 you said there, messages?
23:20, I think.
2517 is the one from Pulp Fiction. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequalities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
Well, quite.
Oh, well, yeah. 2320 is about lectures and lust and breasts.
That one's left alone by Kawaja. Yeah, if you've seen the Test Series 2, the Test Series 1 got a lot of attention for Langer kicking bins over and doing Langer things. Series 2 is quite
much more interesting.
It was. Series 2 is quite boring. There's only 3 episodes, and there's a lot more of their management speak guff.
It wasn't helped by how dull the Ashes was in Australia either.
No, it wasn't much of a contest. Stokes is in again, top of off stump. Kawaja plays it back to him. But the one thing that did come across is if you think Steve Smith's a weird bloke, Labuschagne just takes it to the next level. He does have like weird Bible quotes on his shoes. He makes a toasted sandwich with cheese and then sticks it in the fridge until it's cold, which is Jesus, I don't know.
That is very weird. That's not what you do with a toasted cheese sandwich.
Not normally, no. Stokes has bowled another no ball, so he's going to get an extra one. 2 slips. Outside off stump, Kawaja drops it down to backward point. And there's no run.
Ross McDee's made a prediction which hasn't yet come true. He says, yes, I'll be back in England for the foreseeable future. By the time you read this, Stokes will either have taken a wicket, broken himself, or both. So that may be imminent.
Maybe. Well, he didn't make an impact with the bat in the first innings, Stokes. Let's see what he can do here.
No, he did. That was all baseball. All mind games.
Here he is again. And Kawaja clips that one down to long leg. Should be a fairly comfortable single down to Moeen. Easy to recognise with his ZZ top beard.
So aside from the first couple of overs at the start of day's play, like the English bowling attack has not been anywhere near aggressive enough. I'm not sure. Like there's just something missing since Smith and Kawaja got settled.
Well, I didn't think anyone.
There's bugger all in this wicket.
I didn't think anyone looked threatening all day until it took 2 wickets in 2 balls out of nowhere. Stokes is in again. Smith crabs across before he releases. As a result, plays it with half a bat into the leg side out to Jimmy Anderson. I've got to say,
Kawaja's reminding me of his play in Pakistan. He had 5 innings there. He made 2 centuries, 2 90s, and a 44 not out. Once he got in, he was just set for forever.
Yeah, he's on 37. Smith on 16. I would suggest, what have we got? 10 minutes to lunch? I think England would be delighted if they got another wicket, but I have to say there's no real sign of it. Stokes has hit him more or less in front, and he's given it out! He's given it out! Ooh. Now it hit him close to off stump. Smith has reviewed immediately.
I think there was a little bit of bad on that.
There may have been. It may have been. England are delighted. This is a big review. And it was given out.
If he didn't hit it, I think it might be umpire's call.
Yes, so just about to say that. If he didn't hit it, I think umpire's call may well come into play. Let's have a look front on. It's back of a length and Smith just gets in an awkward position. And it's hit him, right, he's front on. It's almost hit him between the pad, the corners of the 2 pads, if you see what I mean. I think if he's missed that, it's gone.
So do I, yeah.
And this is going to be key. Ultra edge. Oh, they tease you with this one. They slow roll you. He's missed it, but his height's going to be an issue. But it was given out, so it's got to go over the top of the stumps, and this is going to tell us. Hits him in front of off. Hits him full on the bail. Huge cheer from the green room, and I must admit, the jinx totally worked that time, and I'm claiming that.
I will take credit for that one.
We're both saying we didn't know where wicket was coming from, but the thing is, we said it sincerely and honestly because the jinx never works when you do it on purpose. Anyway, Sting has the final verdict. Now we got a shot there of Smith looking exactly like I looked the last time I played cricket a couple of weeks ago when I was giving out LBW Fortunately, I didn't have any DRS. Smith looked aghast at the umpire and was making the signal saying too high. DRS said no. And I was literally in the middle of the sentence. England would be delighted with this morning's play if they get another wicket, but I can't see where that's coming from.
We've got 8 minutes till lunch, 7 minutes till lunch, and we haven't mentioned the GPL all morning. Only 3 entries so far, £67 in the
Yes!
and lots of opportunity to win because it's not going to be as dramatic as yesterday. So get in quickly. Go to the Gorilla Cricket website, click on competition, and you could have as many guesses as you like, as £1 each, and win the whole pot if you get spot on the number of runs for the day.
Yes, do that. Meanwhile, England will have 5 minutes at a new batsman who is surely going to be Travis Head, so I'll get ready with him. It is indeed, who did not have a good day in the field yesterday.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
Before Smith got out, I was about to say that Khawaja was really reminding me of his...
He's back on strike to Moeen, tips that down to backward square leg, pick up a single.
That Khawaja was reminding me of his session in the UAE where he saved the test for Australia by batting out 4 sessions. So I think Khawaja can still do that. It's just whether Head can stay out with him, which most likely he will.
Well, he's certainly Australia's most aggressive batsman by a distance. He's the man who's been coming out and scoring run-a-ball hundreds, as he did in the World Test Championship. But I'm sure he's just going to have a little look before lunch. He can probably get 2 more overs in here, I would think. Moeen is in. Outside half of the bat. Goes out to Zach Crawley, and there's no run.
Would you bring Broad back on?
No, I don't think so. Stokes just got a wicket. Why wouldn't he bowl another over?
They might be hurting him.
I was going to say after 2 overs, but yes, quite possibly. Moeen is in. He's got the slip and the short leg. It's on the pads and it's clipped round the corner, and Pope, with a rather unnecessary dive, scrambles after the ball.
I do love a good unnecessary dive in cricket.
Absolutely. And here we go. Here, oh my God, it's the funky shit. 2 short covers forming the wall for Moeen Ali, and he throws one outside leg stump, which Head dispatches over backward square leg, and Stokes for some reason is applauding that piece of garbage.
Applauding it with his tongue between his teeth, like he wants to bite his tongue off.
2 plus 2 is our member. 2 plus 2 is our member.
I wasn't the most demonstrative captain. I wouldn't have a go at people, but I also wouldn't applaud when they bowled a ball in complete contrast to the field I'd set for them when they got hit for 4.
No, but that's baseball.
I guess it is. See what Moeen could do with this one. Tosses it up on leg stump and it's played up to mid-on. There will be no run.
Much better delivery there.
Yeah, it was a bit of filth, the previous one, and Travis Head helped himself to get his innings off to a confident start. Inside half of the bat again, that one beats Pope, but there's a man behind him, which is why he doesn't really have to dive for everything unless there's a chance of a catch. End of the over, 72 for 3. They'll get 1 more before lunch, I think. Almost certainly.
Angelic Scudis is with us. He says, evening all, great to join you for the first time this series. So I see England is absolutely smashing Australia in the 3 concurrent matches here and 2 women's Ashes matches, warm-up matches I should say. What a time to be alive. Welcome Scott, great to have you here. Jay says, I was going to buy a bucket hat, but Andy has cruelly reminded me of what a middle-aged indie kid dipshit I would look like.
Yes.
Amog says, yeah, Wonderwall for Mayank Agarwal.
That's right, yeah. It is fun. It's funny watching a batsman shake his head all the way off after being given out, get in the changing room, watch the TV and go, oh, right. Yeah. Unless they actually think DRS is wrong, which is not beyond many batsmen, I think.
No, batsman is always right. Rule number 1.
Stokes bowls a pretty nasty full toss to Khawaja, but he doesn't cash in. It's just clipped back to him. He gets a hand on it. There's no run.
And Andrew Rollison just says, Oasis, Oasis, Oasis.
Well, there are two types of opinions in this world: correct and wrong.
Yeah.
2 slips for Stokes, 1 shortish cover point. The rest looks surprisingly normal. He bowls it wide, and Khawaja thinks about it, and then thinks suddenly it got in his head last over before lunch, I think. And he pulled out of the shot and let it go.
What is for lunch in England during a Test match?
I think it depends where you are. I think at Lord's you get the renowned, amazing lunches with apple crumble and custard and all of these things.
Salmon en croûte.
Yeah, there was a story about when Justin Langer was Middlesex coach. I'll get to, and he told it in his own biography. That one's left alone outside of stump. He was getting really angry with Middlesex for being shit because Middlesex, and they're out in the field. Getting battered on lunch morning, and the players, there's 1 over before lunch, and the players are going, "Oh, I'm going to have this cake and I'm going to have that cake," and Langer goes into the dressing room and knocks the cakes everywhere and gives them a volley, which for once was probably correct. I'm sure the long-suffering Middlesex fans would probably agree. Stokes is in again, lets it go outside off stump. Middlesex about to complete no wins and 14 losses in their T20 Blast season, which is incredible. I don't know if you can do that on purpose.
That's pretty remarkable, isn't
it? Yeah, with
you
the variance
get disqualified from a game.
Variance of T20, you've got to win 1 game.
Oh dear.
Anyway, Stokes is waving his hands about because he's going to do something funky, because it's 2 balls before lunch. What's it going to be? Deep square leg comes in. You could do a chicken dance on the way in. Does that stress the knee though? Is he going to do a chicken dance on the way in? No. He comes up to the wicket. Khawaja lets it go 4th stump, but comfortable leave. 1 ball to go. By my watch says 11:59 because I couldn't change it to British summer time. So it's probably 12:59.
It's already time, yeah. No, it's actually computer time is past the hour.
You'd think that would be easy, yeah, in this day and age.
Oh dear.
Yes.
They actually have a digital clock at Edgbaston.
They do, just in for time-wasting shenanigans. Stokes is in, 2 slips. It's full. Khawaja drives nicely, and it's found the gap. And Anderson, broad rather, I think, gets something on it. He's out after it again. They should get back for, well, they'll get 2, maybe 3. They settle for 2. Khawaja goes on to 40, but it's been England's session, 74 for 3 Australia. And, well, the first thing I'd say, guys, is that of 29 overs, England were and would be 140 for however many. What do you think?
Yes. 140 for 5 wickets down.
Maybe, but then they still get 400 anyway. Anyway,
a man at the ground on Nueva says, I can happily report that the Hollies stand is amused right now. I'll bet they are. I tried to turn the sound on the TV earlier on to hear the crowd, but the bloody commentators just put me right off.
Not a problem with guerrilla cricket.
No.
Hang on, they're going to have another over.
They're going to have another over.
I think they are.
Maybe they did start a couple of minutes late.
Perhaps they did, yes. Perhaps they did. So Moen's going to have another dip before lunch. Bowls to head. Keeps a little bit low again. Dribbles out into the offside. I think someone said we started 5 minutes late. And that person was probably right. We were just wibbling on pre-match and enjoying ourselves. The wall is back. 2 short covers. And a short leg for Travis Head. Moen tosses it up and he's hit it through the wall. How is this possible? Put those men closer together. He's hit that through for 4.
That's amazing.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Well, they should be holding hands there if you want to form a proper wall.
No, they need to work on the mortar that they use to hold the bricks together.
Yes.
Right.
That's Ross McD is claiming that wicket, by the way, because he was the one who predicted that Stokes would either get a wicket or damage himself or both.
Oh, a little bit of turn from Moen. His head goes forward and suddenly it turns past the edge of the bat. That was almost as surprising as the wicket. Well, that's a bit of encouragement from Moen. And of course, one thing with England having Moeen and Root is they've got off spinners for the left-handers. Tossed up again, it beats him again. And Travis Head is going to be glad to get through this over and get to lunch and eat whatever they have to offer at Edgbaston. Pasties, I should think.
Oh no, the food at Edgbaston's good.
Oh, is it good, apparently? Oh, Bear did spend the summer of the World Cup schmoozing around the test grounds of England.
Great, it's steak.
Steak, very nice. That's hit him on the pad, and Head is a bit all over the place here. It was certainly going down leg, but he's just missed 3 in a row, which you wouldn't expect off Moeen Ali.
And like, it's not very aggressive spin either.
No.
Like, it's fairly mediocre spin at the moment.
Depending on exactly when we started, we might get another over. Who knows? Here comes the last ball of this one anyway. Tossed up and Head missed it again, although it's one of those misses where it's way outside leg stump. He tried to flick it away and just hit him on the pad, so no damage. Are we going off for lunch this time? Don't think so.
Another over.
Mock says, fucking hell, how loud is the bear? Also, fuck off, Piggy. He only reviewed that because he thinks he's better than ever getting out. Demonstrative or not, says Jay, I reckon Andy's rage and loathing would be pretty evident during his cricket captaincy.
I tried to keep a lid on it. Occasionally, the facade cracked. And why not? We're going to have some of this before lunch.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Phil gets wicket.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Is that a double jingle for Root? Or is that the one?
Root is, I think, one of the only 3 people in history to have 10,000 test runs and 50 test wickets. Steve Waugh, and who was the other one? I'm sure. Callis. Yes, who of course had a bunch of wickets, a lot more than 50. Root is in, it's round arm as usual, a lot of oohing from behind the slips, not sure why. Khawaja played that comfortably out to cover.
Callis, of course, has probably claim to the greatest ever all-rounder.
Claim, but if you look at the figures, it's beyond any doubt.
I know, but no one ever actually mentions
him,
really.
Did he? No, he's just a very demonstrative
it's for
guy.
his time, because Sobers is the greatest ever all-rounder. It's just he didn't play as many matches.
Would be interesting to see if these sort of wickets per match were similar. Anyway, Root's going to continue. This must be the last over before lunch this time. And wow, England would love a wicket now. Root bowls that one wide, and Khawaja, not quite sure what Khawaja was doing to that. He kind of poked his bat out towards it, didn't move his feet. If he wasn't going to play it, he should totally have just left it alone. It was a bit of an arm ball from Root, but he started it way out. Way out. Here he is again, and that looks similar. It's really just angling into the left-hander on the drift, but left alone, there's no run.
Khawaja really wants to play it square for some reason.
Yeah. Australia trail
He's
by
got that in his head now, and that's going to cause him some trouble.
See what happens after lunch. England might be encouraged by this little burst of spin after lunch, although it was, of course, was the seamer who took the wicket. Root, after bowling 5 balls, has a huge red mark down his trousers, but maybe he's chief ball shiner the rest of the time. And of course England are moving the field around for the last ball of the day. Stokes comes into leg slip, last ball before lunch I should say. And Root comes in. And Khawaja dabs his bat down on it, out to Brook at cover. I mean, Erasmus, the kind of umpire you would think, from his stature, would say, yeah, let's get in and have some lunch. And that's what he has done. So Australia 78 for 3 off 31. They trail by 315, and I would say the match is very interestingly poised. Supan.
Yep, very interestingly poised. Today's session I'll give to England, despite Khawaja digging in and not getting himself out. But it's definitely England's session, so Bazball seems to be working so far.
Absolutely. So what are we going to do over lunch, Bear? What are we going to put on? We're going to play a podcast because there just aren't enough podcasts in the world. That's the problem. Yep. We'll see you after lunch.
Okay, cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Who's that weirdo?
Until 2. Neil Mackenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock. Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Craig Matthews. Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Until 2. Neil Mackenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock. Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket, and after a break of about a month for Christmas, we're back with episode 5 of Who's That Weirdo, a test of skill, knowledge, and overactive imaginations that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound as though they ought to be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition matches occasional Gorilla Kit Harris, the finest Richie Benaud impersonator it's been my fortune to.
Craig Matthews. Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Until 2. Neil Mackenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock. Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris. Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the third episode of our new quizcast, Who's That Weirdo? A competition that separates the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers, but possibly sound as if they could be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined today for an absolute corker. I mean, you could only have this combination during a World Cup, I think, a World Cup year. Two incredible heavyweights of Gorilla Cricket, all the way down there in that country that's a little bit down under. In fact, they're probably nearer. They are nearer to each other than we are to them by an enormous distance, because they are both in Melbourne. And first man I have to introduce is none other than jingler extraordinaire, man with more swords and axes than you can wave a sword and axe at. It's Mog. Hello, Mog.
Hey up. Hello.
Hey up. He said hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up. He's pretending to be English. I can't believe it. And also joining us in Melbourne. I hope I'm keeping you guys up and you've got really early mornings tomorrow, have I?
Hopefully, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. We have none other than Forthy. Forthy, how are you?
Very happy to hear. Even more excited to see Mog effectively for the first time in the flesh. Something I can tell my grandchildren about.
The day I was on with where were you when Forthy was on with Mog? That would be what people ask instead of various things about Kennedy and things like that. Anyway,
Bastard of Box Hill versus the Ormond originator.
Something like that. I should now also introduce my Richard Osman to my Alexander Armstrong. On my left, because I forgot to introduce him last week, is none other than the Bish, Tony Bishop, who will be providing us with all and every detail about the people we talk about in this particular 40 minutes to come. And of course,
judiciously edited.
And of course, it will be the most amazing things that you've heard about people on any radio station anywhere. So, for those of you who are joining us for the first time, a quick rundown of the rules. I've had to write them down because otherwise I forget them because I'm getting a little bit elderly. So we toss to start with. Have we got a coin? We haven't got a coin.
I don't actually know.
We don't have a coin. Well, I've got ipsy dipsy and something like that, and we will just bring you in. Basically, I give you a name and a nationality, and you have to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. And in fact, if you think they're not a cricketer at all, you have to say, who's that weirdo? If you get it right, it's a live or dead cricketer. Contestant then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If, though, you get it on the nose, you get a big 4. You've just hit it through mid-wicket, clipped it away, and picked up a lovely boundary. If, however, you are wrong, the question is passed over to the opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, the age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird, record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. And then at the end of it, we shall add up, see who's got the most points. And of course, if you get really close a couple of times, I might use a certain amount of judiciousness to give you an extra point or half point here or there. So
you are looking very handsome today, Hendo.
Thank you very much. I think so. I do try to tell people that, but not everyone believes me.
Right. Are they Test cricketers, or could be any cricketer?
Oh, it's any cricketers at all, male, female, and from any nation or associate nation, which I know will interest Mog, who I'm sure will have been catching up on his Namibians.
I've been checking out the Ugandan.
The Ugandans. I don't think we've got any Ugandans this week. I'm sorry to say that.
Damn it.
I could be bluffing you, couldn't I? I could be bluffing.
Ugandans.
No Ugandans.
You've just lost a Ugandan audience for a
All
start.
right, I'll tell you what. Pick a number between 1 and 10, Mog, and tell it to me.
6.
Unfortunately, that means the toss has come down the wrong side. Fourthy, you get the decision whether to bat or to put Mog in first. What are you going to do? What the conditions looking like today?
Well, it's been a wet spring. It's overcast tonight, so I'm going to put. I'll put Mog in.
You're going to put Mog in to bat. So this is your first name to deal with, Mog. I hope you're not too nervous. Just take your time.
Fourthy's already mentioned Cataline in a conversation today, so his erudition has already intimidated me.
Well, I know he's like that. You know, he writes these incredible Smackmum articles, which I feel like I've read a philosophy essay by the time I got to the bottom of it.
It's not going to help you with this game, though, is it?
It's not going to help you with this game. Well, it might do, because there may be philosophers. Who knows?
That's true.
Yeah, so it could be. Okay, the first name that I'm going to read and give to you, Mog, is Gregory McLaren, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Gregory.
He's obviously he's a dead cricketer.
No, he's not a dead cricketer. So I can pass it straight over to Fourthy. So he's not a dead cricketer. So he's either a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo. What do you reckon? Fourthy?
Well, McLaren sounds like one of those names from the sort of late 19th century. I'm thinking of Archie McLaren.
Yes.
I think that he's a. Did you say a live cricketer, Mark?
He said dead cricketer.
You said dead cricketer.
Yeah.
In which case, I'll say. Oh shit! There aren't New Zealanders though.
Yeah, but McLaren. It sounds such a Kiwi-sounding name, isn't it?
I feel I should have taken longer to answer now.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. You see, you were intimidated, weren't you?
I'll say cricketer, but whatever the opposite of what Mog said was.
So you think he's a live cricketer, and I can tell you that Gregory McLaren is neither a dead cricketer or a live cricketer. He's a who's that weirdo? Tell us more about Gregory McLaren, Tony.
I can do that if you wish. Yeah, so you're right. Well, he's better known by the name of Lucky Diamond Rich. And he was born in 1971. His age is slightly indeterminate, but it's either 50 or 51, therefore. He is the world's most tattooed man. 100% covered in tattoos is Gregory Paul, or Lucky Diamond.
Eyeballs as well.
His entire body, including his mouth, ears, foreskin, even the insides of his eyelids are covered in tattoo. He's held that title since 2006, which you all know very well. He took over from Tom Leopard, known as the Leopard Man of Skye. He also used to be, or still does, he dazzles the crowd as a sword swallower and juggler while riding a 13-foot unicycle. He's done that in Covent Garden. He has the word nomad on his stomach and Buddhist writing on his arms. And he lives a rather nomadic lifestyle and performs now still, I believe, in Adelaide in Australia.
Mog, you sounded as if as soon as we said Lucky Diamond Rich, as if you actually knew who we were talking about. Did you know him?
Absolutely not.
Oh, right.
Confidence is important, I feel.
Sounded good. How the hell do you tattoo someone on the inside of their eyelids?
Well, I was more intrigued by his foreskin, I've got to be honest. I mean, do they have like some sort of extendable message?
Oh, please. Oh, yes, I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Depending on...
If he's 100% tattooed, how can you tell what's written on him?
That's a very good point. Yes.
You can see plenty of pictures of him. You can find him in the Guinness Book of Records.
Philosophical question, which I'll put to Forth. How would you know?
I was going to ask the same question. What defines 100%? Because there's got to be gaps in the ink.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I don't have a picture of him here, but one is... He has been quoted as saying, "I'm not a lunatic. I'm in the most published book in the world." The
Bible.
Yes, well, that's what I thought. I don't recall the book of Gregory of Lucky Diamond Rich, but maybe there was one.
One of those apocryphal.
Failing that, it's the Guinness Book of Records.
Yeah, that's what
there it is.
It's like being a completist in anything, though, really, isn't it? Once you've all your skin's gone, that's kind of like the end of the journey. He's the only man in the world then who can't get a tattoo because he's full up.
Well,
And
you
he's
could
the
open
one
him
who
up
likes-
and you could start etching his bones or the inside of his skin.
Do it from the inside. Now that
I hadn't
would
thought of that.
That's incredible.
No, that's next.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing. That's. I mean, it throws up all sorts of possibilities, doesn't it? Really, but I'd like to know a little bit more about him, and perhaps get him on a show at some point. That would be quite good fun. Anyway, moving on. Since that Forthy put Mog into bat, it means that Forthy now has to reply.
Okay.
And I have another name for you, and the name that I have is Frederick Fane, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Frederick Fane.
Yeah.
Frederick Fane.
Mm.
It doesn't sound in. Frederick sounds again like a 19th century name, although it's come back in again a bit recently, isn't it?
Oh, it has. Yes, yes.
But you get little
Frederick Freddies and things. Yes, yes.
kicking around children's. Frederick Fane.
Frederick Flintoff.
Live.
I'm going to say. Did you say England?
I did say England. Yes.
Dead cricketer.
Dead cricketer, absolutely on the nose. He is a dead cricketer. You get the first 2 points of the show today. I'm going to have to sort of fill you in as we go. 2 points to Forthy. He is indeed a dead cricketer. Now, this is the point. Can you get a bonus point? How old was Frederick Fane when he died?
Well, process of elimination. I don't think he was post-war because Frederick Fane. He may even be pre-First World War. He could have died. It could be a tragic story. Oh, so it's got to be how old was he when he died? Okay.
Yes.
Which is absolutely nothing to do with anything I've just said. Doesn't matter when.
Not how old is he now, because he's obviously been in
He's
the
dead,
for a while.
yeah.
But
I will say, I get the feeling, I get a vibe that Frederick Fane was. I think the reason you wouldn't choose him if he died at the age of 78. I mean, what would be the point? Well, you might have done.
Yeah,
So I would go
this is the beauty of this competition, you see.
I could have done, or
See
he
the
could
nuances
be.
of it.
Yeah, he could be. He's either like something like 37 or 96. I'll go for 96.
You're nowhere near. Well, you're not that far away, to be honest. He went the right way. He was 85 when he died in 1960. So you don't get the bonus point. You do get the 2 points for getting a dead cricketer. Don't get the bonus point.
Okay.
Tony has more information about the great Frederick.
The great Frederick Fane. Well, I can tell you, he was born in County Kildare and he died in Kelvedon Hatch in Brentwood. In 1960, as we've said, at the age of 85, he played 14 tests between 1906 and 1910. He averaged 26, had a higher score there of 143 versus South Africa at the Wanderers in 1906, although England still lost by 243 runs. He was caught at the end of that innings by the great Albert Vogler off the bowling of the one and only Sibley Snook. What was him on that, indeed. He captained England as well on a couple of occasions. Good-looking front foot player, that is him. He also represented Essex with great distinction for 20 years and scored close to 20,000 first-class runs for them.
So I'm a bit disappointed you guys haven't heard of him. I'd have thought, he's
that Vogler guy, was he South African?
He was Albert Vogler, yes, indeed.
Yeah, so
he is
Q Henderson, I know all about this.
I'm going to give you half a bonus point for that, Mark. There you go. See, now you'll be nice to me. So moving on from Frederick Fane, who should that come up in a quiz that you find yourself over Christmas, you'll know all about him. Right, moving on back to
and you'll be having a very dull Christmas.
Oh, now yes, well, won't we all?
It'd be my sort of Christmas, but
absolutely.
Best Christmas crackers ever.
Now I'm thinking that you guys should get this one. Dexter Kruger, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Dexter Kruger.
I won't just immediately blurt out an answer this time. I'll
put it through the Mog computing facility.
Dexter, that's an old name. I've already forgotten his surname. Kruger, that's
not to be confused with Freddie.
That's of German extraction, so he's clearly going to be from South Australia.
Oh, I like the way you're thinking.
And
Nightmare on Grace Road.
Nightmare at Vulture Street.
I'm going to say, again, dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It's not a dead cricketer, which means it goes over to Forthy. Is he, therefore, a live cricketer or a who's that weirdo?
You say his name again? Dexter Kruger.
Kruger, yeah. Kruger, like the National Park in South Africa.
No relation to Freddie.
No relation to Freddie. Done that.
No
one.
relation
No,
to
Jack, sorry, pay attention.
Is it with a K? Not that it makes any difference.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, Dexter Kruger. He's going to be a weirdo.
You're absolutely right. You get a bonus point for saying that he is a weirdo. He is a weirdo. And why exactly is he a weirdo? Tell me.
He is Australia's, or was
Australian, he's weird.
Australia's oldest man.
Oi.
He died at the age of 111 in 2021. He's a Queenslander, and he attributed his longevity to the unusual diet of chicken brains and a simple lifestyle. I'm not sure he was the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'll read you his quote, which was, "Chicken brains, you know, chickens have a head, and in there's a brain, and they are delicious little things. They're only one bite big." Apparently, that was the wisdom of Australia's oldest man, Dexter Kruger.
That's what's in chicken McNuggets. So sure.
Do you know what's really
There was there was a chicken in America. Was it in the 50s or 60s? And they cut his head off and they kept him alive for.
It's about 2 days or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was for a long time.
2 years.
It was for quite a while.
I'll tell you one other interesting fact, which very relevant actually, very timely. Apparently had a big problem on Twitter because Twitter couldn't recognise anybody born before 1910. Therefore, assumed they didn't actually exist.
That's ridiculous.
So he had a big problem doing that.
Do you think? I think what is really great about it is that English had the last laugh because he died at 111. Nelson.
He wrote 12 books. He was raised by. He's wrote 12 books. He was raised by German immigrants, and the last was just before he sadly passed, and it was his autobiography.
Well, we'll try and get a copy of that for some lunchtime during the Pakistan series. Right.
Can I get a half a point for the German background? I worked that out.
Yeah, all right, I'll give you a half
It's
point.
the only fucking way I'm getting any points.
Okay, I'll give you another half point if you can think of a recent Australian Test cricketer with German heritage, Bob. And
Hang on, you can't. You can't go 3 points away.
Hang on, Oxford. I don't know. He goes to one live World Cup final and he thinks he can do anything, doesn't he? Really unbelievable.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That, of course, is in my remit only to give out.
Sorry, I was thinking of Justin Langer. He's got German heritage, isn't he?
Right. Well, moving on. Would you believe we have another Australian, Thomas Wall, Forthy, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
WALL.
That's the one. I hope you're not looking it up on your computer. I hope you haven't got someone feeding you information. One of your children, your wife, cat, dog, rabbit.
Thomas. I'm just looking at Blink Twice. Thomas Wall. No, none of that. Thomas Wall. Doesn't sound like a cricketer's name, apart from stonewalling, maybe.
Did I hear someone cough in the background? Was that a major? Carry on.
I was going to do that joke later, so thanks.
Sorry about that. I've taken all your best material.
Thomas Wall?
Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Thomas Wall.
Tom Wall. I'm going to go with live cricketer.
No, you're wrong. I'm afraid to say Forthy is not a live cricketer, which means it goes over to Mog. Is Thomas Wall a dead cricketer or who's that weirdo?
I'm going to stick with you. Dead cricketer.
You think he's a dead cricketer? And you're absolutely right for a bonus point.
Oh,
my goodness me! What a game this is becoming. It's now 3-2.
I'm properly on the board.
And another bonus point if you can tell me at what age he died. Thomas Wall.
I'm going to say he died during the First Battle of Ypres in 1916. So he was 32. He was a first lieutenant in the Australian Imperial Infantry.
I think so.
So yes, 32. He died at 32.
I'm afraid no bonus point for you on this occasion, Mog, because he didn't die in the First Battle of whatever it was you said, the Australian Imperial something or other.
Wipers.
No, I'm afraid he was 76 when he died in 1981.
I was close.
You were very close, very close. You were only 49 years out. So, tell us more about Thomas Wall, Tony.
Well, I can do that. His name was Thomas Wellborn Wall. He died in 1981, as we've said, at the age of 76. For some reason, he was known more commonly as Tim. He was a right-arm quick bowler, right-hand bat. He was born in Semaphore in Adelaide. Whether people sort of walked up and down the high street there waving flags at each other, I don't know, but that's where he was born.
I've been there, and they do.
Do they, by Joe? He's one of only 3 bowlers to take all 10 wickets in a Sheffield Shield innings at the time. There may be more now. And he was, for a time, Australia's, a limited time, Australia's best fast bowler. He took 16 wickets in the Bodyline series, actually.
Wow.
32-33 at an average of 25 and a half. He got Herbert Sutcliffe 4 times.
Wow.
He was remembered as a bit of a trier and a nearly man. But he at least had his name at the top of Australians bowling in that series.
Well, I must admit, I'm quite shocked that you two guys living out there in Australia, have Australian blood in some of you, not in all of you. And the fact is, this is a man who took, 16 wickets in the Bodyline series?
He did indeed.
You've never heard of him? I mean, how are we ever going to hold up or put our faces, our names to faces in the future
and
with
the great Herbert Sutcliffe
with the
4 times?
4 times Sutcliffe. I mean, you should be
but
yourself, guys.
which BBL team did he play for? Of course, I'm not going to fucking care who he is.
He might be. I think he might have got a game with the Team Abu Dhabi or Team New York Rangers or whatever they're called in the Abu Dhabi T10. That
Who's the Adelaide? It'd be the Strikers, wouldn't it? If he was from Adelaide.
The Adelaide Strikers, it would. Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on back to Mog, and these will be the last 2 before we have the break, and then Chris Woke, social justice warrior come swing bowler, will be having a few words while you maybe run off and visit the little boys' room. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Justin Greaves.
Just in case, just incredible.
Yeah.
Justin.
That'd be great if there was someone called Just Incredible.
There was a wrestler called Just Incredible, but it wasn't his real name. Is that worth a bonus point? No. I'm going to say... Who's that weirdo?
No, you're absolutely wrong. This is hilarious.
I'm fucked at this game.
Completely all over the shop at the moment. So, Justin Greaves, what did you say he was? Who's that weirdo? No, he's not Who's That Weirdo. So is he a live cricketer or a dead cricketer, Forthy, for a bonus?
Yeah, I'll go for... I mean, people didn't used to get called Justin way back when, so he must be a live cricketer.
He is a live cricketer. You're absolutely right. It's another point to Forthy. And if you can get how old he currently is, you may get another point. And you get 4. If you get it on the if you get it on the nub, you get an extra 4.
I'm going to go by a guy I've already mentioned on this podcast, Justin Langer, and I'm going to assume that people get called names, in cohorts. Like when we were at school, everyone was called Paul or Andrew or Simon or something. Now it's all Lachlan. Anyway, so Justin Langer, what's he now? Early 40s, I'm guessing. So I'm going to go 42.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. No bonus point for you. Justin Greaves, West Indies, live cricketer, is a mere 28. What can you tell us about Justin Greaves?
I can tell you, Justin Pierre Greaves is from Barbados. In fact, he's an all-rounder, right-arm medium, right-hand bat. He's played for Barbados and Barbados Royals, West Indies B, and in fact, West Indies under-19. He's also played for Sefton Park Cricket Club in the Liverpool and District League, which I'm sure Gary will have told you. And he also came to England as well in 2014 to play for Frinton-on-Sea. Well, who hasn't?
Yeah.
And he helped them to finish in second place in the 2 Counties League and gain promotion to the East Anglian Premier Cricket League. So what a success story he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't seen him playing international cricket yet, but there's still time. Oh, there's a Test match starting tonight, isn't there? In Australia.
It's already.
Has it started?
Already had the first day.
Oh, we had the first day. That was a bit sneaky of them. What happened? Who did anything? Did Tajinareen Chandrapool get to play?
No, Australia batted first, and David Warner was out for 5, I think.
Yes.
And after that, I laughed myself so sore I couldn't be bothered watching anymore.
Labuschagne made about 150 something the last time I looked. Was that? And it's still there.
Okay.
Awesome prick.
Moving on for the final one before we have the break. Whose go is it, by the way? I think it's
Mine, I think.
It's 40.
Yeah, I've failed 28 times in a row, so yeah.
Now, another Australian. Would you believe it? We're spoiling you today, even though you don't seem to know any of them. Mervyn Waite, dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Mervyn Waite.
That's hard because there was a Mervyn Hughes, but it feels more like an older name. So, for whatever reason, I'm going to say dead cricketer.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Mervyn Waite is a dead Australian cricketer, and you get another 2 points, and you're steaming into the lead as we go into the break. Tell us, before we hear from Chris Woke, what you know about Mervyn Waite.
Oh, hang on. Do I have to guess how old he was?
Oh, yes, you've got to, yes. You've got to get a bonus point for that. If you guess his age upon death.
68.
Oh, you're not too far away, but you're not close enough to get a bonus point, I'm afraid. He was
half a point.
No, 74 when he died in 1985. Tell us more, Tony.
Indeed, Mervyn George Waite. He was born in Kent Town in Adelaide, died though in South Africa in Georgetown. He's a right-hand bat for Australia, and in fact played for South Africa as well. Hard-hitting batsman and medium-pace bowler, also bowled a few off breaks. He played 2 tests for Australia in the 1938 tour of England at Leeds and the Oval, and opened the bowling. It was the Oval where England made 903 for 7. His analysis in that game was 72 overs, 1 for 150. Which
I don't think was bad. Was it Fleetwood Smith in that game?
Oh, yes. Chuck Fleetwood Smith.
Indeed. I think I might have mentioned that a bit further down somewhere in my little write-up.
Yeah, right, yes. He got the all-time.
His one wicket, though, I'll tell you who his one wicket was. It was Dennis Compton, who he was bowled for 1 when the score was a mere 547 for 4.
Well, that's
straight out of Compton.
That is something to put on your gravestone, isn't it? That you got rid of Dennis Compton.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's about half time. That's half time stayed.
Okay.
I can tell you that at half time, at the interval, Orthy is leading by 6 points to 2, Mog. So you're going to really have to up your game.
I'm off to have some performance-enhancing drugs.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to play another little jingle, and the next person the listeners will hear from is Chris Woke.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Daniel Tudor, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Dwayne Leverock, Shahid Afridi.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
All right there, me ducks. Chris Woke here again. Troubling batters and English conditions only, and dragging cricket kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Remember last summer, when our game's warring factions were at each other's throats? I'm reminded of a parent telling their 2-year-old why the kid can't have a ghost pepper shish washed down with black velvet and a triple Jack Daniels chaser. It's not for you. Whether it's county protectionists turfing pro franchises off their Facebook pages, or advocates of newer, shorter forms of the game flicking the V's at anyone who so much as saw David Gower play, the message is clear. You're not welcome here. Well, I decided all that had to change, me ducks. After all, we must demonstrate that all forms of cricket are for everyone, that the whole wonderful, diverse rainbow of our society is welcome at every single cricket event. And do you know how I committed to doing it? Forced inclusion. That's right. My brilliant idea was to take groups that are callously overlooked by each format of the game and jolly well make them attend. As ever in these matters, I was leading the charge personally, as well as charging the ECB separately. And the first step was an initiative called Watch with Woke. So where to start? I thought to myself, Chris, you first need to connect with the cohort that's been most cruelly marginalised by the recent cricket revolution. And obviously, that's white middle-aged men. With that in mind, I recruited a few from the Guerrilla Cricket Board of Governors, which is full of them, and off we tootled to a T20 double-header. Getting tickets was a piece of cake or pastry or your confection of choice, because apparently no one had thought to conduct any sort of marketing activity to let people know it was happening. Boston Beardy Specky Grey was dismissive about the product, labelling it just a fucking hit and giggle, but was buoyed by the prospect of nearby beer, as long as I can pay in cash. Grey Beardy Specky appeared more reticent. I don't really like crowds, or noise, or people really, and had brought a thermos of Ovaltine in case the opportunity for a snooze arose. Fat chance, but he didn't know that. Meanwhile, Specky Grey Beardy was as nervous as a kitten at the prospect of knowing nothing about the players on show. Only several hours of furious research, followed by the printing of an entire ream of notes, calmed him down. Think of the trees. He was particularly chuffed with the grammar school first 11 debut figures he'd unearthed for the women's team's star spinner. Then the three of them got embroiled in an energetic discussion about Derek Underwood and Alan Knott and uncovered pitches in the late 60s. I sighed. It's a long road, this integration process. In the ground itself, and the gorillas were settling into their unfamiliar environment. This beer's flat, and £7.50 a pint is a fucking scandal. I can barely hear myself think, what about the glorious thwack of leather on Willow? Oh dear, the pavilion end is the river end, but my notes say they're opposite each other. I'll have to change it. Does anybody have a pen? A pen! A pen! My wisdom for a pen! At this point, I must confess, I raised my voice and was warned by a steward that if I used language like that again, I'd be out. As the games unfolded, the gorillas were beginning to engage, albeit while highlighting some of the wide cultural chasms we're looking to bridge. Why is this fucking spinner tossing it up the whole time? I'd be going for no more than 5 and over. This batsman, sick, is trying to cross-bat everything through mid-wicket. Has he never seen John Edrich? In 1832, on this ground, Clutterbuck clattered a cover drive, hit a pigeon mid-swoop, and was given out for the but should it have been a dead ball as well as a deceased bird? Nearby, a conventional nuclear family were pretending to enjoy themselves. Then one of the kiddies piped up, "Mummy, this is boring. When does the 100 start?" You can't please all the people all the time, can you? And yet, that is exactly what we must do. In fact, I wrote a working mission statement to that effect. Everything for everyone all the time. The journey home was relatively uneventful, as both BSG, too much flat beer, and GBS, nervous exhaustion, were plumb tuckered out. It was only SGB's frantic scribbling in his notepad that provided any sort of aural accompaniment over the hum of the engine of our luxury electric people carrier. So, that was the successful launch of Watch with Woke. With my grim determination and your support, we'll make our game the paragon of inclusion we all want it to be. Remember, cricket won't right itself. Until next Woke, Jarami Ducks. Next time, the story of when Watch with Woke took an inner-city school party to Radland to watch Middlesex men's twos.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Nigel Sidhu, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shahid Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
It's lovely to hear from Chris Woke. I really do admire the work that he's doing amongst the underprivileged in cricket. He's a marvellous example to us all. Let's carry on then with Who's That Weirdo? At the halfway stage, Forthy in the Melbourne standoff was beating Mogg by 6 points to 2. 6 points to 2.
And with a stick, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Moggs and 2 of Moggs were sort of slightly dubious half points. But
You've ordered them. You can't take them back.
No, I won't take them back. But even so, what have you got? Flies in front of you there, Forthy?
Yeah, I've got mosquitoes.
It's a mosquito. Shouldn't you be wearing one of those hats with some corks?
I was just thinking it's 6 for 2, which was the England-Iran score in the World Cup.
I was about to say that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Good point.
Okay. And also, someone made a rather amusing observation when they see England 6 for 2. They're usually expecting Joe Root to make his version.
Yes, I saw that too. That's very good.
I think I need to stand up for the correct way to report scores in cricket. 6 for 2 runs.
2 for 6. It just doesn't work, does it? I mean, you could imagine it being 2 for 6 England.
I've seen Middlesex get that, I think, once.
What, 2 for 6?
Yes.
Wow, that would have been incredible.
Lords on a very overcast morning against Yorkshire.
I imagine that Surrey must have been that when they were bowled out for 14 by Essex. They must have been about 2 for 6 at some point.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to the second part of Who's That Weirdo? Whose go is it, by the way? I'll keep losing track. I think it's Moggs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Moggs go. Now, this might be up your street. We will soon find out. Or it may not be. Let us see. Jason Hershey, Papua New Guinea. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? That's Jason Hershey, Papua New Guinea.
How do you spell Hershey?
Hershy.
So not of the chocolate-producing Hershey's, then?
No, unless I spelt it wrong. I mean, possibly when I was copying it down, that I did spell it wrong.
Jason Hershey, and
that has been known to happen. I can tell you, as the man who has to then find the notes. And so this bloke doesn't even exist.
This is true. This is true. I did have Mervyn Waite down as Martin Waite for a whole week until we finally got it sorted. But Jason Hershey, Papua New Guinea, and we know that you're a big fan of associate cricket. Is he a live cricketer, a dead Papua New Guinea cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
He's a who's that weirdo.
You're absolutely right. Well done. What a wonderful start to the second half of Who's That Weirdo. You get 2 points. 2 points. And what was the other thing we're going to do with it? You've got to tell us what he did, or what he does.
He was, I believe, he was an early Australian governor of the territory whilst we still had control of it.
No, you're absolutely nowhere near. He was known as Ocean. He's a hip-hop artist, would you believe it? Tell us more, Tony.
Oh, yeah, right up my fucking alleyway.
Well, yeah, it's also rather misleading in a way, because he was born, although you're right, he is Papua New Guinean, he was born in 1978 in Spokane in Washington, and he now lives actually in Hawaii. He raps and sings most of his songs in Tok Pisin, which is PNG, that's Tok Pisin.
Stop pissing?
Tok Pisin.
Oh, sorry.
When
do you know what
against the clock.
Means?
I don't know. What does it mean?
It literally means talk person.
Oh,
not for it's Papua New Guinean
pigeon.
It's a Creole language spoken throughout Papua New Guinea. His most recent single, I can tell you, was "Mama Never Told Me," which was 2021 for Jason, or now known as Ocean.
Well, if you want to listen to the end of that, you'll have to go to our podcasts, or maybe we'll play a bit of it tomorrow. Probably will. Probably hear it again during the summer, so if you can hang on for that long, then...
wait until tea, you'll get some more.
Oh, maybe at tea, yes, even at tea. Anyway, welcome back to Guerrilla Cricket Live. Guerrilla Cricket Live. And it's live! Martin Tyler used to say that, didn't he, before every Sky game. But apparently he's been let go by Sky. Maybe I'll be let go by Guerrilla Cricket before long. Who knows? Or maybe we're so desperate that keep me on. Anyway, the team's back out. Well, they're at the edge of the field, England, waiting to go to the middle. And what a morning it's been for England. 78 for 3, Australia. And 2 of the really big men, Labuschagne, who got a first baller, and Steve Smith, who was removed by that miracle worker, Ben Stokes, shortly before lunch, have already gone. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined on my right by the Bear, who's delving deep into old jingles as we search for nuggets of old. And beside me for the... well, it is the second time, actually. He was on in the old Katie Flat days on one occasion. It's my mate, John. Hello, John.
Good afternoon, yes.
And as you can tell, he's a northern...
Northerner.
He's from the north.
God's own country.
Indeed, yes.
You've got to pick them right up against the lip. It's a lip mic for a reason.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And he will be summarising, but don't be too harsh on him. He doesn't know much about the game. He plays a lot of golf. And
I've spent a lot of time sitting next to Hendo.
Exactly, so you don't know much. Yeah. Exactly. Now, what I can tell you is that one of our jingles, or a couple of our jingles, were performed by his daughter, Holly. The Moeen Ali one, which we can't seem to find, but also a Johnny Bairstow one, and we'll probably give that an outing during the afternoon.
We were the Simon and Garfunkel of our age, weren't we? Really, I wrote the lyrics and she did the
she performed.
She did the hard bit. Yeah,
she did. Anyway, well, let's see if we can find a Moeen Ali jingle in general, because he's going to start straight after lunch. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21, which seemed better figures than he's probably deserved, to be fair. He's going to be bowling to Usman Khawaja. Is it? No, it's Travis Head. And we'll jingle those up in a minute. It's short, it's horrible. It's such a horrible ball that Travis Head thinks I can't possibly hit that straight after lunch before, so I'll just dab it to mid-wicket.
And these guys, are they?
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, I'm
He's in again, bowls, and onto the back foot goes Travis Head, drives it to mid-off, wide-ish mid-off, and there is no run.
unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
It's just a sweet Travis Head.
Okay, don't do
Oh, sorry, I was just laughing at the jingle. I've not heard that one before, even though he was playing in the World Test Championship. I must have not been on air at the time. Driven to extra. This one is thrown up and he drives again. Has he got that through? No. There's a man at short extra. There's a man at a deeper extra. More an orthodox extra, but deeper than the short extra, if that makes any kind of sense at all. Head's got 8 from 15 deliveries. Khawaja 40 from 92. Lots of left-handers in this team. That's one of the reasons Moeen Ali was brought back. He's in, bowls, and he just meets this quite nicely. Plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. 78 for 3 Australia. It was a real grind for them this morning. They just added 64 in that 2-hour session. Couldn't have been a bigger contrast with yesterday morning. This is driven by Travis Head, but straight to mid-off. And Ali starts after the break with a maiden. 78 for 3, 32 overs bowled. They still trail by 315. I think you're on the tweets, Ben.
Am I? Got to do something.
You got to do something. You got to do something. Yeah.
Right then.
Do you want me to fill in while you're looking for tweets?
Yeah, you better do.
Well, it's interesting that in the lead up to this, they were talking about Moeen Ali and how Australia might try and hit him out of the series, but it doesn't look as though they're going to try and do that, does it? And if they do, what would happen then? Would they rely on Joe Root or try and find somebody else?
That's a good question. I suspect it's because they've not had a very successful morning. Maybe. Well, Usman Khawaja's not the kind of bloke who hits people out of the attack, is he?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect it more of someone like Warner, maybe Smith.
Didn't the West Indies do it to somebody once? There was a spinner who they decided, right, this guy can't bowl, or we don't want to face him, and they just went after him. And
various teams have done that. I mean, Jack Leach in the Ashes in the last visit to Australia I think it was in the first Test, got absolutely marmalised. Anyway, it's going to be Stuart Broad to open after lunch. He's got figures of 2 for 17, 2 in 2 balls this morning. He's into his 8th over. He's got 2 slips waiting, and Khawaja leaves this one alone outside off stump.
Jingles.
Let's have a look.
Batsman.
One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Sweep the leg, Broady. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around.
Again, brings it one back slightly to Khawaja, who's forward in defence. Good length delivery. And one of the reasons we invited John on was because he's an expert in wine, in red wine in particular. And he's tasted both of the Ricky Ponting red wines this morning. And which did you prefer? Did you prefer the Pinnacle? I think you did, didn't you?
Well, it was a game of two halves, really. The Shiraz was a bit stronger and was a real mouthful and very sort of heavy and fruity. But then I straight afterwards tried the Pinot, which initially I thought tasted a little bit sort of weaker, shall we say. But actually was really tasty. So,
well, there you go.
Thank you very much, Ricky.
Thanks, Ricky.
It makes up for a bit of all the pain we've suffered over the years being able to have a drink on Ricky, doesn't it?
Absolutely. This is played into the outfield by Khawaja. They'll take a single.
I must point out that Mog was listening during the break, and he obviously says probably the greatest Who's That Weirdo ever.
Was that the one you were on, Mog?
Yeah,
I think it might have been. Yeah.
It was the Melbourne Derby.
Yeah. Indeed, it was the Melbourne Derby. Forthy, of course, is not in Melbourne at the moment. He's on his way to Gorilla Towers via Switzerland, Italy, and who knows where else. And I think we're all supposed to be going for a curry with him next week, aren't we? That's going to be great. I'm looking forward to that.
We're going to go down to East Dulwich, I presume.
East Dulwich for a curry? Yeah. Is that the best place for a curry?
Well, from here it is.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Head has 8 off 17 deliveries, 79 for 3, just the first single of the afternoon session. England well on top at this stage, but cricket has a habit of biting you in the butt just when you think you're in control. But it's Broad coming in to yet another left-hander, and Travis Head, he bowls him a short one and he just drops the head down and allows it to pass over the arse, as Ian O'Brien used to say.
So is Punter the first, I can't think of any others, I'm sure you'll be able to, the first ex-cricketer to have tried to engage our interest in alcohol, beer or wine?
That's a good question. I think he's the first cricketer, and he's the first legendary cricketer to do that.
Hmm.
Whereas one of our own commentators, Manny, made some wine for a while, and I think he's still on our website as being a sponsor.
Not sure he's quite in the same category as
made some beer as well.
Made some beer indeed. I'm hoping to get him back on. Down the leg side, tries to whip it on its way, but makes no contact. Taken by Bairstow. Oh, and they're thinking for a moment. Did he maybe, possibly, was there a little bit of a flick of the glove? They're going to come together and discuss it, or certainly look questioningly at each other. I think they probably aren't going to refer that. I think that's probably a good decision. England still have 3 reviews. Australia lost one when Steve Smith reviewed his LBW. It fizzed a bit, that, didn't it? It was cross seam. And, Bairstow's been superb so far behind the stumps. I mean, I'm a big fan of Ben Folkes, but Bairstow's done a really good job. Just looking at ultra edge, there's absolutely nothing there.
Near it.
What is interesting is that as he tries to play it, Travis Head is completely off the ground. Broad in again, no slips. Oh, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Isn't it worth having a slip or two when you're going to beat someone outside the off stump? Taken by Bairstow. It's the end of the over. 79 for 3 tweets.
Matley says, woof, welcome back, primates. I've been using the lunch break to listen to most of today's new discovery in addition to the music collection. Love and Sausages. It's a fucking, I don't know if you should be listening to this, Matley, though. It's an album, either a band called House of Lords or an album called House of Lords, either by Sahara or the album is called Sahara. House of Lords, Sahara. What sort of music is that? It looks like it's just sort of poodle metal or something.
Poodle metal? What is poodle metal?
It's kind of 90s,
I love the idea of poodles.
California
playing,
rock, where everyone had long
They
hair.
did look a bit like poodles, didn't they?
Did they? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Have you heard that phrase before? Moeen Ali starts near over. Down the wicket comes Khawaja, and he clubs that very nicely indeed. I think that's gone the whole way over long on. That is indeed 6 runs. Australia raced to 85 for 3. First 6 of the Australian innings, and Khawaja really growing in confidence.
Maybe Khawaja's taken our comments to heart about going after Moeen Ali.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I just say, Jay says, I've got to stop predictive text reading Bears T-shirts. I thought he had Sheffield the other day. I didn't. And just now, he reckoned he had wanker emblazoned across his chest. It's Nike Air. I was disappointed on both counts. Also, Yorkshire, often synonym for wanker. That's very true.
Defended back to the bowler. I'm sure Yorkshiremen all around the world will be pleased to hear that. That's guided through the offside. It beats the infield at Ben Duckett. He's patrolling in the outer, as the Australians say. 86 for 3. Khawaja moving within 2 runs of a 50. Now, will this be, I think it will be, if he gets there, his first half century in England. Ali again in, and forward comes Travis Head, defends to short extra, and there is no run. There's a slip, and there's a man at shortish mid-wicket. Those are the only catches as such. Maybe there's a short extra as well. I'll just have to check that out in a minute. Oh, there's now a man coming at silly mid-off, and Travis Head gets forward, defends that comfortably back to Moeen Ali. Trailing now Australia by 307. Head 8, Khawaja 48.
I didn't check how many people entered the GPL today.
Oh God, yes, GPL of course. Now the silly mid-off has gone to a second slip or a gully. Ali's in again, bowls. Once more defended straight back to him. It's the end of the over, gets through them very quickly, does Moeen Ali. 86 for 3, Head has 8, Khawaja 48.
That's what happens, you don't remind people, you only get 3 entries.
Oh, did we only get 3 entries?
We did. I don't think we talked about the entire first session. I completely forgot. We're talking about wine instead. Ombre Nuevo says, Jimmy won't give us a wave. What a bummer. Has he hit the ground, Ombre? Mog says, have you been playing the wine jingles? He asked instantly, without any personal interest in the topic. That's Mog, of course. I don't think we have, but we
haven't.
We will do at one point. You see, our taskmaster Tone isn't in today.
He's not here to come in and shout at us, is he?
Exactly. So we're all a bit slack, and that's a bit normal. Dave Wood says, when you say we're all going for a curry, how shall I be receiving my invite?
Oh, well, you're all welcome.
We're all welcome, but we won't decide where we're going until the day, and probably at about 6 o'clock. But
Depends-
we will tell you where we are.
It depends whether you're in touching distance of Dulwich, but basically.
Yeah,
Unless, if you're travelling from somewhere like Norwich or, I don't know, Shropshire, it may not be so convenient. Broad starts new over, bowls to Kawaja. He lets that one pass. Not that far away from off stump, but comfortably so. And there is no run. Do you want to come for a curry next week?
I'd love to, but I won't be here next week. However,
where will you be?
as my T-shirt might suggest, if any of your listeners are going to be in Leeds, which probably they are when the Test match is on, there is a fantastic curry house in Leeds called.
I can't read that.
Bunderbust.
Bunderbust. Have we been there? No.
No, I don't think you have. No, but it's fantastic. It's just near the station.
Bunderbust.
Indian street food, vegetarian, but don't be put off by that. And craft beer. A marriage made in heaven.
Wow. Broad, full, and nicely met by Kawaja. Early part of his innings, he just wasn't moving those feet at all, but he played one pull shot, and that seemed to give him the confidence to actually move his feet a little bit more, and now he's batting very well indeed.
But now you've got me started. The okra fries are absolutely staggering.
The okra fries. What is an okra fry?
Okra, well, it's ladyfingers. It's called. It's that hot sort of. It looks like it's slimy, sort of like a little octopus tentacle or something.
Oh, that sounds
which
right.
I'm not really doing justice, but they are delicious. Absolutely delicious.
Broad in again, bowls. Oh, now, and just as I've said that he's batting beautifully, he aims a drive at that one without much foot movement, drags it into the onside on thick inside edge, but gets away with it. Goes for a little walk down the pitch, does a little prodding. Still wearing his regulation Aussie jumper, cable knit, and it was a rather horrible shot. Bairstow got quite excited behind the stumps that maybe he was going to crash that onto his wicket, but he didn't. 307 the deficit. Australia 86 for 3. Kawaja, picture in concentration, leaves this one as it's angled across him, too wide from Broad, and through to the keeper.
Hombre's sent us in a picture of him in his Jimmy T-shirt at Edgbaston.
Well, the thing is, Hombre, have you had many admirers saying, "Where did you get that wonderful T-shirt?" Hopefully you have, and hopefully you've directed them to our website. That would be perfect. In fact, why not just jump about saying, "Buy your T-shirts from me," something like that, and you can tell people.
How much are your T-shirts, by the way?
Very cheap. Broad in bowls, straight a ball defended to extra cover. There is no run. Well. We put them out to a company. We just basically get the designs and send them. They go on every sort of form of merchandise, whether it's shower curtain. Can I interest you in Jimmy Anderson shower curtain?
You're not answering my question.
Well, the T-shirt's about 20 quid plus, aren't they?
No, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, is it?
Yeah, hand printed. I mean,
you could get 2 of those for one national T-shirt, couldn't you?
Exactly. Absolutely.
And several designs.
Loads and loads of designs. You get mugs. I mean, wouldn't you? You probably need a few new mugs, don't you?
I need mugging, possibly.
Final ball, Broad's 9th over. He's in, bowls, and pulled! But it wasn't in control of that. Kawaja is going to get away with it as it runs down to Moeen Ali at long leg. He will keep the strike. And Australia hit the devil's number as far as they are concerned. 87 for 3. But it's going to immediately go up to 88, isn't it? Because it's a no ball. Or do you get an extra run with a no ball these days?
Yes, you do.
I thought you did, yeah. But at one point you didn't, did you?
Didn't you?
No, when I were a lad.
What?
You did.
Well, what did you get?
If you scored a run off a no ball, you didn't get 2 runs. If you see what I mean.
Oh, right. Okay. You only got the extra if you didn't score a run.
Yes.
These are the days when dinosaurs
ruled the world. When Rackle Welsh was in
full bloom.
In full bloom, indeed. Broad then will try to complete the over to Travis Head, who goes on to the back foot to a short one, jabs it down into the offside, and that is the end of the over.
Against Travis would have been good. Pirate Badger says Ricky Ponting, the underwhelming Pinot Noir of cricket. I'm not going to go there because we're actually advertising his wine, so we're not going to.
Well, look, I'm not.
Normally, I wouldn't mind, but we're not going there.
No, we're happy to be very, very. They are the good wines. I mean, I'm not a big wine fan. Certainly not red wine, but I liked it. Anyway.
Jay Grover says the House of Lords in effect, yo. Also, I'm a Yorkshire man, so it's our word and I'm reclaiming it. Okay, alright. AOR, presuming that's Muttley. Oh, adult orientated rock. Yeah, that's exactly.
Mowing bowls. There was a semblance of turn there as Khawaja came forward and he guided it quite comfortably off a thick outside edge towards square cover. It is turning, but it's not really turning quickly enough at the moment. Doesn't mean it won't as the game goes on. In comes Mowing again, tosses this one up, stroked to deep cover. Khawaja will move to a half century. I think that's his first half century in England. But he's got a lot more than that in Test cricket. It's his 22nd Test 50 in 62 matches. He's got 1400s, and we should celebrate.
Really?
Well, I like Khawaja. I've always liked Khawaja.
I do, but I don't like Aussies getting 50s.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
A pretty good Test record, even though not particularly so in England. Mowing into Travis Head, who comes down the wicket. He's lofted this one. Seemed like a late decision to play that shot, really. There is no one back at long on, and it'll be a couple of bounces and 4 runs. A couple of hints, really, that both these players want to get after Moeen Ali now in the last couple of overs. I wonder whether England will put a man back to prevent the shot, or whether they'll try and get him to do it again.
You might put someone back in no man's land, let him still go over the top.
Defended back to Moeen Ali. A man's coming at gully as well as slip now for Head. He's now moved into double figures. He's gone to 12. Fantastic century against India at the Oval last week. And at a very quick rate as well. That's a poor ball from Moeen Ali, and he flicks it away through square leg. Certainly get one. They're going to come back for a second. I don't think they should have got a second there. Is that Ollie Robinson being a bit slow in the outfield? I think so. Anyway, he's got back for the second. 14 to Head, 95 for 3. Moeen Ali has now gone for what? He was 7 overs for 21 at lunch. He's gone for 14 runs. He's just about to complete the third over since the break.
4 and over.
Yes, terrible, isn't it?
3.5 and over if he doesn't get hit off this.
But if they start getting into him, it could all fall apart quite quickly. This is defended back to him. End of the 36th over, 95 for 3.
Muttley says, so House of Lords is AOR. It was formed by keyboardist Greg Giuffria, formerly of Angel. Never heard any of these people. Gene Simmons, who I have heard of, produced it, and decided the band Giuffria, as they were then known, had to rename themselves and replace the singer. And they became the House of Lords.
Gene Simmons in Kiss.
Yes, that's who I'm presuming.
Yeah.
Isman did make 54 at Lords in 2013.
Oh, did he? Okay,
Morg
right.
says, oh, Hendo has a friend. How cute. Ombre Nuevo says, indeed I am.
Only because he pays me.
I wouldn't call him. I wouldn't get that far. No. Sorry, any more tweets? Or I'm just laughing myself silly.
Jay Grove says, Leeds, not proper Yorkshire. Swank, says Mog. I don't know what that's. But Adrian Lowe says, so good to hear all my favourite chimps back on the wireless. It's only the bloody asses, boys. I keep up the good work, yeah. And someone sent us a picture of beer.
Oh, good.
That's Brian. Greetings from the Abingdon Park Hotel.
Defended square by Khawaja. They'll be able to walk through more or less for a single.
Am I allowed to say something about the cricket?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Wine and curry.
Yes, you are.
Well, I was chatting. At the school I work, we've got an Aussie RE teacher there. I don't know whether.
Is it called Labashane?
Is that a paradox, Aussie and RE teacher?
Not really.
No, I don't know. And he was saying, how do you think it's going to go? And I said I can't see us bowling them out twice too often. And it's at this point it's beginning to look as though that might be the case.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Do you not think it's quite?
Piss off.
Well, I mean,
bad as fucking Endo.
Yeah. I mean, look, no slips. It's a very strange situation where you've got team 96 for 3 and you have no slips. As Travis Head ducks under this one. At the start of the series, I certainly say that. It depends, I suppose, on the lineup. A lot of it, to me, was reliant on Stokes being fit to bowl. Because even though Broad and Anderson have got a huge number of wickets between them, they are ageing, and they're not necessarily going to run through a team unless there's overhead conditions conducive. There is a wide gully as Broad is in again, sending Travis Head onto his tiptoes, defends it to extra cover. What about the Australian RE teacher? What did he think?
He thought they were going to stuff us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a typical fucking Australian.
Yeah. He didn't really enter into any sort of coherent discussion about it. He just sort of resorted to swearing.
Australians always think they're going to win fucking everything.
Yeah,
Australian RE teachers resorting to swearing.
Well, you don't have to be religious to be an RE teacher these days.
Oh, right. Fair point, yeah. Broad in, bowls a short one and turns Travis around a little bit. He doesn't. In fact, that was one of the interesting things that India did and gave away a little bit to England, was that he struggled with the short ball. I think the trouble with this pitch is it's not very bouncy.
This is it. You want Woody at him.
You do want Mark Wood. You want something a bit different.
Woody's going to play. I think Woody's going to play the next test. You see,
I think he'll play a couple.
Because if that bloody Lord's track is anything like that fucking one we played Ireland, they're going to need Woody anyway. So they're keeping him cotton wool for that test, I think.
Yeah, maybe he'll play that one in the fourth. Broad in again, bowls a short one, but he dabs this away. Downs very fine indeed. That might go all the way. No, it won't. Round comes Crawley, I think it is, and gets a good throw in close to the stumps, and they have to settle for one. Head goes to 15, and it's another no ball from Broad.
Crying out loud. I'm going to play a jingle again.
Well, why not?
We need some more bloody no ball jingles.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
97 for 3. Khawaja is on 51. He's on strike. Head has moved, as I said, to 15 from 32.
Has Head played county cricket?
I think he
has. Yes. I think yes. Did he play up at Durham?
Somewhere. He's played somewhere, I'm pretty certain.
Because they usually send their batsmen over here to learn their trade, don't they? And
yeah, absolutely. Because it's a hard finishing school, is county cricket. That, you know, this is jabbed down into the onside. Perhaps a little bit of extra bounce than Khawaja expected.
The Aussie batsmen probably play more county cricket than our batsmen.
That's certainly true this year. I mean, Labuschagne's been getting 600 or 700 runs for Glamorgan. Steve Smith went and played, I think it was 3 or 4 games for Sussex. Travis Head, I think, has also played for Sussex as well in the past.
No.
But for some reason in my head I connect Durham with him. I don't know why that should be. It may just be I've made a complete mistake.
We seem to do a lot of resting, don't we?
We do a lot of resting. I mean, well, you know, Stokes, I'll come back to that. Broad completes the over, gets Khawaja into position right behind that, defended. Now Stokes played 2 games in the IPL before getting injured. I think he scored 8 and 7, and hasn't batted since in a competitive match before yesterday.
I mean, as a nearly 68-year-old bloke, I don't want to undervalue the idea of a good rest. But these guys are, you know, in their prime, aren't they?
I do think it's strange. I mean, you know, but then again, you know, really talented cricketers are different from us mortals, and you know, you and I may think that we have to go. You and I may think we have to go into the nets and get as much practice as we can, and of course, Stokes will have been in the nets, but it's not the same as match.
Well,
practice,
I have to say, on the contrary, I know. I think you can. Yeah, I never got out in the nets. I don't know about you.
No, well,
but you need to get into county cricket and learn your trade again.
Well, it's pretty. Annie's not on today because she is county cricket's greatest cheerleader. She would agree with you on everything you're saying. Defended by Travis Head as Moeen Ali starts a new over from round the wicket. He's into his 11th over. He's gone for 35. But just signs in the last couple of overs that they do want to get after him a little bit. Throws this one up and he drives straight. That's a good shot. It's going to bounce a couple of times, hit it quite flat. But it's 4 runs to Head.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
It is indeed. That is what dance floors are for, getting funky on them.
I do have a question for you when it's appropriate, because I was stuck on the train when we declared yesterday, so I just wanted to run something by you.
Moeen in again, shorter, and he can't do anything. It kind of dies a little bit, so there's no pace on the ball. He just pummels it back to Moeen. Head 19 now, beginning to look a little bit dangerous. As Moeen is in again, throws it up, almost Yorker length there, and he somehow digs it out towards short extra. And there is no run. 100 came up with that boundary, 102 for 3. Australia 78 for 3, so they've added 24 since lunch. I guess we're near to the half hour by now. Moeen in again, and he's forward to this one. Plays it to Ollie Pope, who's under the lid at silly mid-off. And there is no run. Final ball of the over from Moeen. He's getting some turn, but there's no speed in that turn. He's in again, bowls. He goes back to this one and crunches it away. There's no one out on the boundary. He's got a ring on the offside, and that's going to bring Travis Head another boundary.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
Question away.
So, I'm glad you asked me that. So, what do you think Stokes what was going through his head? At what point do you think he decided he was going to declare on 393? Do you think it was always the plan? In which case, it explained some of the what sounded like injudicious shots which were going on, or did he just suddenly, at whatever time it was, think, "Oh, I'll declare. That seems like a good idea."
Well, the talk was that he surprised even his teammates by declaring. That's what's come out.
Really?
Yeah.
Because from what you were saying on commentary, Joe Root seemed to be playing some fairly uncharacteristic shots.
And that's the curious thing, isn't it? Because I just thought, hang on,
they know something's going.
They must have got a message.
Would you get
out
two guys stumped on the first day unless they're?
Well, I think that was part of just keeping going. I mean, once Bairstow was really going for it, you could see the red mist almost that he was going to hit everything.
Yeah.
Robinson is into the attack, and he bowls one which squeezes off the outside edge of Usman Khawaja's bat down to third man. They take a single, comfortable so far.
I just wondered because there is I was when you were predicting rain for today. When I phoned you up and you said Nathan Lyon was being interviewed under a brolly.
He was at that point.
I looked at the BBC weather app, and it does suggest that tomorrow there's going to be some fairly dire weather. So
apocalyptic, I think, is the word.
Yeah,
it's going to rain.
Yeah, so I mean, are they factoring that?
I think they may have factored that in, but I also think you're right. I think there must have been a message, certainly to Root, because he started to play some really attacking shots. I mean, not that he wasn't playing well anyway.
But you just think it must have been part of their overall strategy of this new. I'm not happy with the Bazball thing, so this sort of new strategy to cricket, if you like. That maybe they were thinking about doing that, even at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I mean, it may have been in the back of mind, or it may have been an option. Yeah, this is defended into the onside. I suspect that was certainly in their heads. But from what was coming out of the press conferences last night and the interviews, I think Bairstow was saying he didn't know that he was about to declare. There is a man in that short square leg for Robinson. Has no slips. He has a gully. Bowls a short one, which he tries to pull, and it rather loops up in bounce. That one from Robinson. Tennis ball bounce, as they often say. Through to Bairstow it goes. There is no run. 107 for 3, trailed by 286. He's trying to dig it in, but there's just nothing in the pitch, is there? Really,
pitch, isn't it?
It's dead in that respect. Expecting it to speed through at head height. In fact, he's well through the shot, isn't he? Before it got to him. Robinson in again, bowls him another short one, which he jabs away into the offside. Wants the run. Khawaja not so keen. As Gully runs round to do the fielding. And again, I think that was lack of pace more than extra pace. But he does look uncomfortable. I wouldn't mind him putting in a very close cover, and I think he's going to do that now. And I would have thought that might have been worth having from earlier, because he did sort of jab a couple out against India in that position. He's also got a leg gully and almost a backward square leg.
It looks like it's time for a bit of attritional test match bowling, doesn't it? It looks like the sort of guy, if you bowl him enough good balls, he's eventually going to run out of patience and do something stupid.
Well, again, he's managed to ease that off his breastbone down to fine leg. Good piece of fielding down there. I think it was Crawley. Only get the one. Australia moved to 108 for 3. One ball remaining in Robinson's 7th over. Partnership now moved on to 41. Andy Ward has been researching the European Conference League in football. Oh, was I? Okay. Has been known. Square leg is coming in as if not quite for the pull shot. Maybe for the top edge, but not deep. Robinson in again, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja tries to pull, doesn't really time the ball, or maybe just doesn't go through with a shot. It's picked up at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. Should do some tweets, and then is it time for us to make ourselves scarce?
We got another over.
I've got another over. Okay, fair enough.
Have we?
You're well over time.
We're well
over.
over
We're well
time.
over time.
Yeah.
By the way,
start 5
John,
minutes later,
hello again. We met in York. I just want to say thank you for letting me know I'm qualified to be an RE teacher, because I have no religion and I swear a lot.
Yeah. You sound absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you could get a job in York.
Yeah.
Hello
again. Nice to meet
the
you.
Abington Park Hotel is the next tweet.
Okay, well, it looks like I'm
Thanks,
going to be
mate.
doing summarising. Andy's going to come in to do ball by ball. So John is going to sneak off, and the bear is going to sneak off, I think. Messi is going to take over on Twitter. So I'll come in there, and no, I can stay here, and you can go in there, can't you? Yeah. Okay.
Brian 001, the wonderful Brian 001, who keeps us well supplied with drinks. Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Well, I'll do the first ball because it's going to take a while for Andy to slip into position. As they're pushed firmly without any great timing by Travis Head. He's on to 24, and Andy's in position.
Moeen comes in, he's in position as well. Oh, half a chance. Head went down the track, skewed it past a diving man at mid-wicket. Crawley's after it now, and he'll pull it in. But would like to have an extra look, and maybe if Crawley had been that man at mid-wicket, he might have stretched those gadget arms out and reached it. But you can't just put the tallest man everywhere. Let's have a look. It was certainly a false shot from Head. It was fuller than he thought. No, he wasn't very close to it.
But it was a full shot though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Little bit of encouragement from Moeen. He's got a short cover point and a slip, and Head plays that one up to mid-off. It's pretty deep. I always think that was a bit funny because they take a regulation run in white ball cricket, but for some reason in Test cricket they don't, or at least Australia don't.
Boring Australia.
Boring
Australia.
Yeah, we're boring.
Less than 3 and over. Heads down the track this time. He's straight. He's up towards long on. It's 2 bounces, and there was a man sort of halfway back, but it was still fairly comfortably over him for 4. And this is Head's role, isn't it? He is the one batsman who is going to try to score close to a run of ball.
It's tremendous footwork. I mean, it's lovely when you see that from side on in slow motion. Just what it takes to get to the pitch of the ball.
The crow hop, they call it, when you put your foot behind the other one. He's back to that one and just jabs it down to backward point.
I never heard that phrase before.
Yeah, the crow hop is when you put your back.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Crossover,
you give a little twist. Yeah. Moeen's going to continue. Last ball of the over. I think he is probably the one bowler Australia going to target, and Head targets him again but hits the ball about 1 yard into the ground. It spins up. 114 for 3. Australia trail by 279.
Messi.
So Brian says, greetings from the Abington Park Hotel, where I've made it an afternoon of cricket. Australia need to be intent on seeing off broad. Lots of runs behind England means Australia must back their own game, which is exactly what Head's doing, I think. Jay Grover complaining about the cost of a fucking shower curtain again. He says, I think...
let it go.
It's a free market,
Costs
so you
about
don't want it, don't buy it.
But Hendo, I've got to say, I've tweeted this out. The T-shirts are actually cheaper than you say in Australia, certainly.
Oh, okay.
Australia, the T-shirt's $31, which is about 16 quid, or $26.42 if you buy 3 or more. So
well,
it's good.
It's tremendous value, isn't it? That's tremendous value. Get a Gorilla Cricket T-shirt. Go to gorillacricket.com and look for the heading across the top, merchandise, and that will direct you.
Right, here comes Robinson. 2 slips and flashed away in that general direction by Khawaja, but in fact, he played it along the ground, down past backward point. The lazy fat umpire is standing at point instead of moving across the square leg.
Yeah, but if you're lazy and fat, you're entitled to do that, aren't you? I mean, it's in the concept of lazy and fat.
The dividing line for me is when you're getting paid.
Thing is, it's just because you're tall and slim.
That's
you always have
the slim bit. Tall is genetic. Slim is more down to choice.
Oh,
sorry,
you started something there. You started
that was fat-phobic.
I've got problems.
That was almost passive-aggressive.
Yeah.
Well, that's as aggressive as you're allowed to. Oh, now we've got the funky shit. It's another short ball. Head pulls it. He gets it past sort of short square leg, who's 10 yards from the bat. Pope. I mean, I was looking at the graphic, and there was three fielders almost in line with each other on the square leg line.
Yeah.
One short, one middle, and one long. It's like a fairy tale.
Yeah, I mean, it's against all known cricket ethics or something. I don't know.
Well, sometimes they get a bit too funky for my.
Oh, I think you're right. I mean,
Yeah.
I think Stokes is always, potentially going to go and do something a little bit too strange.
Yeah, still Khawaja has done that a few times. Dispatches a pull shot. There is a man out to deep square. It's Duckett, so he will only pick up one actually, but a very comfortable pull shot from Khawaja. As he looks so comfortable when he's done it. I'm surprised he's not done it more often.
What, play the pull shot?
Play the pull shot almost to a length ball.
Yeah. And I know John. We had a go at John about he's getting a sort of a little bit of a worry for England, but this is it's a partnership of 50 now from 83 balls, and it's quite comfortable, really.
It's looked comfortable all day, except when England have taken 2 wickets and then a wicket out of nowhere. This time they've got a sort of late. Ooh, it's a short ball. Head is pointing where he was meant to hit it, which is directly 180 degrees away from where it did go. He got a bottom edge outside off stump. It bounced down sort of towards first slip, and Bairstow picked it up. On the one hand, I don't really like when they're bowling short all the time, but you can see why they're doing it to Head.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is that none of them have got the pace that would really put him under pressure.
But is the lack of pace half of what might cause the problem?
Could be, yeah,
Possibly.
Yeah.
Head's not really nailed any of these pull shots. See what he does short again, and he just ducks down. It hits him on the shoulder. A couple of half appeals. Didn't seem to be anywhere near the bat to me.
No. Didn't strike me as I thought it hit the arm guard, if anything.
Robinson just. It's only the captain who can actually make the official sign, isn't it?
He's only got 4 seconds. He's going to have a look at it.
Do it. That looked miles away from the bat to me, but he's done it. They've got 3 reviews, so we could be wrong, but I can't really see it.
That was out, that was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Or put it this way, it's only something if it's hit his bat after it hit his shoulder or elbow.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything near his bat at all. I don't think it was glove.
Well, that was a much more judicious call from you, Andy, than Grubby and me yesterday. We both said that the review by Stark was ridiculous before it was done.
Stark was not playing.
Sorry, by Cummings. Of that line, LBW was ridiculous because it was way outside leg.
And we're seeing it's just come off the arm guard, hasn't it?
He has got himself in a terrible position. His both feet are off the ground. He's trying to duck with both feet off the ground. If I was trying to duck, I wouldn't simultaneously jump.
You'd be trying to tunnel, wouldn't you, basically?
Well, or that would be my plan anyway. It would be a bit different when Ollie Robinson was bowling at me, I'm sure. But he didn't.
I don't see how the short leg didn't know that was nowhere near the bat.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd think. I don't know. Robinson's in again. It's short again. No surprise. Head jabs it down into the offside. And he's certainly not discouraging England from bowling short at him, put it that way.
No, I agree. Messi.
Okay. I don't know if you're able to, Andy, to put me on screen because I've fallen off the screen.
Oh, you have fallen off the edge of the world, yes.
Jay Grover says, I pointed out yesterday that Ponting didn't drink during his cricket career after getting panelled outside a Sydney nightclub. I'm cruelly censored. I've still brought some of his wine, though.
Oh, excellent. No, I mean, there was a curious thing. I mean, I've read some of Ponting's autobiography, and I think in the early days when he was at the Australian Academy, and a lot of the other guys would go out drinking, he wasn't really into that. But there was one episode in Sydney, in King's Cross, where I don't think he really the way he retells it was that he didn't really, he was quite pissed, but he doesn't remember anything much from about 4 o'clock onwards, and woke up with a black eye, and of course a load of pictures have been taken of him getting into the taxi with this black eye, and he was then had to go up in front of the board put him up to a press conference. They wanted him to admit to being an alcoholic at one point.
Moeen is in, and Khawaja lets it go outside off stump.
Which I think he refused to do, but he did say, he did admit to the fact that he had a bit of a problem with alcohol at that stage. Those are long gone days, one presumes.
He might be. Well, you're saying he's got his own brand of wines now.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah.
Unless he's been drinking his own supply. Khawaja plays that one down the wicket.
Or maybe he's like Manny and produces it without drinking it.
Well, yes, that's possible.
Don't get high in your own supply. Down the track, Khawaja, and I think Moen saw him coming and dropped it short, and Khawaja just dabbed it back down the wicket.
Yeah, that was really calling for the ping down the leg side for this leg side stumping, wasn't it? But still, pretty decent ball from Ali in the circumstances.
Certainly been the most expensive of the England bowlers. He's about to bring up his 50 in the 13th over.
But as Baz said, don't worry about getting hit. Don't worry about performing well.
Don't worry about anything.
Don't worry. Just go out, be happy. And
there's something to be said for it. I can understand how people misinterpret it, willingly or willfully or otherwise. Khawaja drives that through the gap. There should be a man out there, and there is. 119 for 3.
Yeah, you get the feeling that England need a bit of inspiration now. Although that said, I think the short pitch ball approach to Travis Head may pay dividends.
It looks better than it usually does. He's back on strike, so I don't think Moen's going to bounce him, although you never quite know. Root's done it before. And Head, as if to prove that point, skips down the wicket and smashes him for 6. Pretty much dead straight. I think there's no doubt which end England want Head at.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Not only that, but I think they've got to rethink what they're doing with Moen. I mean, no one's going to catch that because he's caught it particularly well, hasn't he? But there've been one or two that he hasn't caught quite so well, and I think it might be worth having the long on and the long off and see how that goes for a while.
Well,
if they're going to continue with Moen.
Exactly. I mean, they haven't seen much of Anderson today. What's his role?
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? Good point. I mean, it's much clearer than it was first thing this morning, isn't it? It's still a little bit hazy, a little bit cloudy, but there seems to be more blue around.
So, guys, I'm a bit behind. Big Vern says Australia seems to produce a hell of a lot of lefties. Is that because they're in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, it's like the toilet flushing the other way round, which isn't actually true.
Yeah. And Jay says, fucking hell, what pessimism. Going for a drink with Hendo and John would be like attending an emo Alan Bennett convention on ketamine.
We were just saying in the green room there was a little bit of Alan Bennett about John's delivery.
Oh, God. Well, I'm glad you've come up with that, because he's going to suffer that for many, many, many days now.
Khawaja plays that one down to backward point, and there's no run.
Actually, in his sort of defence, he's not quite as camp as Alan Bennett.
An emo Alan Bennett convention on ketamine is a wonderful description, though, Jay. I love that.
Shot of the Aussie bench. Who's that in the glasses on the left of Labuschagne as we look at it? Because he looks like a total nerd.
I think it's Murphy, isn't it? Is it Todd Murphy?
Maybe, yes. Yeah. Tipped into the leg side by Khawaja for a single. We also get a shot of George Bailey. And England have what they wanted, which is Travis Head back on strike for Ollie Robinson. And let the body line commence once again. I know it's not body line. Don't tweet me.
No.
Yeah. The Australian ethos has moved on from Justin Langer's no dickheads policy. It's moved on to nerds welcome policy. Which is
okay.
Strange for Australia, isn't it?
Well, Robinson's come in. I'll come on to that in a second. Robinson trundles in. Short again. Head drops that one down in front of him. I had a spell of reading a lot of biographies from Australian players of that era, of the successful sort of 2000s era. And a lot of them talk about how when they were playing football against each other, they would split into nerds and Julios.
What's a Julio?
It's a sort of a cool guy, opposite of a nerd.
So who would have been the nerds of that era?
Quite a few of them, you'd be surprised.
Simon Katic?
Yeah, basically anyone who didn't really look cool. I think it was a lot of it was on fashion sense, I think. Or lack of.
All right.
That's a proper pull shot by Head. He's got that one away. And has he got it in the gap? Yes, he has. If I was him, I would just keep doing that.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, I think it was a much poorer ball, much poorer bouncer from Ollie Robinson. It was only 78 miles an hour. And he wasn't really looking at it as he played it, to be honest. He's turned his head slightly.
But it's a lot better than he was playing.
Yeah. But he does look quite poor against short pitch bowling, and I know you could say that is true of a lot of players,
Yeah,
but it's not fierce. This isn't fierce.
There's a
short
lot.
pitch
It's a
bowling, is
lot
it?
different facing Ollie Robinson short at 78 miles an hour than Mark Wood.
Exactly.
And that one's full and it's driven hard. It may have smashed into Ollie Pope. He's got big shin pads on. Those are practically wicket-keeping pads under there. He's like the Michelin man.
I thought he took that on the hand, didn't he? I thought he was shaking his hand.
May have hit him on the hand. He's a bit of foolish to put his hand on it. No, it's just hit him on the elbow.
Elbow, yeah.
No way he could get out of the way of that.
I do. You know, when I look,
It came off his inner thigh slightly first, I think.
it amazes me how stupid we were as kids to field in really close
Without the shin pads.
or the helmet.
And all of that stuff.
Yeah.
That's a bouncer. Well, not really a bouncer. A short ball head lets it go over his shoulder. Is that the end of the over? It is 129 for 3.
I think I'd be inclined to give Moeen a rest. Actually, now he's been bowling since lunch, and they're doing quite well against him. I think I'd get him off.
Mark
Messi.
says more no balls jingle. More no ball jingles required.
Required, yes.
Indeed.
Brian says there's Bear on the wine again. He seems a bit fired up. Didn't he get a coffee this morning? Just relax, Bear. Your England is well ahead. Yeah, Bear was very appreciative of the coffee. I was speaking to him before play.
I've got to say, I was.
Hendo.
Yeah, I mean, actually, funnily enough, I was really tired during the day yesterday, and I'd only had one coffee, but I've had 2 today, thanks to Brian, and I feel a lot more energised.
Great for now.
For now. Then later it will be. I thought I might be jangling a bit, but they're doing all right.
Well, England have disregarded you yet again because Moeen is going to continue.
Well, they don't mind so much.
It says, would he give us a wave? It's a bit late now.
Here comes Moeen, short leg in the slip, tosses it up, and Khawaja back down the wicket for no run.
Talking to Woody, we had a wine expert. We've been taking we are taking Ricky Ponting's wines to cricket clubs around the country. I say that, London.
Down the track this time, Khawaja lofts it over extra cover. I'm sure there's no one out there. 1 bounce 4, comfortable as you like. Let's try some of these new 4 jingles.
Just four.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. We're doing this. We're taking Ricky Ponting. We're taking some other wines, and we're doing little cricket quizzes. If you're in this area and you're interested in that, we raised 600 quid for Winchmore Hill last night. If you're interested in that, get in touch with us at guerrillacricket@gmail.com.
Moeen is in again, and Khawaja's down the track again and lifts it straight as a die. And that's going to be... I can't play a 4 jingle now because that was 6.
It's very jolly. Love it.
Great.
And if only, Hendo, if only England had listened to you.
Yep, absolutely. They'd have saved themselves 10 runs, wouldn't they?
I don't think it was that tough a call. And I think Khawaja's possibly thinking time to go because they're going to take him off in an over anyway.
Yeah.
Defends that one. He's got his 10 off this over.
Yeah, and he's batting really beautifully, Khawaja.
He does look very comfortable. I mean, a lot of players have...
Stop it! You're just trying to get him out now.
I'm not actually. The same way as I wasn't trying to get Smith out, and that worked. That one's played into the offside as no run. He honestly does look super comfortable. But, not the first batsman in this match. I thought Crawley, Pope, Brooke all looked completely comfortable. Crawley got a good ball.
I didn't think Crawley ever looked comfortable.
I thought he looked pretty good, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that one that he was... they didn't appeal for. I'll come back to that.
Well, that was pretty funny.
That was awful, though, the shot.
That one's played into the offside, and surely Moeen will be taking a blow now. He's none for 66 off 14. Yeah, it's about what we're expecting, really, wasn't it?
I think, there's a chance that Moeen Ali could become useful in the second innings if England get any sort of lead, but at the moment they're making him look very comfortable. And this is against 2 left-handers, which was part of the reasons for bringing him back, because there are 5 left-handers in this, or there were before Mitchell Stark dropped out. There were 5 left-handers in this team.
Jay has got an interesting take on baseball. He says Stokes' brain is like an ADHD terrier who grabs a primed firework and runs enthusiastically round the bonfire, inadvertently shooting people. I, for one, find it amusing.
That's a pretty good description, actually.
It's all action, definitely. Let's see what funky shit.
Adrian Lowe is loving the new jingles. Water Age is the craft work 1, 2, 3, 4.
Robinson's in again, a short point, another short ball, and Head again has comfortably pulled it behind square. You know, you've given him enough sighters, and he's really getting hold of them now.
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4.
As ball's getting softer and softer, isn't it? And it's just not bouncing really.
I think this tactic has run its course, and this is a tactic they do need to change.
Well, unless you're going to... I mean, he's now picked his spot twice, hasn't he? Which is just behind square, as opposed to sort of square or in front of square. And he knows where the field isn't, and he's playing to that, that knowledge to a certain extent.
Robinson is in again. It's short again. He's hit that one over backward point. Is there a man out there? The ball dribbles. Moen has come round from a super fine third man to pick up 3.
2, I think it was.
2.
Yeah.
And we saw Tongue doing this against Ireland, and we sort of think, okay, but this is not what Robinson wants to be doing. It's not his style of bowling at all. It's too slow. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bowling 82 miles an hour when you're nibbling the top of off stump. But it's too slow to do this, especially on this wicket.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to, I suppose you would turn to Stokes or Broad for this kind of attack.
Not going to ask Anderson to do it either.
Not going to ask Anderson to do it, no.
So they've sort of got a gully, and it's just flicked away by Head, and that one will probably be 4 if they've got the same field. It's not going very fast, but it is... did he get there, Moen? I think so. Must be 3 that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'll be his 50.
And that will be his 50, and it's in fairly quick time.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
And they've, hit 70 since lunch now?
Well, Australia might not want to score quickly, but they can hardly help themselves against this bowling.
We're doing our best. We're doing our best to grind it out, but that hasn't gone before. I think that's a good piece of fielding by Moen.
At some point, he's got to, stop running around like a terrier from, one ball to another, and maybe try to get Anderson to bowl at the top of off stump for a few overs. Khawaja's back on strike. It's short again anyway. He ducks under it. There's no way lets it go.
Yeah, I mean, it's flawed when you've got bowlers like this to a certain extent. If it was Jofra, if it was Mark Wood...
You wouldn't want Jofra to do this either, particularly.
Yeah, but, I mean, Jofra would be doing it off a length, wouldn't he?
Exactly.
So, that would make a big difference.
Well, you might as well expect a flying unicorn to come on to bowl as Jofra to play again, at least in the short term.
I think it's very sad. Very, very sad. Because he was so good to watch.
By the way, Travis Head's test average is now 48. It's his 38th test.
Khawaja ducks under that one as well, even though it only came through about navel high.
I guess they're thinking, well, Robinson's the tallest, he's going to get the most bounce, but it's just not working, is it?
It just Broad and Anderson going, we're not fucking doing it.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised to see Broad that might try it for a little while, but certainly not Anderson. He just doesn't have the pace to do it.
Where's Pope going now? He's putting the helmet back on. He's going into the firing line at forward short leg.
Is that Root's come back in?
Root to backward square leg.
Yeah.
Robinson.
Grammy's going to kill me. He's coming on for the tweets in a minute. I'm way behind.
I'm not even sure what to say about that ball. It was kind of short outside leg stump. It didn't get up. It just kind of died. Looked like a free hit to me from watching so much white ball cricket, but Khawaja just let it go and no one did anything.
Yeah, that was strange, isn't it? It's been a good knock from... I mean, apart from some difficulties against the short ball, which he now seems to have come to terms with, Head, he's batted really nicely.
Yep, and these two looking well set and going to get into that spell between 40 and 80 overs, which is where England have dominated under McCullum and Stokes.
And I think the difficulty is now that they're not in a dissimilar position to what England were in yesterday, although they had a reasonable stand that got them to about 170, and then they lost 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, 45 overs we've had. Moen's still going. We're all a bit surprised by that, I think. Head comes down the wicket and just plays it to cover for no run. Maybe they think Australia batsmen are just going to run past one, because that's what we
English
did.
Oops, sorry.
Moen indeed being one of the players who did that. Head possibly misses out there, chops it into the ground. One bounce to Brooke.
He's certainly not giving it air this over. He's.
I'm going to try and catch up on some tweets as I can. Dave Wood says, so in conclusion, no batters looked like getting out until they were out.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, and Head. He's got him out. Yep.
What do we know?
We saw that about, I think, 15 minutes ago. Didn't we, Hendo? We saw that same shot.
We did, yes.
Where he's tried to go straight, but it's caught the inside half of the bat, and it went past mid-wicket. But you know what? Even I called that one. This time they had Crawley in there, and he stuck out those long arms. And I swear we're not doing this on purpose to take wickets. When Smith was out, I was literally saying I cannot see where the next wicket is coming from, and I couldn't, and I couldn't see it now. And Head is just one of the long list of batsmen in this match so far who's just lost his wicket out of nowhere.
Well, maybe that is the Ben Stokes way, isn't it? He's just going to keep him on for that one extra over that you think...
Two extra overs.
2 extra overs than you think. He's seen something and he thinks that's going to come off. I mean, okay, if it had gone a yard either side of Crawley, you would have said, oh, he's going...
Yeah, but a yard either side of Crawley is about 8 yards.
That's true. He's got a long...
He's got a span.
He has got a span, but amazing, yeah.
What are we going to give that one? I think I'll give it one of these.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, maybe it's played into a slight overconfidence with regards to Travis Head as well. I mean, he's got that big 100 in the World Test Championship, and he's been batting pretty well. I mean, when he's been striking the ball down the ground, he's looked incredibly good. But he has just a couple he hasn't quite got to. But he was bowling a lot flatter in that over, wasn't he?
Let me try and catch up a bit. I'm still 16 minutes behind.
Okay.
Mog says, Ponting's little fracas was at the Bourbon and Beefsteak.
That's
I
right.
was at the Bourbon and Beefsteak pissed 40 years ago. Farong says, possible cunning plan by Australia appear to be playing for a draw at present. I don't think that's right.
No, I don't think so.
Jay Grover says the phrase up before the beak should be used more often. Also, while hypocrisy to a certain extent is necessary to function in society, me slating anyone for alcohol abuse redefines taking the piss. Jay also says McCullum's no dickheads policy, surely. Mark wore Julio, Steve wore nerd. Maybe.
Yes, I think that encapsulates it more than anything. Yes, how twins could be different things. Yeah.
Maxi says Fleming was Chief Julio.
Fleming is the one biography from that era that's actually funny and quite readable. He's the only one who has
an amusing
He's
fellow,
the only one who
actually.
has a genuine sense of humour.
Yeah, although his alliteration gets very tiresome. Angelic Scooter says, "Oh, that's dreadful." In terms of Head's dismissal.
Yeah, it was kind of.
I blame Andy again.
Good.
He's taken
Score
at least
1 for
2
me.
wickets
Score
today.
2 for me. That's 18 now.
And luckily we're up to date because there was a big gap in tweets between
the thing with Head though was he had a warning shot with that. He did that 15 minutes ago. And,
yeah, true.
Well, that's why I'm thinking that perhaps there's an element of overconfidence, and Stokes has played into that. You know,
can see how he's really flicked at that rather than extended his arms through it.
Well, he hasn't quite got to the pitch of it, has he?
No, he didn't. No, and maybe again that might lead back to a little bit of hubris. Instead of thinking I'm not there, I'm just going to block it. He went through it anyway.
Yeah.
And he's going to be kicking himself for the rest of the day. You can see by his expression.
Absolutely,
Anyway, talking of Inspector Gadget arms, it's this man's come into bat.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety.
And he plays that one out to cover for no run. Mitchell Marsh, who they were threatening us, teasing us with, that he was going to play on that first
that's
night.
right. Was he just measuring the run-up for Cameron Green?
Yes, he probably was, yeah. The mind games began.
Yeah.
He's got a... he's down.
Oh!
Stumping, and that's one for the folks crowd.
Yeah.
I will certainly give them that one. You've got to take the rough with the smooth, and Bairstow has straight up Mr. Stumping there. He was way down the track green. It beat his inside edge. And Bairstow, did he snatch at it? Yes, he did. I think he did.
Just a bit slow getting his hands across to it.
Yeah, his hands were... I know we're looking in slow motion, but his hands were stationary and then seemed to jerk after the ball instead of a smooth. And yeah, look, I could see either way as a Bairstow selection. I can understand the benefits of why they did it, but that is the drawback, and everything's a trade-off.
Yep.
And that one might come back to hurt them.
Could do, and well bowled Moeen Ali as well. I mean, he's got that out of some footmarks. It appears outside the right-handers off stump. Who's been
Further
bowling around
question:
there?
why is Green doing that second ball?
Well, that is. I mean, it's not a full drive, is it? It's something between a push and a drive. Yeah, it's a curious shot, isn't it? Maybe it's a sign of nerves. Sign of nerves.
Possibly.
I think we're overdue a change, aren't we?
Yeah, we must be. What time is it?
Yeah, probably. If anyone wants to come in, it's going to be.
Well, it's not Gary. It must be. It's Grubby. Grubby, I think you're due on.
Is it Bear? If it's not Gary.
I think it is Bear actually. So
that must just be a. I don't know where Gary's come from. That's a complete. Ghost in the machine.
It's been changed. Grubby, Bear, and Andy is what mine says.
Okay.
Okay, until we get changed over, Robinson is in. Kawaja plays it down the wicket for no run. One of you's coming in here. Refilled your glasses of pointing wine. Glad to see.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. We're up to date on tweets, Grub.
Am I? Okay, yeah, fine. Yes, correct. Thank you very much. He did snatch at it, didn't he, Johnny B? Who's ball by bowling? Is it Bear?
Oh, it's Gary, so it's me, yeah. It's me!
Kawaja defends that up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I'm Gary. And me and Gary actually have been agreeing on the WhatsApp chat, which is very discombobulating.
It can happen. In the cosmic cricket circulation of the planets.
Yes, it's true. It's because there's pessimists who think that Bazball won't work. What are you thinking, Russ? Getting a bit scared?
I'm not necessarily scared. I was going to say it was a really good attacking, counter attack by Travis Head, somewhat reminiscent of yesterday with Bairstow, but then he's gone and stuffed it up.
Well, that's the thing about him getting the runs on the ball first, isn't it? That's clipped up to mid-on. There's no run. You get the runs on the ball first, and then all the counter attacking you can. You've got to stay with it all the way, haven't you? Cut the wickets in the middle can really screw it up, and getting Labuschagne for none and the Pig for not many has made life a lot easier for England. I mean, that was a good counter attack, but eventually it kept on going and it pulled up short.
Dear old Russ, he's had the misfortune to be on with both of us again.
Yes. Clipped into the leg side, out to mid wicket, and there ain't no run.
The greater misfortune is that Australia's batters have seemingly forgotten how to bat every time they come onto the box.
Yeah, you can come on again.
Green was very lucky not to be out. There's a horrible shot. Nowhere near the pitch of it.
Nope. Don't know what he was doing first up.
There are definitely some Ashes nerves on display in this game, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And scoreboard pressure counts for something. The pitch is actually quite shit as well, it has to be said.
I wouldn't say quite shit.
Well, it's not. Well, I mean, there's no pace in it, put it that way. It's a typical English pitch. You kind of want pace, but there isn't any. There's certainly up and down, and that's going to be the danger. The longer the game goes on, the more you think it'll go up and down.
I think a little bit of up and down is okay.
Yeah, but the point is exactly that. But you presume it's just going to get worse as the pitch gets deader. And it's a very brown pitch.
It's going to be fun to find out.
Yeah, it is. Robinson is in. He's bowling full. He's bowling back to his normal length now that Travis Head is out. He's bowling at Cameron Green.
I think Lyon's going to really enjoy this third innings. It's definitely taking turn.
Yeah, it is. But, if Australia are, 150 behind.
Yeah, that doesn't matter then, does it?
No. Not really, because England will just attack and they'll lose wickets happily, and all they have to do is get 250 and then they're 400 ahead, aren't they? They're still trailed by 244. And this is the other thing as well, this is what Bazball does. It hardly gives the opportunity for a second new ball. At the moment, the way Australia are going, and they have attacked recently, but they're still really not going long at just over 3 and over. It's defended up to mid-on, there's no runners. 33 overs till the new ball. If they carry on where they are, they'll still be 150 behind when the new ball comes. And if they lose another couple even if they lose only another couple of wickets in the next 100 runs, they're 5 down when the second new ball comes behind and still 120 odd behind. It could go horribly wrong from there. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, mind you, the new ball hasn't really done much. So
No, but it'll go through a little bit quicker. It'll offer something. And tomorrow
might give them some more off the bat.
Well, it might do, but tomorrow the weather's going to be more worse tomorrow, I think. There's going to be actual storms around tomorrow. NASA is notoriously tight, trying to not donate money.
Yeah. I do like NASA, but I don't like it when I hear people are tight.
Yeah.
Puts me off them.
Well, I know. Right, who's this? It's Mo. It's continuing after getting his wicket, and it's just nudged out on the leg side by Khawaja, and it's a single. Who's doing? You're doing socials.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Well, I think Messa's got us caught up, but Angelic Scooters is with us. G'day, Scott. Just saying, oh, that's dreadful. Possibly about the Cameron Green rush of blood to the head. You had a little rush of blood to the head as you walked in the studio, didn't you?
When I got up.
You got up too quickly.
Yeah, you got up too quickly.
That can happen.
Rush.
You just take it easy, love.
Yeah, all right.
Jay Grover says, no one knows where Gary comes from. He just exists. Gross, immovable, and eternal.
The weird thing
like 3 a.m. eternal that we were talking about earlier on.
Weird thing about Gary is I think he's going and coming every day to the test. So
not on his moped, surely.
No, he's not on a bike anymore. Presumably he's getting a train. You might as well just stay in a hotel. That's full and it's driven. It's not beaten mid-off. There's no run.
Well, it depends when you buy tickets in England, doesn't it? That's what I came to learn when I got a £20 trip from one end of England to the other at 6 months advance and £20 to go 5 miles on the day off.
Oh, now that was wide of the off stump. It turned and it bounced a little bit, and it was chopped down to third man. Where I think they'll get. No, they're going to come back for 3. In fact, you just got to refresh it, you know.
Yeah, Green was looking pretty nervy there. Was that his first ball that he charged down the pitch doing? Second ball. Should have been stumped off.
Yeah.
And of course you got all that. Listen, I'm one of the folks crowd, by the way. I would have had him in the team for sure. But the decision's been made, and I don't see the value or the point in whinging on about it. But of course now you see something like that, and all the moaners come out. Oh, that's why you pick Folks.
It is. I mean, yeah, Folks is better up at the stumps than Bairstow, easily. But Bairstow
best in the world.
Yeah, he had a good catch to get Labuschagne. Low to his left, wasn't it? Low to his right. Low to his right.
Low to his right. Yeah.
You do want him taking the opportunities of stumpings. There are plenty of keepers who miss stumpings. Khawaja's back in his crease and defends against Moeen, and there ain't no run. Moeen's gone for a lot, hasn't he? 70 off 50. He's nearly as effective, really, as Nathan Lyon.
Lyon got 4 wickets.
Yeah, he did, but he went for 150 in 30 overs or something. That's defended square on the offside, and there's no run.
Well, also, Moeen's going for 5 and over in the context of innings where they're scoring 3 and over.
Yep. That one is into the pads of Khawaja, who just works it on the leg side, and there is no run. I wonder if
Australia definitely seen him as a weak link, though, by the looks, by the way they've attacked him.
Yeah, and I think if Jack Leach had stayed fit, they'd be doing similar sort of thing to him. We're not over blessed at the minute in this country with too many top class spinners. They are rare jewels, I think.
Yeah, and Australia just doesn't generally respect off spinners because they come to Australia and average 45. That's why we go to India or Sri Lanka and get rolled for 100.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. In a country where Ravichandran Ashwin regularly gets dropped by India in this country, which never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, I know. Especially now as well, he's developed so many different balls as well, hasn't he? It's just to try and counteract that, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. Finally, right. We're going to go back to this man. This man.
St. Jimmy's coming down across the alleyway. Up on the boulevard like a zip gun on parade. Lights on the silhouette. He's disappointed net. Coming at you on the count of 1.
Lovely. Jimmy. He's only bowled 6 overs, none for 18. He's coming around the wicket to Khawaja, who first ball defends into the offside. We have a slip, a gully. We have a cover and a off Hayden.
It's interesting that he's coming round the wicket. We saw a stat earlier on that Khawaja averages
66, wasn't it?
66 when facing right armers around the wicket in England and about 13 over the wicket. Anyway, there's a plan.
There is. Khawaja's well set. He's batted well for 69.
He played very well.
Of 138. He got stuck on a crease early on quite a lot. Jimmy, full, driven. Doesn't beat the man who's a little deeper at mid-off.
Some lovely wise words here from Mog. Never thought I'd say that.
Well, really?
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Bear. Except for digital clocks. Once they're fucked, they're fucked.
Well, that's true, don't they? Just flash, don't they? So they don't actually tell the time.
And Russell, get ready. You've got a comment from Jay here. Says, holy crap, I've just realised Russell looks like Christopher from The Sopranos. You ever had that before?
I haven't had that before, no. I've had a lot of random people describe me. That's a new one.
Oh, go on, give us the list.
Oh, God. Roger Federer I got recently, which I thought was a bit strange.
Roger Federer?
My hair was a bit longer, maybe that was the problem.
Well, if you impersonate when you're in a bank, you might not be doing too bad. Jimmy, around the wicket to Khawaja, who lets that through to the keeper. There ain't no run.
Farong says, very interesting remainder of the session. 2 more wickets and England would be firm favourites, regardless of possible weather interruptions for the remainder of the test. Has a gallon of red been finished in the green room today? I wouldn't say a gallon.
Not a gallon.
More like 3 gallons.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't really. Mog says, Nasser Hussain playing Mr. Burns in a live-action Simpsons movie when? Yeah, I see where you're going.
Jimmy is in and it's defended by Khawaja. Back to Stokes and there's no run. This pitch is extraordinarily slow.
Nasser also gets likened to Putin sometimes, doesn't he? You see that?
Yes, it's the hawkish nose.
The sharp
isn't it?
features.
And the sharp features,
Yeah. And then Jay says, the image of Gary on a moped just made me spit tea.
He used to have a big...
Literally spit tea, or is that a euphemism?
Gary used to turn out, he used to have a Honda Goldwing or something. You know those? The big old cruising bikes. That's on the back again. Nearly squirts underneath Khawaja's bat. But he's been there for a long time on 142 balls. Depends out the offside and there's no run.
I'd like to buy the latest Harley Davidson midlife crisis, please.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit like that. Good touring bikes. Not that I'm into bikes. My dad convinced me, and he was correct, that I'd probably kill myself if I was on motorbikes when I was young. Could have done that several times in a car, so probably been worse on a bike. I know a lot of people who've crashed on bikes and nearly killed themselves. And do it again, strangely.
Yeah.
The need for speed.
You're certainly more vulnerable on a bike.
Yeah. Jimmy, round the wicket into the pads. Khawaja clips that sweetly. There is a man deeper set, just about square, but in front of square. And there's a short mid wicket. He clips it between the two and gets himself 2 runs and moves on to 71.
Very noticeable that England's had a lot of short covers, short mid wickets on this pitch. Australia.
Well, Australia.
Well,
that was the problem with Australia, wasn't it? I mean, they immediately gave in to the fact that we don't want to give fours away, but we'll give singles away. That's what baseball does. You see, you either attack it, which is what England do when they bowl. Actually, they don't care about the fours; they're going for the wickets. Whereas Australia decided we're not going to let them get lots of boundaries and go away really quickly. But if you keep the fielders in, you're more likely to get the wicket if there's a slight mishit within the infield.
I also think it was to do with plans for particular batsmen. So we were talking when we were on before, weren't we, about Steve Smith? He loves scoring through that mid-wicket area, so you pack that area.
Down the track. Oh no, that's a replay.
It's a carbon copy wicket because it is the same wicket we saw 20 minutes ago.
But that was a classic. Looking ahead, that was a classic example. We're talking about having that short.
Yes, exactly.
Get the catch
precisely.
But the other thing that's really noticeable about their fielding is at one point the head seemed to have a short leg, a square leg, and a deep square leg. Like when they're protecting part of the field, it's all of the.
Defended at by Green, just puts a bat out and he gets a thick outside edge that goes down towards third man. Get back for 2.
I think you're right, Russ. Like, when you identify an area you want to protect, you really protect it. And it's like having a cordon, like a slip cordon, but lift it up and put wherever you want on the pitch.
Yeah, and Khawaja, they've been running a cover, an extra cover, and a short cover pretty much.
Tossed up and bunted by Green up to mid-on. He's deep set enough that he can get through for a single. It was aerial for a while. And on Hayden would have snaffled that.
Can't have them everywhere, can you?
No, you can't.
Jay Grover says the Bears' desire to call all English spinners as good as Lyon is interesting. Also, Australian off-spinners average about 45 in the Sheffield Shield, apart from Simon O'Keefe, but he seems to have spent his entire career raiding Ponting's vineyard. And Jay then goes, fair dues, spit Stella. He spit Stella, not tea.
Moeen is in. That's a terrible ball. It's dropped short, and Kawaja can just rock back, slams it out the cow corner, and it'll be 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Didn't really get out that ball though, did it? Could have quite easily gone under his bat and he missed it.
It was a dog's eye, as they might say in Australia.
A dog's eye?
What's a dog's eye, Russ?
I have no idea.
It's a pie, isn't it?
Out of Australia, is that coming from?
Dog's eye's a pie.
Okay, Australian rhyming slang. That is clipped out and square on the leg side by Kawaja. He got himself a single.
Maybe I shouldn't
Even
believe
though that ball didn't get up from Kawaja, it was so slow off the pitch.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? And there is no pace in this deck. That's tossed up and driven back down the ground by Green. Doesn't quite beat Stokes, who comes across the mid-on. I think he then gets caught on the stupid advertising hoardings that are on the pitch. As he rolls onto it, probably changes how you skid along the ground. And no, his foot just went away from underneath him. Ooh.
Oh, and he's
on the knee, so
clutched the hammy.
clutching his left arse.
Yeah, that's defended back up the track. No run.
Peter Ward says, Gary, the inaugural member of the Gorillas Hells Angel chapter. The boss hog, maybe.
Yeah.
Who captains if Stokes is injured at some point during the series?
He's
Pretty
on the
likely.
point. He's on the point of getting injured at every moment, isn't he? When you see him, like just then.
I think if he was in a wheelchair, they'd just stick him out and mid off in a wheelchair. You know, just direct traffic.
That'd be great, like Brian Potter from Phoenix
Yeah,
Nights. What about the
Vice
bloody?
captain is Ollie Pope.
What about the bloody balls? Messages says, what? The Bear's killed himself several times in a car? You do know you're not a cat, don't you, Bear?
No, I could have killed myself several times in a car.
It did sound like you said that some of your friends had killed themselves several
No,
times. Jay is back saying, given that one of the most respected test captains in the world refused to travel with the Bear and he is an unrepentant drink... What? I'm not saying that. I think the world would be safer if he was only allowed a granny scooter. Diana Patterson says, an operating room nurse told me that motorcycle season is the best source of organs for transplants. Yeah, motorcyclists. That's true. I heard Stephen Fry telling a story about some person who needed an organ donated, and they're waiting there because obviously time is critical, and it started raining and the surgeon looked outside and said, won't be long now.
Jesus. One of the worst motorcycle accidents I ever saw actually was in Australia. Probably in Victoria, funny enough. As Jimmy is going to start his next over. And he's angling that into Cameron Green. There's a leg slip, there's a slip and there's a gully. And there's no run. And I was selling encyclopedias and there was an enormous great bang, and then I came down the street and you had to get picked up somewhere at the end of the night. I came down the street and the police were there. And there was a motorcyclist who's obviously been hurt along this road, and he'd come off the bike and his head had been taken off and his head was down the road and the rest of him was there. It was like, oh, nasty.
And welcome to Bedtime Stories with the Bear.
Well, I'm not sleepy tonight, thanks.
Yeah. Jimmy's angling that in. It's nice to Cameron Green. He gets behind it there, defends it. Back up the track, there's no run.
Muttley's gone for a dog nap, I think. Back in a couple of hours. Any possibility of Duckett rolling his arm over just prior to tea, says Farong?
I'd like to see that. Wonder what he bowls. He's a lefty, maybe he's a left arm spinner.
Mog tells me that no Australian has ever called a pie a dog's eye. I shouldn't believe everything I hear in Millionaire Quiz, should I?
Okay. That one's into the pads of Green. He plays out to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps. That could have been close if that hit. Oh, it did it. There's an appeal. They've gone back for 2. Did it hit the stumps? Well, there's a bail off. It can only have been the ball that hit the stumps. I'd be interested to have a look from the side. It's a good throw. Who's done that? Oh no, he's in easily. It did hit the stumps though. was a sharp run. It was Ollie Robinson who threw down the stumps. And they got back for an overthrow.
Please tell me that you do say Reg Grundy's for undies, though.
Did you say Reg Grundy's for undies?
I don't.
No.
That doesn't mean that
Come
someone
on, Russ.
doesn't.
You're letting us side down.
By you, I mean all of Australia, and you're representing
Yes,
all of
exactly.
Australia right now, Russ.
He was an Australian, Reg Grundy, wasn't he? He was, wasn't he? That Grundy's TV hire. That's angling in at the stumps. It's pretty full, and Cameron Green defends it. There's no run. The ball's not moving off the straight. In the air.
Whereas, of course, we say Alan Wickers. Alan Wickers, Knickers.
Knickers, yeah.
Incredible straight field for Green here. There's two players right on the pitch at either side of Anderson, and then another mid on and mid off, a little bit wider of them.
And this is another thing I think Michael Vaughan used to do this quite a lot on slower pitches like this is becoming, is just, you bring your fielders straighter and closer in.
Cameron Green's got quite correct, isn't he, with his drives and his defence and all that. Defended into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, there's a off Hayden and a gully. A cover who's reasonably close. Just a single slip gully and leg slip, and then on Hayden as well. There's a short mid wicket too. I mean, there's a lot of people close, reasonably close in at the wicket.
Jay Grover's converted to Catholicism, just says Pope.
I think that's in reference to who will captain at Stokes. I'm assuming he means Ollie and not Francis, though.
Yeah. Ooh, that turns Green a little bit. Outside half of the back, goes off towards the mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over.
That's
51
right.
gone, 167 for 4.
Francis is currently injured, I think. Farong says, dog's eye with dead horse. Could go one now. Been 8 years since my last one. See? It's not just me. Farong's in the dog's eye party.
Farong's Australian too. He just happens to be in Bangladesh now. No, you got out of Bangladesh, didn't you? You're in Thailand now.
Jay's back in. I always wanted a Honda Goldwing. Not because I desire the freedom of the road, but because I quite like sitting on sofas.
Yeah, it's basically like a sofa on wheels. Which kind of suited Gary.
And Mog fires straight back to me. No one has said Reg Grundy since approximately 1974.
It's probably correct, actually. I feel that this rhyming slang has very much fallen away in Australia.
No, that's terrible.
What a shame.
Tossed up wide by Moeen and left alone by Khawaja as we watch a man taking pints.
We'll blame multiculturalism, perhaps, for that decline in rhyming slang.
Trying to keep, whatever Cockney rhyming slang, London rhyming slang. My mates sometimes call each other a Toby. You Toby. What does that mean?
Toby Tarrant?
Toby Jug.
Toby
Mug.
Jug. Mug, okay. Short and wide, Khawaja cuts. It goes out to Duckett, who's out at point, and there'll be a single. It's very much a close cat and mouse game, this. England, another couple of wickets they won. Well, no Stark, is there now? So who's Stark? Boland stays in. Stark was replaced by... Oh, I'm going mental.
By Boland.
Yeah, so you got Cummins. Who's the other quick bowler though? Oh, Hazelwood.
Hazelwood.
Yeah, so they're batsman down really. That's defended by Green towards mid wicket, and there'll be no run.
Messers reckons that Reg Grundy's for undies is more a sort of TV comedian slang. Well, I'll take that.
As long as it's slang for something. Tossed up by Moeen, and Green just plays it back to him. There's no run. Big miss that, not getting him stumped.
Yeah, very much. He's playing a little bit with an angled bat to these forward defensive. It just looks a little unnerving.
Smashed it down again! Fuck me, that's a quick run, and they got it. I probably would have attempted to throw the stumps down again. He's bunted it straight to mid-off pretty firmly by Green, and then they just decided to run.
Mid-on.
Mid-on, what did I say?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. It was actually, by the time he picked it up, he was easily home. Khawaja could have been a different thing.
There's usually a single if you go quickly enough.
Yeah, I suppose.
Usually.
As long as Khawaja's ready.
He's obviously he's got long legs. He's a huge man, is Green, so it's probably only about 6 strides down the other end. End of the over as that one is defended by Khawaja up to mid-off, and there ain't no run.
Got quite a nerdy one here from Angelic Scooters. Gotta say, I'm rather liking the Super Nintendo era field graphics Sky are trotting out, given the rest of the world it uses the Hawkeye version ad nauseum. That's certainly what was on everyone's lips, I'm sure. Angelic. Brian001 says, Green doesn't look at all comfortable with the bat. If Green goes soon, Australia will be rolled for less than 250. You heard it here first.
That's a throw, mate. That's a throw.
We're watching a village game in every sense of the word. Very Green.
Oh, it's probably Saturday League, isn't it? Look at that. It's a throw. It's got to be a throw, surely.
Which, unless you're watching the coverage we're watching, you won't be able to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's very
Pirate
flat.
Badshaw says, Ben Confit de Canard Duckets. that's my favourite nickname.
Yes.
Confit de Canard. His off breaks are as smooth and effortless as a mallard gliding across the water.
Excellent.
Oh, I love that.
Jimmy is back into Green. He's getting it to tail in a little bit, and it's defended out to the offside. And so, see, as I was saying to you earlier, this is it. I mean, Australia really aren't scoring quick enough. When a new ball comes, they're still going to be a long way behind at this
But
rate.
Australia have just got to play their way. It doesn't matter they're not scoring as quickly as England. They might get there in 6 seconds.
Well, yeah, they might do. That's what I mean, but it gives the opposition more. This is what England play for, isn't it? They try and negate the fact that there's going to be a second new ball. They try and score all the runs in 80 overs, blah, 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 so they don't have to go through that nonsense. So that's defended. Square on the offside, and there ain't no run.
I'm going to go back to Pirate Badshaw's tweaks. I quite like it. So, Confit de Canard Ducket's off breaks are as smooth and effortless as a mallard gliding across the water. With his impeccable control and guile, he bamboozles batsmen, leaving them flapping like ducks out of water. Wow. Actually, the first sentence was better than the second. But nice one, Pirate. Thanks.
So Carey will be in next, won't he? Carey, followed by skipper Pat, wasn't it? Postman Pat. Defended. Square on the offside, there's no run. Green on 10 off 22. Kawaja 77 off 149.
Jay Grover calls pants Solomon's, but only because he says, because I grew up in the church. Russ is right, I just converted.
Boom. Solomon what? Solomon, what's that, man? Solomon who?
Jay will probably explain later.
Yeah. Again, Jimmy's bowling pretty well here. He looks like a lot faster than what Ollie Robinson was managing. Robinson seems a bit out of sorts this game, to be honest. Not his usual self. Well, there's a bit better spell actually to Travis, I suppose. Travis Head.
What if Green is comparatively disadvantaged to a pitch that's not bouncing at all, given his height?
Well,
it does
yeah.
seem like he's kind of really trying to
lean
play
down
it around his ankles.
Yeah, exactly. That one that keeps low. Yeah, he's facing up though, waiting for Jimmy. He's in. Ooh! He's a little bit fencing at that one outside his off stump. Gets it outside half the bat. Plays it into the ground though, out to Pope at Gully. No run.
Re Jay's recent conversion to Catholicism, he says, apologies to all my dead orange order relatives. Well, not really. Thou were pricks with very small hats.
Solomon Grundy.
Are we due a
Andy.
change, by the way?
Are we? Jesus Christ, we're getting it shit today, aren't we? Yeah, we are. It's because everything was 5 minutes late, wasn't it? So, yeah, we are due a change. Me and you, and Andy's supposed to come in and join us, actually, and that's the three of us. Last ball is turned around the corner by Green. He thinks about 2, but there isn't one. Can you grab that bottle of wine if there's any left before you on your way in, Andy? That'd be really nice.
It is really nice. We know it's really nice. The Ricky Ponting Pinot Noir that we're supping today, which is delicate and delicious.
It is.
With hints of cherry blossom and strawberry or something. Green doesn't look comfortable with a bat because it's proportionally a twiglet, says Jay.
Oh, today's all gone.
And Rattles the Gentleman Thug, great name. Gold wings are affectionately known by motorcyclists as lead wings, as they are huge, heavy, poorly handling pieces of excrement. I reckon that Rattles the Gentleman Thug might be a member of the Hales Angels. Yeah.
What are you doing, Andy? You can just summarise. You can just sit over there. That's cool. Shall we have a change then, Russ? You want to take a break? What time in the morning is it over there now?
It's 12:15, so
it's not
I'm going
that
to
late.
go. I'm going to go to bed, and I'm going to hope that Australia doesn't lose 6 for 20 and miss the follow-on in the next.
You see,
Great stint, Russ. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You have a good night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
Enjoy.
Okay. Bye.
So I think it's me doing ball by ball.
It
Is it not
you
right?
doing
So
ball by ball. I'm doing social media.
our social media director, the Bear, will be with you imminently. Meanwhile, little change of bowling here. More spin.
Oh.
From England's ex-skipper, Joseph Root.
We'll give him a jingle in a second.
He's coming round the wicket to the tall Cameron Green, who plays it back to the bowler. No run. 170 for 4. The game is nicely poised. England, at the moment, you have to say, have the upper hand. Andy, welcome to the studio.
Yeah, definitely. They're only 1 or 2 wickets away from really getting into this here. Ooh,
He's down the wicket.
again.
Down the wicket.
Yep.
Green, and Root saw him coming and shoved it in short. Green can only shovel it to mid-off, and there's no run again. But yeah, he almost was out to his second ball, I think it was, legging it down the wicket. This is a leg side piece of filth, which is swept away by Green. He's going to get one down to long leg, gets him off the hook and off strike. Close up of Johnny Bairstow. I think we're going to see a bit of footage of that. Well, I'm going to say near stumping, that stumping chance, which Bairstow eschewed. He really did snatch at it with iron gloves, you'd have to say, but I shan't be banging on about it. The choice is the choice. This is thrown up into the omelette by Root outside the off stump and nowhere near really to threaten anything for Khawaja, who allows it to pass through. He's played very nicely, Khawaja, for his 77. Great role for his team here. Root round the wicket to the left-hander, and this one keeps low. Did he get an under edge to that? Was that a half a chance through to Bairstow?
I think so.
A very difficult chance.
I don't think even Super Ben Folkes is going to catch that one.
No, indeed. It kept very low.
Hit him on the foot, I think.
He's under-edged it, but straight to Bairstow's foot. But this will be encouraging for England with still a significant lead. This variability of bounce. A good take from Stokes this time as Khawaja allows it to pass through outside the off stump. I think that's the end of the over.
Okay, Angelic Scooter says, a friend of mine a few years back was a singer in a band. He used to get really angry when I referred to him as a maxi clinger. What do you mean by a maxi clinger? Ringer? Is that? I don't know. Rhyming slang died in this country.
Singer, obviously.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. Rhyming slang died in this country when Australian commercial TV decided our only cultural touchstone should be America. It's much like here, really. Thank goodness. Jay Grover says born on a Monday. Was that Solomon Grundy?
Yeah, so that's the first thing I said. Solomon Grundy born on a Monday. Yeah.
Yes. Can you change faith by stating their religious heads? Mint. Also, Guru Nanak. Guru Nanak.
Guru Nanak. Yeah.
Was that Robin Williams?
He's the main Sikh.
That's Nanu Nanu.
That's Nanu Nanu.
Sorry, you're banned for racism. Sorry.
Jimmy Anderson starts a new over. It's on the leg stump of Cameron Green, who just props forward, turns it into the leg side.
I'm not sure we've quite got across this field. Anderson has. He has a man 15 yards from the bat at cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. They're all 15 yards from the bat.
Yeah, no, I was saying
this. You can
Andy,
imagine that.
I don't know if you were... Well, I know you're in the next room, but you're obviously not hanging on every word that we're saying here, but I was saying that it's something reminiscent of Michael Vaughan's captaincy. On a slower pitch, as this one is becoming, the field comes further and further in front of square and closer to the striking batsman. This one is defended to gully by Green.
Well, then he's also got a regular mid-off and mid-on. So from Green's point of view, he's got 6 men plus the bowler right in front of him in the V. And Anderson is doing what I wanted him to do an hour ago, bowl at the top of off stump. You've got to find a way.
Yeah.
And Green doesn't really look capable of finding a way to do anything with this at the moment. He's not taking the risk to move across the wicket and create some angles and hit the ball square. He's just playing his net shots like that one.
Full delivery outside the off stump, driven and fielded by that man at the very short mid-off.
And really, the ticket here is just got to be to clump one over the top, I'd have thought.
Yeah, and who's to say he won't try that in a moment? And if he does, maybe England will be fine with that. And also, the more the game drifts at the moment, the more it's in England's favour.
Sure,
England have the lead.
They're also keeping Khawaja off strike.
Green, lots on his mind, faces up. One slip, a gully, a very full face of the bat and this time it's fielded by the man at the on-Hayden position.
The thing is about this, isn't it? I mean, if he's not really prepared to take shots, it just allows Anderson to bowl very straight with a little bit of trying to get something to happen.
A little bit of nibble, yeah.
Exactly.
I think a more experienced player would be starting to make things happen. Would maybe step forward and across, and then flick him over mid-wicket.
Well, he could bat outside of his crease. That's the other thing.
He could do that as well.
Because Bairstow's not standing, not standing up. Which
yeah.
folk, I think, not to labour the point, but I think folks might be standing up to Anderson with this.
But as you say, he's not leaving his crease, so there'd be no need.
And this is defended through extra cover for no run.
We're getting a bollocking from Tone.
Why?
Yeah, we're not mentioning the wine enough.
Wine.
Wine.
We mentioned the wine loads, Tone.
Exactly.
Been drinking it. Look at this. The proof is in the eating.
Exactly.
The drinking.
The drinking in this case.
Today's bottle's all gone, and I think you just finished off yesterday's as well.
Yeah, that's partly because I couldn't actually remember what the actual link was. That's why I keep telling people to go to the homepage. It's pontingwines.com.au/Gorilla Cricket, and you get your discount.
GC Ashes 2023 for your 15% discount. This is defended into the offside by Cameron Green. There is no run.
And it's very tasty wine.
55 overs have gone in this Australia innings. It's 171 for 4. Andy, thoughts, please?
Well, I can still go back to it. I think Australia, whether willfully or not, have left runs on the table in this innings when there were certainly times when Moeen was bowling before. They got after him eventually. When Smith has taken 50 balls to score 16, when there were more runs on the table there for the taking, and they just didn't, almost because they want to play oppositely to England, or they want to stick to their guns in that regard. But what I'm saying in the green room is, wickets still happen, funny things still happen, and you can get Travis Head looking completely set and then suddenly getting one to mid-wicket. You haven't even had any, you could get a run out, you could get a freak wicket like Brooks, you could just get something to spit and something to happen, and not like that.
Brooks starts a new over with a full toss, and it's clumped by Khawaja to a deep extra cover, and there's no run. I think it took him a little bit by surprise there. No, I mean, Steve Smith was just booking in as he's done throughout his career.
And then he just misses one.
And he misses one, which will happen once every 3,000 balls. This is defended back in his crease by Khawaja into the offside, no run.
But there isn't a single English batsman who'd be on 77 off 150 balls. Even Root would have 100 by now.
Yeah.
Even the reverse scooping Root.
Even the reverse sweeping Root.
Round-armed Joe Root, just outside the off stump of Khawaja, who defends it into the offside. There's no run.
They're just playing traditional Test cricket, aren't they?
The point is, and yeah, that's okay, but you could do better.
Yeah, of course you could.
There's always room for improvement.
Yeah.
But I was saying to Andy next door after this ball, which is bowled by Root and allowed to pass through, not taken by Bairstow, iron gloves once again, is that Australia shouldn't try to combat whatever brand of cricket we're calling this, Stokey Cullen ball. They shouldn't try and outdo that. Neither should they go too far into their shell.
Exactly, yes.
To say we're doing exactly the opposite. Another one outside the off stump this time is taken by Bairstow.
Hit the ball with a stick, play it as it comes down.
Whatever they've been doing over the last 2 years has been working perfectly well for them. They are world test champions.
Yes.
But this is a different challenge.
Yeah.
The way England play, without using the B word, puts a different challenge up to teams.
Stoke, Root to complete the over, full, driven to extra cover by Khawaja into a little gap so he can get a run and steal the strike. And the score is 172 for 4. What you got on the old socials there, Bear?
Well, Jay Grove says, isn't Raffles, the gentleman thug, a member of the Bullingdon Club, as well as an excellent Viz strip? Quite possibly.
The Viz strip was very good.
Yeah, Big Vern.
Another Viz character.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
He's at least
I ain't going back inside.
Yeah, I ain't going back inside.
What was the fella's name you would talk to?
Oh, I can't remember.
I ain't going back inside.
Ernie,
yes.
Ernie?
Yes, I think
go
so.
back inside, Ern.
Yeah.
And then he'd shoot everybody, wouldn't
Yes.
he? With a double barrel shotgun. Big Vern, here's a rhyming slang quiz for you from the Sweeney. George once said someone had done the Peter. The context is that someone had scarpered. Peter Pan, surely? Take me a while to work it out myself. Took me a while. Peter. Done the Peter.
Done a runner. Done a...
Peter the Great.
Yeah. Tell us the answer to that one.
It's the sort of quiz where you put onto a radio show and then there's sort of 3 minutes of dead air while everyone thinks. Khawaja has 78. He's going to be facing up to Jimmy Anderson, who is round the wicket to him. unlikely to get him out from round there, because as we know, your average is 66, facing right armers in England.
Reg Grundy history. When Reg Grundy hit television was ubiquitous in Australia into the 1990s. I heard it occasionally, and most people these days wouldn't even know his name.
But it lives on through rhyming slang.
Absolutely.
Thank God. Jimmy at the top of his mark. A little bit sunnier than it was this morning. Not the bright sunshine we've been experiencing for the last 6 weeks, it seems. This one has Khawaja falsely driving slightly. Not quite at the pitch, but coming forward. And the ball squirts off to mid-wicket where it's fielded. No run.
Jay's taking a piss out of me. He says, Guru Nanak, was that Robin Williams? Fucking hell. That's a Katie Walker-worthy comment. Yeah.
Now this ball is getting older. We just saw a slow-mo piece of footage there, the last ball from Jimmy Anderson, with the shiny side. He's coming round the wicket, so the shiny side on the off stump of Khawaja, if you will. This one is flicked to mid-on, and there's no run. So I wonder whether they're looking for a bit of a reverse. It may not be dry enough for reverse.
As I understand it, you've got to bowl a bit quicker than this for reverse, haven't you?
You certainly need to get it very full.
Oh, that was a knuckleball, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Something, yeah.
I was extolling the virtues of NASA's analysis from yesterday, split screen, and someone said, yeah, but is it all bollocks? Forward comes Khawaja to this full ball from Anderson and defends it into the offside. There's no run. He goes for a little walk out to square leg and contemplates life. Jimmy Anderson, over 40 years old, famously. You must get really bored with people going on about his age. I'm pretty sure he does.
Mm-hmm.
He said it a few times. But he's a remarkable cricketer.
Yep.
And he still looks very fit, if I'm allowed to say that. He's round the wicket now to Khawaja, even wider in the crease this time. Defended once more to Stokes, who's positioned at short extra. No run. Stuart Broad's warming up. He might be about to come in for one of those old ball spells. Some of his...
He might have just a little dip before tea.
Yeah. His legendary spells have been with the old ball. I think the Oval 09 might have been...
I think his most legendary spell was with the new ball, though.
Oh, with the 8 for 15?
Yes.
Although he would say that his spell in South Africa, I forget which ground, is his best ever for England. That's what he himself has said. This one is left alone by Khawaja outside the off stump. That finishes the 57th over. It's 172 for 4. Any thoughts, gents?
Well, I'll give you some thoughts from our tweeters.
Please do.
For wrong,
if such they can be called.
The dismissal of Green in the second innings of the World Test Championships is similar to how he is batting now. Jadeja bowled it on leg or thereabouts, and he wouldn't take him on. Time to bring on Duckett with his office. Farong definitely wants it.
In his ducket and his bucket hat.
Yes. Rohit Singh. Now there's messages I know. All that took was Harry Rook bowling fast off spinners. Who would have thunk it? Ernie. Yeah, that's his mate, Big Vern's mate. Peter Pan is right. He ran.
Well, you can't say he did a ran. You said he's done a Peter.
Yeah.
You can't say someone's done a ran.
That doesn't work, does it? I mean,
exactly.
I'll get the Britneys in. That works. That's sort of a newer... I mean, I'm not bang up to date, I'll grant you. But
yeah, it's about 20 years old, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying these things can and should evolve. But no, the Peter one's not working. Someone's going to have to explain that further, I think. We are having the change of bowling. We saw him warming up in the middle of the last over. It's England's behead-banded streak.
Behemoth.
This is bizarre from Broad. That's the only word I can find.
It's brainless cricket, I'm afraid to say.
And it's going to be another 6. It's going to be huge and high.
It really irritates me that Broad stands there and laughs about that.
I think that's the world record.
Crazy.
And I'll remind you that the over has been bowled to India's number 10 and 11.
I love that. I've not heard that jingle before.
No,
Who put that together?
Mog. It's Stuart Broad 35, Dan. It's
very good. Well done, Moggers. And that must have taken quite a lot of archival work.
Exactly. Angelic Scooter says, NASA providing exceptional analysis there. Apparently, completing a stumping is better and harder than missing one. Anyway, folks, says Angelic Scooters.
Oh, I see. Yes. Being very arch with that last comment. Green has 12. Khawaja 78. He's batted very well. Australia at 172 for 4, still trailing by 2-2-1. Here comes Stuart Broad starting the new over with 1 slip and 2 short Haydens in place. Oh dear, a poor piece of fielding there by England's vice-captain in the gully allows them to come through
All
for
too
a single.
fallible there.
Very much.
Yeah, you don't like to see that, but Broad will probably be a bit upset with that. It's a regulation piece of fielding. He wanted to keep Green on strike and have the same plan as Anderson, it looked like, just bowl at the top of off and with that ring of fielders in the V, and they've let him off the hook there.
It looks like he's going to come round the wicket to Khawaja as well. I suppose the fact that he's so much better to right-handers around the wicket rather than over the wicket is not...
we don't know.
Not in no small part because he's not played too many long innings.
I was going to say it might just be a
England.
statistical quirk. You don't know.
Anyway, the sun is poking out there at Edgbaston. Stuart Broad in his pristine white headband getting some instruction from Captain Stokes.
The weather is supposed to break tomorrow in London.
Mm.
I don't know what it's going to do in Birmingham.
Oh, it's supposed to break tomorrow in Birmingham as well.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope's gone for the lid. So he's going to be at short leg, we think. Broad has the old cherry in his hand. 57 and a bit over as old. Still looks alright, still a decent shine on it there, so we'll see what he can do. Coming round the wicket to Khawaja. A ball of decent line and length, which Khawaja elects to go back to. Defends it to point, and there's no run.
I wanted to scoot along the ground and hit him on the pad right in front.
Yeah, well, yeah, we have seen a little bit of variable bounce. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing as the game wears on that you get that bit of as long as it's not, you know, above head height, one ball and exactly the same length goes shooting along ankle height. A little bit of variation in bounce I think is okay and acceptable. Here comes Broad around the wicket to Khawaja, and he pulls this as he's pulled so well throughout his innings. Again, not very short, but he's clattered that square of the wicket, picked it up early, 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You almost get the sense that Khawaja sort of feels it's about time to do that.
I was going to
because
say
they're all length balls. Why can't he just do it all the time?
It was sort of premeditated almost, that one. It was, I mean, if it was short, it was an inch or two short.
Yeah,
and he just sort of walked inside the line and helped it on its way and crashed it square of the wicket. But no, he's played that shot really well, and he's looked as good as anyone really when he plays that shot. But his average in England is still
23.
significantly under, 50% of his average overall in Test cricket. This one is defended from the crease.
He wouldn't be alone in that.
No, indeed. A huge discrepancy there. There's no run
This is his highest score in England, and considering he's got 332 runs, this is about a quarter of them then.
And I read that he did get a half century in 2013. Because we were suggesting it might be his first one ever in England, but apparently not. Either way, 82 runs to his name. He's doing really well.
And England basically have got 3 square legs inside the ring. Forward, backward and short.
The square leg cordon.
Yes, it is
this
really.
This is defended towards mid-off by Khawaja, who again goes for a stroll, is not interested in a run, which isn't there anyway. And I think it's a no ball again. Yep. Signals no ball. I think that's Chris Gaffney is in the third umpire's chair, where I like to see him. He's the best in the world at that. Don't like to see him out in the middle. But
was that a no ball?
Yeah, well, it's on the line, isn't it?
How hard is being a third umpire?
Well,
Sounds like a pretty easy job to me.
I wouldn't mind doing it.
Yeah.
Round the wicket comes Broad. Defended again from Khawaja to mid-on. There's no run. He looks just in his own zone really at the moment, Usman. He's often looked very uncomfortable in England, playing for Australia, but he's playing probably the best innings of his career in this country. Test innings.
I still think he looks so comfortable. He really should have 30 more runs for me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. He makes it look so easy when he plays that pull shot that maybe he could have done it more often.
Yeah.
It's hard to knock a man. He's 82 not out from 160 balls, whatever it is. 170 balls. This one defended to mid-off, no run. That completes the 58th over. 178 for 4 is the score. 2:15 is the lead. Bear.
Jay Grove says Peter Pan ran. Seems tenuous. I think Anderson and Green could form a mutual support group about people talking about the former's age and the latter's height. Dave Wood asked, didn't Hominy do a run?
Don't know, but just on that Green height thing, I think it's his wingspan that deserves more attention. That's the most remarkable thing about the man. He stands there at what, third or fourth slip, and he covers gully and second slip.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, that first catch last week in the World Test Championship final, the right-handed catch, it was superhuman. It was almost behind him. It was as good a catch as Ben Stokes' in 2015.
Yes, that's what I mentioned.
The second one, a bit of controversy about whatever, but it's still a great catch because it was given. But certainly that right-handed one was extraordinary.
And didn't Travis Head come out and say, he said he wasn't sure if he thought he put it down?
Oh, he said he touched the ground. He said he grassed it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't come out and say that, Travis.
But it's okay. You can grass it as long as it doesn't hit the ground. The grass is not the ground.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, quite a boring chat that.
Steve Wick says Peter Pan do a can of beer. No. Well, that's a question mark.
No, people are making things up now.
Yeah.
Please only give us information if it's stone cold true.
That the law of Twitter, as it is known.
Yes.
LAW or LORE?
Both.
Bit of both. Okay, England mixing and matching it here. Joe Root's going to turn his arm over once more. He's been economical, if not threatening. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed giant that is Green, who is forward in defence. Half a stride down the wicket, but he's almost in Root's face as he does it. Defending into the offside, there's no run.
Well, despite taking a wicket, Stokes has still only bowled 3 overs in this innings.
Root in once more. Defended. Carbon copy, really. Quite a narrow, solitary slip in place there.
Green really looks stuck and like he doesn't really know what to do. I mean, he's occupying the wicket.
Yep.
Well, he got scared, didn't he? He ran down the wicket and ran past one.
Ooh. Oh, that was quite a good piece of bowling because he saw Green coming and he fired it in there. Yorker length. Bit of a one-day ball, sort of a wide Yorker almost, and he just laid a bat on top of it. He's got great nickels, has Cameron Green, which I always associate with David Gower.
Yep.
Back in the day. A sort of a touch player's bat, not a whacker's bat. A whacker's bat would be a gunner more for me.
Well, I was
mid on and no run.
I was told that for a lot of that time he wasn't using a Gray Nichols bat. He was sponsored by them, so he had the sticker on, but he preferred a different one.
Oh, I see. Oh. A nice bit of flight from Joe Root. Good bit of foot movement from Cameron Green. Plays it to mid on, and there's no run. Do you know the actual make?
It was supposed to be a Hunts County, but the guy who told us that was the owner of Hunts County. So
right.
I don't think he would have lied about it.
Tossed up by Root, defended by Green. That's the end of a very quick over. Another maiden for him, and it's 178 for 4 still. What else is going on?
Oh, I can tell you. Let's see. Farong says, perfect opportunity for Duckett to come on. He's desperate, isn't he? But Angry Ben goes for a bowler who's taken over 500 wickets. Not on Stokes. All we are saying is give Duckett a chance.
If Joe Root's Australian twin was bowling for Australia, how many would England hit him for in 4 overs? More than 2, I'm suggesting.
20, I'd say, at least.
Well, 20 was average for the whole innings.
Well, yeah, exactly. Dr. Google suggested Peter is a safe or vault, as it was often called a can. Hence, can became Peter Pan. Remember, I'm just the messenger here.
Who said that? Google?
Hawkster. He was getting it off Dr. Google.
Right.
Big Vern, for your information, the Australian equivalent of Dun the Peter is Dun the Harold, as highlighted by Billy Connolly in one of the travel specials named after Harold Holt, who famously disappeared. Also, it rhymes with Bolt.
Full delivery from Broad, who starts a new over. Khawaja drives him through straight mid-off, and they're going to get a couple of runs there as Jimmy Anderson runs back and does the fielding. Looking warmer than it has all day there at Edgbaston, I would say.
Well, you must have heard Australian commentators talk about a Dorothy Dixer.
Oh, yeah. That's a Dorothy, a 6.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
yeah.
Okay.
Because he was a film star from literally the 20s.
Okay, well, I'd said doing a Harold, if you meant going missing, would have been after Harold Bishop from Neighbours.
Doing a Bishop.
Sorry, I thought you meant Harold Shipman. Many people went missing there. Permanently. Khawaja's going to face up to Broad, who's coming around the wicket and bowls a full delivery, quite floaty, and Khawaja drives it with ease, but for no run to mid-off. 180 for 4. Must be the last over before tea, this, I think.
Well, there's been 5 minutes delay
Yeah.
sort of on everything, so they may get one more after this one.
Really? In which case I might have to go and get my car, which has just arrived. And don't you know, my driver's just turned up.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
He'll wait, surely, as is his place.
Well, for 5 minutes for no money, yes. One slip, a short mid-wicket. This one keeps really low as Broad bowls a length delivery and Khawaja just stands up. Made it look easy. It's a sort of delivery that Kevin Peterson back in the day, if he got that ball, would have squatted down and wide-eyed up to the pavilion to say, oh my God, lads, this is doing all sorts, making all of his teammates yet to come in feel really good.
Yeah.
But Khawaja didn't.
All played with that kind of player.
Look at me, look at me.
Well, it's more so much after they get out. Oh, it's impossible out there, lads. It's impossible.
Yeah.
You're only trying to make yourself feel better.
Thanks for the encouragement.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad, looking like an extra from The Deer Hunter, comes in and is turned off his legs by Khawaja to wide mid-wicket and there's no run.
Or the Beer Hunter, where you have 6 cans of beer and you shake one of them up and you have to open each one.
Yes. A game that I might seek to play later after I've been to a concert in a church.
During?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Stuart Broad's pub burnt down, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Hope he's
It was
insured.
last summer.
He was insured. It's being rebuilt and about to reopen again, I believe. Hopefully he'll be stocking Ponting wine. This one is turned again to mid-wicket and there's no run. Where you can find the Shiraz we were drinking yesterday, the Pinot Noir we've been drinking today. And if you go to Ponting Wine, if you find the link on our website and you enter the code GC Ashes 2023, you will benefit from a 15% discount. I nearly said 20% there. I've been overselling it.
And if you
15% discount.
if you say it, we have to pay it.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's the law.
Darn it. Hopefully the law's not looking too closely. This
For
is
a number of reasons.
a very innocuous bouncer in the loosest sense of the word from Broad to Khawaja, who easily ducks under it. It's the end of that over at 60 overs gone, 180 for 4. I think I might leave, everyone.
Okay.
If that's all right. It's been an absolute joy as ever.
Always a pleasure.
See you all soon.
Okay, you go and get your car, get home and see your darling wife singing or whatever it is she's doing. We'll take you through till tea, which probably is only the next over. Because
Yeah, you could see a lot of people in the crowds heading off for their beer, bouncing a giant beach ball around.
They were showing all the beach balls that have been punctured by the stewards. There's quite a pile of them.
It's a bit of a shame they puncture them. Can't they give them to stray dogs or something?
I don't know. They just don't like it, do they? Well, Rooty's going to continue. He's gone none for 2 in 4 overs.
Again, I think they're just letting him bowl. They should be scoring off him.
Exactly, they're just letting him bowl.
You don't have to go full B word, but
No.
funny enough, they're on 180 off 60, 3 and over. I don't think it's enough for how comfortable it's looked.
Down a track,
Finally.
smashed, finally.
Yeah.
Ooh, just lasered that, nearly got a 6. I think it bounced just inside the rope, didn't it? For one of these.
Yeah, I think he's gone a little bit early. He's premeditated that one, and it's really not a difficult shot in the conditions, and especially for a player like Green, who's a good hitter of the ball.
Yeah, he's just scored hundreds and 60 balls in the IPL, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he knows how to do it. Rooty tosses that one up. Green lurches forward and defends it out to the offside, and there is no run.
I'm tempted to make a mischievous comment about Root's IPL preparation being shown its worth yesterday, because I'm sure we'd have heard the opposite if he'd got
Well,
naught.
yeah, completely. He was addressing that this morning on TV.
Really? What did he say?
No, well, Nasser asked him, didn't he? He said, well, you know, how is it you didn't play in any county cricket, you went over to the IPL?
Did he say, no,
basically,
I
he said, look, I've scored 11,000 tests. Well, he didn't say this exactly, but I'm paraphrasing. Driven nicely again. So, lights up just before tea break. As that one again.
So you basically say, I've scored 11...
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he basically said,
I've scored 11,000 test runs. I don't gain anything from playing against Glamorgan. Sorry.
Yes, that's basically what he was saying.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some of the big old boys who knock around in the IPL and picking up some new skills.
Yeah.
which I guess you can't argue with. That's the problem.
Well, you
It's
can
Joe-
argue with it, and
you
people
can,
will.
but- yeah, they will. But then Joe Root was going to score a ton and say "fuck you."
Yeah, basically. Well, Green finally opening his shoulders just before tea.
Yep. We think this will be the last ball.
Maybe. We're never quite sure.
Everything's just 5 minutes late, isn't it? So that's tossed up. Ooh, inside half of the bat. Goes for a big drive again. It goes out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Are we going to have tea, or are we going to continue? Everyone looks to be walking off.
Or they just walking to the other end.
Don't know. They should be walking off. It's 5 minutes after. Maybe a little puff of dust as that hit the wicket. It is tea.
Yes.
So, I don't know how many runs are in that session. I'm sure they'll flash us up a graphic in a minute. We can give you all that information thanks to Sky. There we go. 30 overs, 110 runs, 1 wicket, run rate of 3.7. It seemed quite pedestrian, and they left a lot out there, one would think. And we managed to get 30 overs in a session. See? It can be done.
Well, I think England are still ahead.
Yep.
They're 200 ahead with Australia 4 wickets down. And the thing is, England have several times during this spell under McCullum, they've taken 180 for 5 to 400 and beyond.
Yeah.
Frequently, almost. But again, because by the time they've got that 170, they've still got 25 overs at the old ball.
Exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? It's having the time of the old ball.
And Australia have only got 20 more overs of that. They might be a bit... Cummins can bat, but, Lyon, Bowl and Hazelwood...
Carey can bat as well.
Sure, I'm taking
more.
that. I'm taking that as a given. 9-10 Jack don't look that impressive, and Australia are sticking to their guns in the way they want to play. Are they doing it too much? Maybe. I guess we'll see, and we'll see not only today or in one game, but we'll see over 5 games.
Yeah, indeed.
We can't really judge until there's time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
Exactly. That's the poker. That's the joker.
Yep.
Yeah. No one to hold him. Joe Grover says, I think we should revitalise the freak show by pimping Anderson and Green with his great nipples around the county. Okay. Umbrella Nova says, it's the sun, heat and beer, but I swear you just said he's got great nipples, Green. I don't think so. Now you bring on Roots. BRU is supporting the Ducat option. That's the... Bangladeshi Rickshaw Union, I'm sure, that's certain. Jay says, Frank Norman's book said solitary confinement were known as the Peter. No clue how it relates to Rand though, and this is like exceptionally retarded Wordle. Okay. Given the Harold Holt chat, I believe I'm constitutionally required to point to this Harold Holt Memorial Swimming Centre. Okay. Broad and Gurney's pub. Broad had his own wine for cricketers. It's the new wig. Yeah, well, we got Ricky's wine. Ponting Wines.
If Stuart Broad's wines want to give us even more wine, we're perfectly happy to switch to them after we finish the Ponting.
.co.au/Gorilla Cricket. It's on the links on our webpage. Messenger says Dorothy Dix was actually a journalist who made her name answering readers' questions. Her advice on
that
marriage,
was it. She was like an agony aunt.
Yes, her advice on marriage was syndicated in newspapers around the world. As a result, a friendly parliamentary question is referred to as a Dorothy Dixer. Okay. Stray Dog Zombie Beach Ball Apocalypse would be mint. Yeah, it would be. Matthew Cullen, last tweet before tea, says, hello gorillas, I am currently mid-Otley Run in Leeds, so I am not listening, following on pub TVs, but I love and miss you greatly. We'll tune back in tomorrow. Thanks, Matthew. And that takes us through to tea. I'm feeling a little half cut, I have to say, which is great, because it's Saturday afternoon. We're going to go back to some podcasting nonsense and the Melbourne Derby, which still has time to run, and we'll see you in 20 odd minutes. See you in a bit. Bye.
97 as a young man, later to call himself a Shen. So he did a bit of time in Washington State Prison.
He's got credibility as a rapper.
Burglary, yes. And it was there that he taught himself Tahitian. He carries a Papua New Guinea passport and a US one. So there you go. After serving his time in Washington, he moved to Hawaii, where he found work as a beach boy in the Waikiki, and began developing his music. I was tired of bubblegum reggae, he said, and Ooh Baby I Love You songs, and therefore that's when
he joined the Beach Boys. That's going to.
And that's when he decided to get into hip hop.
What is bubblegum reggae? I mean, you're an expert on these sort of musical genres, Mog. What is bubblegum reggae?
What you'll find is it very similar to the K-pop variety of kawaii.
Oh yes.
I don't know.
You don't know at all. No, you're making it up.
But you started like you shouldn't have told us you didn't.
No, we were convinced for a while.
Reggae's been sort of raped and pillaged by the West ever since, people like Paul Simon and the Police do a kind of version of bubblegum reggae, don't they? It's on the offbeat, but it's
sort of is it
scarish?
Substitute, not quite the real thing type thing, isn't it?
I thought it was
bubblegum pop,
fluffy,
reggae.
Yeah,
musical youth,
it's
like that.
Sanitised commercial reggae.
Right, moving on with the score at Mog 4, 46. We have another Papua New Guinean. It's Liga Siaka. Is Liga Siaka a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or a who's that weirdo?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me that one.
Do you know this one? Do you actually know this one?
I don't know this
one.
Right,
you were so convincing. You really are.
You ought to, I mean, if you want someone who knows Papua New Guinea cricket, get Knackle back on.
Probably.
I was up with him once for Papua New Guinea versus Namibia, and he literally did seem to know all of. Anyway, that's not helping me here. Hang on.
I think he'd flown out and met half of them himself just to make sure.
He probably has, actually. To be fair.
Well, you're surely not going to do two weirdos in a row.
Or am I?
Surely Papua New Guinea haven't been going that long playing cricket.
Sure.
I mean, and you just arrived. Therefore, live cricketer.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I couldn't bluff you. He is a live cricketer. Liga Siaka is a live cricketer. And do you want to take a little guess at his name to get an extra vote?
His name or his age?
His name.
Sorry, his age. You got his name.
Have a guess at the name.
I've got his name. That would be a gimme. Age. 36.
No, you don't even get a bonus point because you're miles away. He's 29. He's not only a cricketer who's still living. He's something else as well. In his spare time, he's a fisherman. Tell us more.
Well, he is. He's 29. He's born in Port Moresby. He's an opening batsman, right-hand opening batsman. Bowls a bit of right-arm fast medium and a few leg breaks. Lega Siaka. Is it? I don't know. Is it Liga or Lega?
I don't know.
Well, he's the brother of Tony Siaka, who was also in the squad for the Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand. And he does combine working with cricket. So it would be a shame if he was brother of Alan Lamb. That would be even better, wouldn't it? Then he'd be Lega Lamb.
Nay.
Yes, he combines cricket with working as a fisherman and compares his style of play to Michael Clarke.
Oh, poor bastard.
He's only played 7 first-class games, but 47 ODIs where he averages nearly 20 and 27 T20s where he averages only 13 and a half. His most recent T20 was versus the USA in Bulawayo. This year he made 28. And his most recent ODI was in Windhoek versus the US a few days ago, in fact, in November. And he only made 5.
That's a terrible shame, isn't it? That's a terrible shame.
Can I ask a bonus point?
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, go on. Try.
Well, he was born in Port Moresby. What is Port Moresby also known as?
I don't know. Anyone got any ideas? I don't know what Port Moresby
is. It's also known as the capital of Papua New Guinea, I suppose.
Also known as Cheryl?
No. It's also known, referred to as Pom City.
Pom City?
Pom City.
Is it full of Poms? I imagine. I think not. Fred's been to Papua New Guinea a couple of times, hasn't he? And they let him out.
Has everyone left?
Amazing, but true. The scores move on at the end of that particular segment to 8 for Forthy and 4 for Mog.
Can I get a bonus point because I've done a jingle for Legacy Siaka?
Yeah, you can. And did you know him? When?
Yeah.
You
I knew him.
I'm going to give you.
Do you know? I thought that when I was going through the list. I thought, I surely know this place.
So unlucky you didn't get it referred
I remember
to you,
that.
I was watching him play only like that game against the US not that long ago.
Oh,
I shit you not.
That is tragic.
What's his jingle go? How's his jingle go?
It's over the top of. I may have borrowed something from a Napalm Death instrumental.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely.
And the lyrics and vocal delivery is a little bit operatic, so I probably can't do it at this time of night.
Okay. I do know
But-
something about Napalm Death, which I'm sure you also know, which they're responsible for the shortest song of all time, according to the Guinness Book of Records.
Yes, the lyrics of which are "You suffer, but why?"
Oh, they're absolutely right. And I
That's
totally
got to be
go
a,
along with
that's,
that.
cancel it out. That's a bonus point each, surely.
All right, I'll give a bonus point each. Very good. In fact, I make a 1.5 to the Mog.
That was on side B of their first album, Scum.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Which is also notable for having a completely different lineup to that which recorded side A.
Oh,
yes. Is it like the musical equivalent of T10?
Make it so short, it's hardly worth doing. Do they have some?
It's more it's like a what are those stupid golden ball things called? They're called golden balls.
I thought perhaps maybe it was a concussion substitute, but there you go. Back to Mog. The next name that you have to pore over and consider after your unfortunate inability to be able to say about Legacy Aka. Is it Lega or Liga? Did we decide? Did you decide?
Lega.
Lega.
I've
Okay.
got Lega.
Okay. Right, the next name is Avidesh Samaru, West Indies. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Avidesh Samaru.
He's clearly Guyanan, and I'm going to suggest that he is in fact a dead cricketer.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It goes over to 40 for a bonus point.
I was only suggesting it. I wasn't giving that as much.
Oh, myself, very clever, very clever. No, well, I'm sorry. That's if you look in the fine print, I think in the contract that I sent over to you, you'll find that that's not allowed. So it's over to you, 40. Is he a live cricketer or is he a weirdo?
Well, we haven't had a weirdo for a bit. I'll go weirdo.
You see, you can't just do it on patterns because I'm far too clever for that. So you're absolutely wrong as well. He does turn out to be a live cricketer. What do we know about Avidesh Samaru, Tony?
He's very much alive. He's West Indian. He's 44 years old. He was born in Trinidad in 1978. Bowls left arm wrist spin, but bats right-handed. He's played 12 first-class games for Trinidad and Tobago.
Not bad.
Highest score of 25. Best bowling performance of 4 for 44.
Not bad.
And he's represented once the West Indies Cricket Board. And I think he made in 1995 he made 34 runs and took 3 wickets in a West Indies A twice as well.
There you go. So not a bad career. For a man.
Fairly brief, but yes.
But he's very definitely not Guyanese. He's Trinidad and Tobago. I'm amazed you didn't know more. Move to who would have thought? Back to 40 then. Here you go. Okay. You can make Cameron Iqbal Lone. Cameron Iqbal Lone, live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? And he or she is from India.
Could you spell the surname, please, Alexander?
Yes, the surname Lone, Lone, as in Lone Ranger. And then the Cameron is with a Q rather than a K. Cameron Iqbal Lone. Or perhaps Lone, who knows? Don't know. I'm not sure.
With a Q.
Yeah, they've got a Q in there. Yeah.
I mean, old people don't get called Cameron with a Q.
No.
But Cameron with a Q though, that sounds like a bit like a rapper or something. That doesn't sound like it. Sounds like someone who's got pretensions in life, and cricketers don't tend to have pretensions. So I'm going to say weirdo.
Absolutely wrong. It's not a weirdo. So it goes over the Mog for an crucial potential bonus point. Cameron Iqbal Lone, is he a live cricketer or she a dead cricketer?
Well, it's clearly not going to be a weirdo because we've already had one rapper on the quiz thus far.
Yeah.
So by process of elimination, that means.
You don't know which way to go, do you?
A live cricketer.
Yes! You are absolutely right.
Fucking hell.
Lone is a live cricketer, and for a bonus point, Mog, that sees you coming up on the stand side, can you tell us how old Cameron Iqbal Lone is right now? Tough. You can get it on the mark. If you get it on the mark, you get a 4. You'll overtake 40. I've never seen it on the mark. This is the big comeback we've had in a weirdo competition so far. This could be brilliant to be overhauled from a 6-2 interval lead.
Look at those beads of sweat appearing on 40's forehead.
Yeah, he's really.
This is serious business.
Glasses have steamed up. Really biting his nails.
57.
No, he's not 57. He's nowhere near 57.
Oh, God, is he 17?
He's 21.
Oh,
He's 21. Cameron Iqbal Lone from India is 21. He's well and truly alive, and Tony has more information about him.
Yes, I do. He is, as you rightly say, 21. He was born in Srinagar in Kashmir, represents Jammu, and Kashmir is an opening batsman, right-handed, and a bit of an up-and-coming star from the valley of Jammu and Kashmir. He's only the third cricketer from the state to hold the limelight after Parvez Rasool and Manzoor Dar. So there you go. Had a very good day. He's a tall lad. Made it into the 30 probables for the under-19s, but failed to make the cut in that 15-man squad. But he's got plenty of time. Age is just 21. Time is on his side.
Well, there you go. It's boiling up into an absolutely stunning match, this one. It's so tense. I can barely get the words out. The score is Moggs 7.5, 49. But this might just be up Moggs Street, because the next name we have on the list is Caroline Arthur, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Caroline Arthur. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Really crucial. You can hear the tension could be cut with a knife. Everything's gone very, very quiet indeed, unlike a Mog jingle. I've never seen Mog so quiet. I can see thoughts ticking across his forehead.
Oh, is it my turn? Oh, sorry.
It's your turn, Mog. Yeah, sorry. you were just meditating. Okay. Caroline Arthur.
Caroline Arthur is a Who's That Weirdo?
Yes, you're absolutely right. She is a Who's That Weirdo. Do you actually know who she is?
No.
No, you don't know who she is, but you guessed correctly then. Caroline Arthur is a Who's That Weirdo. And tell me, Tony, just how much of a weirdo is she?
Shouldn't I be guessing who she is, what she does?
Oh, yes, of course, sorry.
Can't go leaving any points on the table at this stage.
Absolutely. You can guess what she does.
This will take you into the lead.
She is in the political sphere. She was... I'm not going to say outright a politician.
Right.
But I'm going to say an influential figure in state politics.
Well, put it this way, she does have an influential figure, but not in the way that you're thinking. Tell us why, Tony.
Well, I'm surprised that the two of you haven't actually seen her about. She currently lives in Melbourne. She's 45 years old.
There's only 4 million people here, so we're bound to
bump into each other.
Well, you'd recognise her if you saw her.
We're not a bloody country town, you know.
She a cricketer she'd filled at long leg, and I quite like the up your street Hendo, which I think was intentional.
No, it wasn't actually.
It was very clever, unintentionally. She's a mother of two. She claims to have the longest legs in Australia. Although she's only 186 centimeters tall, which you'll very quickly work out is 6'2", her legs are 4'4" when measured from hip to heel. So her legs are 69% of her body.
Is she a thalidomide baby or something?
No. But she does take sort of a rather strange picture. She was born in Lake Eldon in Victoria. She's obviously taller. Eildon, is it Eildon? Lake
EI?
That's quite right. Yes. But she now works as a dermal therapist in Melbourne.
I don't have my appointment till next week, so that's why I was
her nickname, her favourite nickname for herself is Caroline the Powerline.
Presumably she wasn't born in Lake Eildon. You know, I mean,
she could have been a water bird.
She started modelling at the age of 17 in an attempt to boost her confidence, but initially struggled to get jobs due to her height, until she got a stocking contract, where apparently her legs got featured in loads of commercials.
Actually, do you remember
that's amazing. She's trying to get in the Guinness Book of Records.
Yeah, do you remember the football? I do remember another model. I don't know why I know this. The footballer Christian Klembau, the old French player. He was knocking about with Adriana Skleranikova. I'm sure she was in the Guinness Book, having the longest legs at the time, but I do not know why I can remember that.
Do you think there was I wonder at what point her legs became the longest in Australia, because did you think she was, when she was very, very young, she had incredibly long legs, or were they later? they come later. I don't know.
More importantly, what's her OnlyFans address?
No, we're not going there.
Right.
Now, the thing is, we have come to the final of the day. And the scores, would you believe? I mean, we've had absolute slaughtering so far in this tournament, but in the Melbourne standoff, it has come. We haven't tried to fix this, listeners.
Yeah,
fix this at all. It's Mog 9.5, Forthy 9, and the final name is for Forthy. So can he grab it at the last, or has Mog come back from that deficit at the halfway stage to claim the title for now? And this is the final name that you're going to get. This is for you, Forthy. Zafar Gill, Pakistan. Zafar Gill, Pakistan.
Well,
dead cricketer.
Umar Gull. There's a Gill who opens the batting for them. It's not him. Zafar Gill. Zafar, is that a sort of name that cricketers,
Safari.
Javier Zanetti, that doesn't help. Oh, Zafar Gill. I will say, I don't think I'm going to eliminate weirdo straight away. It doesn't sound like a weirdo. So it's clearly not that. My waters are telling me. I will say, dead cricketer.
No! You're wrong! And Mog, you are the champion of Melbourne. You have done it. You have come back from a 6-2 deficit. You can put up your middle finger to Forthy. You can walk proudly down past, what's the name of that station? The one that's all yellow in Melbourne. Flinders Street Station, with your head in the air, because you have held him off to win. Well, it's not necessarily win, because you might even get a few more points in, because...
Oh, come on. Let's not rub salt into the wound.
No, we need to rub that salt in.
You said dead cricketer, didn't you say dead cricketer? Well,
yeah.
It's not cricketer, so that means...
And that was the Melbourne Derby. That was Forthy against Mog. And as I say, you can go and listen to the end of that if you want to on the podcast section of the GorillaCricket.com website. I should say, of course, that if you want to support Gorilla Cricket, if you want to keep us here for matches like this and for the future, please go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket and pledge whatever you can on a monthly basis. That enables us to plan ahead a little bit. And it's hard work. John is with me, and it's quite hard work.
Holiday season coming up soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hendo. So
I need a few extra cash.
Yeah.
But it is hard work.
I need to ask you two gentlemen a question.
Yes.
Do you know where you were 4 years ago today?
I can see that you've got a picture of me right behind you. We were at York Cricket Club, one of my former teams, Clifton Park.
Yeah.
And we were watching Yorkshire versus Warwickshire in the county championship.
Was it 4 years ago? We were talking about this before, weren't we? The Australian chap was there.
And Hendo getting very frustrated with broken glasses, as you recall.
Was I? I don't remember that bit.
Yeah. That's what the picture shows. Glasses with one arm.
There he is.
There he is.
So, yeah.
The miracles of modern communication, John. Anyway, we are back in action with Australia 188 for 4. And, would you believe it, Mo and Ali's going to bowl, so we can play this jingle.
Moeen, 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 Moeen. I'm begging of you, please don't take third man.
And that's John's daughter singing to you.
She's got a voice just like mine, hasn't she? A voice of an angel. A slightly dirty angel.
Mo and Ali bowls, and he's thrashed through mid-wicket. First ball after tea. Absolutely pummeled by Usman Khawaja for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I was trying to get John to say what hard work it is being a commentator on Gorilla Cricket.
But I'm not allowed to lie, apparently.
This one
drinking all that wine's really hard too.
This one hits the pads and just runs out into the onside. Ali, is he back? Is he over the wicket now? I think yes, he is over the wicket to the left-hander. He's got a man at slip and silly mid-off. He goes back to this one, too slow off the surface, really. I mean, probably could have put that away, that delivery, but didn't. Chose not to on this occasion.
No, it is. The levels of concentration required are stupendous.
Absolutely extraordinary. It was a bit like being at NASA or something like that.
Yeah.
He goes back to this one, plants his foot in front of the stumps, and then just gets the other one out of the way and defends from a sort of very front-on position. Stokes is warming up, so maybe we're going to see a few overs from him. Of course, he got rid of Steve Smith earlier in proceedings. Moeen in again, bowls, and once more opening himself up and just letting the ball come onto him. Defended back to Moeen, 192 for 4, trailed by 201. We only had 3 entries in the GPL this morning, which is a bit disappointing. We forgot to talk it up. Moeen in again, gives this one air, and he goes right back in his crease. Watches it turn very slowly, plays it off.
I hate to show my ignorance, but what's the GPL?
The GPL is the Guerrilla Prediction League, which is
of course,
which is our competition on a daily basis, where you estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day. You have until lunch to do that, and you pay us £1 for each guess that you make. And if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot.
So all £3.
No, well,
right.
Messi Jez, who is a regular competitor, has won over 200 quid, haven't you, on one occasion?
Yeah.
It just keeps rolling over if there's no winner each.
But is he not a member of the Guerrilla Cricket team?
Technically, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but I've contributed more than that, I can assure you.
Yeah, he gives most of it back.
Tim Lowell says, enjoying the tea break out on Galveston Island, setting up for the Juneteenth 23 festival where it all started. I can't hear Galveston without immediately thinking of
Glenn Campbell. Yes.
Right, well, we'll come back to some tweets in a minute, but we are going to get Ben Stokes. He's bowled 3 overs, taken 1 for 6. He's not over stressing himself, but he is going to bowl now.
Ben?
Decided that he would need a wicket. He's bowling to Cameron Green, who goes onto his toes, and that makes him enormous. If he goes onto his toes, Cameron Green, he's about 7'3". That, I'm afraid, though, is a no ball. So good job he didn't take a wicket. With that, 193 for 4. Trailing by exactly 200 now.
Could I just ask, Messi Jazz, do you get to, has wine been transported to you over in the Antipodes, or do you just
not
get to...
ponding one. I'm going to buy some, but I'm waiting on your recommendations.
Well, my recommendation is that it's great.
Oh, that's the man we want. That's the kind of man we want. Worked up to mid-on. We'll come back to the wine in a minute. That's nicely played by Cameron Green, but he won't get it past the man there, and they take no run.
Yeah, no, superb. But both the Pinot and the Shiraz are now are going down well.
And of course, the more of you out there that buy Ricky's wine via us,
the richer Ricky will be.
Well, the richer Ricky will be, but also, it gives a bit of kudos to us, doesn't it? It means other advertisers and sponsors will come to us. Stokes in again, just the one slip, quite wide, and dug out by Cameron Green. Not just dug out, but he plays it with some power to mid-wicket. He won't get a run for it. 193 for 4.
I think hitting those 2 boundaries in the last over before tea probably did Green a bit of good, because he had been prodding and poking for a while.
Yeah, I mean, well, England are going to... I hope England aren't looking back and that Green gets a massive score here, and they're looking back at the fact that Johnny Bairstow missed out on only his second ball before he'd scored. Stokes in wide outside the off stump. He's crunched that, but he's got a ring of 4 on the offside. He's got a backward point, cover, extra, and mid off. So quite defensive. Is that another no ball? It is another no ball. So 2 out of the 3 balls he's bowled this over have been no balls, which is not a good start. He's rather shaking his head.
Which state does he play for, Jazz?
He's Western Australia.
Western Australia. He's a local lad.
Okay, so and is he a genuine all-rounder for? Does he bat and bowl for them? I know you know an all-rounder means, but yeah.
That's come off the hip, I think, or did he actually get bat on that? It looks like he's got bat on that, and he's got it very fine indeed. It's gone for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So, useful runs for Australia.
So, his first-class batting average is 48. which is not bad.
Not bad at all. I'd take that.
Yeah.
This
and
is
his
forced to extra cover, diving stop by the man in there. Not sure who that was. Was it Ollie Pope? Anyway, yeah, he's still quite young though, isn't he? He's only what is he? 21, 22?
24.
He's 24, is he? Okay, I thought he was a bit younger.
Just
than
turned 24 a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, all right. It's got a slip, a gully, a squarish, shortish cover, extra mid-off, and of course, as soon as I try to read out the field, the director cuts away from it. In comes Stokes, bowls, and onto the front foot comes Cameron Green, defends it into the covers, and there is no run.
So how many first-class wickets has he got?
First class wickets, he has first class 65 first class wickets at an average of 32.
Not bad.
But he went through quite a long period of not bowling because of his back and just making shed loads of runs.
So you think of more as batting all-rounder or as a bowling all-rounder? I guess batting at the moment, outside the off-stump, left alone. Through the keeper. That is the end of the over. The partnership has, with those no balls and that boundary, has gone up to 50 from 108 balls. And Australia are 198 for 4. Messi, some tweets.
Jay Grover says, York, not proper Yorkshire.
What? I know, they're all bloody posh up in York, I tell you.
Jay says, anywhere that's not Sheffield isn't Yorkshire. Jay says, has Hendo been fighting in that photo? Top boy, Nigel. He was only fighting with his specs, actually. They kept falling off.
I can't see, your head's in the way of my head, so I can't really see that picture very well. So it's probably just as well blotting me out.
I do seem to remember one of our many sorry to interrupt. One of our many arguments at that game. Wasn't that one where we sat on some seats, all of which were vacated, and somebody came along and asked us to move? And you got a little agitated.
Yeah, that was in front of the marquees, wasn't it? Yeah, no, it was a minor
that was a minor tantrum. Yeah.
Moeen Ali, moving on, is bowling to Usman Khawaja, who works this past the man at mid-wicket. It's fielded by, I think, Ollie Robinson up at mid-on, and they take a single. He moves to 89, batted extremely well today, I have to say. For the first time he's got, for the second time he's got past 50. This is his highest score in England, and it looks to me as if he's going on to 100. And yes, you can tell that I'm trying to invoke the commentator's curse. Moeen Ali's going to bowl to the right-hander. He's in, bowls to Green, who presses right forward, and when he gets forward, he really does get forward. Very long legs.
Yeah, it must be hard to adjust your length, mustn't it, when you've got a guy like this in?
Yeah.
Because a good length ball to him is completely different to Khawaja.
Yep, he's down the wicket, he's gone for the big hit down the ground, and I think he's got hold of it pretty well. He has indeed. It's not it hasn't gone up very high, but it's gone very long indeed, and it's one of these. With every stroke like that, Johnny Bairstow sheds another tear. As do all England supporters. As does Ben Folkes laughs, I suppose, uproariously in some home in the home counties.
You're not a man to hold a grudge, are you?
No, I love Johnny Bairstow. He's one of my favourite cricketers, but I still think
you also love Ben Folkes, don't you?
I think Ben Folkes should have been in this team. Ali bowls it wide. He gives himself room, cuts it, and there are two men chasing that. He's found the gap in the offside. Are they going to get it? No, they were kind of leaving it for each other in the end. That's Potts, so I don't know who he's on the field for. Matthew Potts, the Durham bowler.
Well, some info from Omar Nueva. He says, is there an injury unsaid for England, as we've had Woods, Wokes and now Potts fielding in the deep on the right, by the right side?
Why would you put Wood out there? I mean, if you've not picked him for the team, just keep him in cotton wool till he's needed. Don't let him be out there risking anything. Forward comes Green, defends it back to Moeen, and there is no run.
Whereabouts in Oz are you, Jez?
I'm in Perth. Well, just in the Perth Hills.
Very nice.
He lives in a weather cave underground. Onto the back foot goes Cameron Green, plays it to the man on the Hayden position. For some reason, John, you haven't heard as much of guerrilla cricket as some other people. Messi Jez knows more about the weather in England before we do. It's very strange. I don't know how he does it. He's a miracle.
It's because
worker.
I know how to use the internet better than you do, basically.
But you live in a sort of dripping.
Because life happens 12 hours earlier there, so.
Oh, yeah,
Can
that's
you,
true. Yeah,
can you
I get
send us a
advance
few
warning.
lottery numbers as well.
Jay Grover says the GPL is a perpetual motion machine for Jeremy's bank account, which is pretty spot on, really. Jay Grover says, you sat on some seats. Proper York posh entitlement. Oh, well, these weren't the posh seats. There were seats inside a marquee for the really posh people.
No one was
there?
sitting on them. I mean, no one was going to be offended. Stokes in, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja plays that in the end with just the top hand into the covers. And there is no run. 207 for 4. Green now moved on to 33. Brendan looks a little bit despondent, doesn't he? For the first time, I've never seen him look so depressed. Brendan
Well,
McCullum.
I said he looked stoned yesterday. I think he's hungover today.
He's normally so laid back. He's almost tipping over in his chair. Here is Stokes again, round the wicket to Khawaja. Bowls him a horrible full toss, which he dispatches through a crowded offside field. I don't think Moeen's going to be able to catch that. He's going to have to put a big dive. He has just about done it, though. Good work from him. So he will save England 1 run, but they still get 3. Khawaja moves to 92, 210 for 4. How are we doing on tweets? Are we behind, or are they just gone a bit quiet?
No, they're a bit quiet. After
quiet.
tea is usually the case.
There's a lull, isn't there? The lull.
I noticed the outfield is noticeably slower than yesterday. I guess that little bit of rain probably slowed it up a bit.
Really? I hadn't noticed that, but you might be right.
It was lightning fast yesterday.
Certainly it was lightning fast at the Oval last week for the World Test Championship, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Slip in a gully for Stokes as he comes into Cameron Green. He bowls a horrible one down the leg side, which he picks up really nicely and deposits, certainly for 4, maybe for something more. No, it is only the 4. And this is looking a little bit awkward for England right now.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And I don't suppose that Ben Stokes has bowled a great deal to Cameron Green. So
I suspect he hasn't bowled a great deal full stop recently. I know he's injury prone, but he's not exactly match ready, is he?
No, I don't think so. That's onto the pads and worked to Moeen at mid wicket. And there is no run. But if you're going to have those fielders in strange positions like the on Hayden or sort of strange square short cover, I'm not sure that he's got one of those right now, but you are going to leave gaps in other parts of the field. And at the moment, those orthodox shots that Green and Khawaja are playing are paying dividends because of the slightly haphazard nature of the field to a certain extent. Here is Stokes again into Green. Green is forward.
Good ball, yeah.
That's a much better line. Defends it though up to mid-off.
Have you noticed Khawaja is wearing the only person wearing a jumper? He must be bloody roasting, I would have thought.
You would have thought so.
Most people in the crowd are in Hawaiian shirts, and he's in a jumper. I know he's an Aussie, but blimey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 25 degrees there.
Yeah.
Warm enough. If you're running around and batting, you're still going to be sweating quite a lot, aren't you?
And he's probably got a thermal vest on as well.
Stokes in to complete the over and defended on the front foot. It was a good length ball, but it's well played. And that is the end of Stokes' 5th over. Australia 200. Well, it would have been the end if that hadn't been a no ball. Stokes is going to have to go back and do it again. So that's the 3rd no ball in this spell, which is only of 2 overs. But if
you the umpires look at John, I got religious education in 1. I said Jesus Christ.
Well played.
And I did the swearing and the lack of religion. Oh, it's perfect.
Do you think do the umpires bother to look at the line, or do they just purely rely on technology to?
They just rely on the 3rd umpire now, more or less. I think they stand such a long way back. I mean, people don't realise that in Test cricket, umpires are and in first-class cricket are a long way back from the stumps. You tend to think from the view you get on television they're standing right over them, but they're not. And so it actually is quite difficult for them to see. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 215 for 4. Messi.
Dave Woods came up with a great made-up stat that isn't actually true, but if you say it often enough, people will start to believe it. He says Jimmy had taken 108 Test wickets when Green was born.
I'm a bit disappointed. I'm disappointed with Dave that he hasn't kept up his tweeting from yesterday, which was basically prefacing every tweet with "Oh, look, mate," to wind up our Australian listeners.
Brian says, who's the person whispering sweet nothing in messages is it? That's Hendo. That's Hendo at York 4 years ago today.
Yeah, I don't fancy him as much anymore. This is defended to extra cover, and
I can't actually see this picture properly. Where?
There. See there? That's me.
That's you.
Yeah, I know. That's me, minus about 8 stone.
God, you haven't aged well, have you?
Not really, no. It's very true. I agree with you on that.
You bastard!
I know, but I'm used to it. Defended to extra cover, there is no run.
Bastard.
But it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I haven't aged well. You know, COVID has, even though I have never had COVID, it's done me in the head in some way. It's made me much less liable to go to the gym, for one. Mowing in bowls. A little bit of curve on that. A little bit of drift, perhaps, but it's played pleasantly to Stuart Broad at backward point. So Australia now just 178 behind. England need a breakthrough again. Kind of ahead of where England were this time yesterday, in one sense, where they were 170 odd for 5. Mowing in again. Bowles, he goes back, opening himself up, but plays it almost on one leg. But very comfortably indeed.
But you do tend to forget, don't you, with Test cricket, this is what happens. You can get periods of half an hour where you've got good bowling, good batting, and and that is Test cricket. You know, you can't have excitement. You can't have too much excitement, I suppose.
Well, there is that.
Well, I'd give it I'd give it a go, but certainly not in terms of Test cricket.
It's pushed to short extra. There is no run. Mowing in to complete the over. It's short and forced off the back foot, but well saved by Ollie Pope, who's one of 2 shortish extra covers. And that is the end of Moeen Ali's 21st over. He's got figures of 1 for 95. An important one it was, though, at getting rid of Travis Head. But this partnership in itself has been quite problematic for England. 215 for 4. Messi.
Leah says, my guests have left. I can now sledge Australia in German for the rest of the session. I'm going to be careful here. Die Gottverdamten Bradman. I'm going to say.
That's quite a good idea.
I'm not sure what it means, but I suspect it might be a Bradman type word.
If you're sledging in German and nobody understands German, I mean, it's quite a good thing to do, isn't it? I mean, because German sounds are quite an offensive language anyway. Well, that'll probably have Leah attacking me for now. Stokes in again to Green. Green forcing off the back foot, but not getting it through the infield. This session has lasted 5 overs, just over 5 overs now. 27 runs. So runs coming at 5 and over. England maybe need to go back to the Broad and Anderson axis that was working well in mid-session, or towards the end of the second session. Bowling top of off, not giving them very much. These two are playing with a bit too much freedom at the moment.
I'd give Root a go. I mean, I thought he was as effective as anybody.
It's probably as effective as Mowing, apart from not taking a wicket. But I honestly think Root is an underrated bowler. I think he really knows what he's doing. Maybe that everything doesn't always come off that he's trying, but I think
he's the Graham Hick of his generation, isn't he?
Well, Graham Hick was actually a much better bowler than he was given credit for. I think
that was what I was implying.
Yeah,
yes.
But he was more orthodox than Root as a bowler. Stokes in again, bowls, and they're going to take a single as this is tucked into the onside. In fact, they might take 2. They will. As the man runs around from mid-on. Green will move to 39, as I said. Poor old... was it only a single in the end?
Yeah.
Oh, it was only a single in the end. Okay, curious. Yeah. I thought they came back for the second. Maybe they didn't. 216 for 4 means Khawaja is down to face. But yeah, Green is now 38 runs that he shouldn't have had. And...
I'm going to be giving Johnny Bairstow your address, by the way, at the end of today.
And I do remember, actually, Stokes comes in, bowls, cut! And straight into the hands on the bounce of Gully. I do remember many years ago, I don't know how many years it could have been, but I remember you were walking through York and you contacted me to say you were walking past where Johnny Bairstow went to school. And you were watching him bat, weren't you?
I remember that, yep. St Peter's School in York, yep. Yeah, he was. I was walking. I was doing some cycle training with some kids, and we were walking along at the back of the school, and this ginger lad was hitting the ball all over the place.
Stokes in again to Khawaja. Khawaja pulls effectively. He's going to pick up 4 runs. The runs are beginning to come, and even though they played in a very orthodox manner, Australia, they played enough good shots to be well on their way to catching up England. 220 for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I know we've talked about Khawaja hitting balls that weren't that short, but that was really short. It was a terrible ball from Stokes, who's not really done much in this little spell. I think I'd go back to Atherton. Not Atherton? Atherton? Where did that come from? Anderson. Stokes in again, defended on the front foot. Khawaja is just a...
Take a bit of leg breaks at this point, wouldn't
yeah,
you?
well, who was it? He got Wazim Akram out on one occasion, didn't he? I think that's his 1 Test wicket, isn't it? Wazim Akram.
God knows, but he did bowl a bit, yeah.
Yeah, until his back went. And it went quite early, didn't it? 1 ball to go in Stokes' 6th over. It's not really working for Stokes at the moment. Definitely Anderson, I think, for another spell. But Stokes will keep himself on if he thinks there's anything there for him. As we've seen when we were urging him to take off Moeen Ali, and he stayed with him for another over and he picked up the wicket of head. That's the end of the over. Messi.
Mike says in response to Warren, he says it's the boring middle days. He says there's no boring anything during a test match. It's always riveting, if you ask me. Jay Grover says, in respect to the comparison between Hick and Root, he said Graham Hick never bounced anyone. Soft lad.
That's true. That's true.
And I can tell you that the crowd in the Hollies is really, really classy this afternoon. Apparently what they're currently singing is Rolf Harris. He's one of your own.
Oh, no.
God.
Oh, dear.
I heard a terrible joke along those lines, but I
better
find out whether I'm allowed to say it or not.
No, you're not allowed to say it, I'm afraid.
Okay.
He's gone for the drive! And has he been bowled? I think he has. Moeen Ali has bowled Cameron Green. He's kept Moeen Ali on. He's kept faith with favourite of Birmingham, and Birmingham rises to Moeen Ali, who should have had him out 38 runs ago, but has him out now. 38 runs on. Australia are 220 for 5.
The crowd says you're out.
I was a bit worried that it was Bairstow missing another stumping, but actually, I mean, he's done him by a long way.
What have you got against Johnny Bairstow?
I love Johnny Bairstow. I keep telling you I love Johnny Bairstow, but... one more over, yep. I love Johnny Bairstow, but I didn't see that the bails... I saw the bails, but I didn't think that it had bowled him. I thought it was Johnny trying to take the bails off, and I didn't think he'd come down the wicket on that occasion. But actually, looking at that replay, it's turned a fair way, and Cameron Green has missed it by an absolute chasm. He's missed it by a long way. Messi, anyway, some tweets. Let's catch up.
Leah says, Hendo, ankylosing spondylitis will do that to you. It's a very, very painful condition. Brian says, what sort of spectacles is Hendo wearing in that photo? They look like they'd seen better days. They certainly had. One-arm spectacles aren't the greatest thing to be watching cricket.
Yeah.
That happens quite a bit, doesn't it? Carry on.
That's it.
That's it. Well, I mean, England needed a breakthrough, and they've got one. Yep. Although it does bring to the wicket a man who I think could be quite critical in this series, in the same way as Johnny Bairstow is seen as an important cog in England's wheel. I think this man, who got a good 50 and a 40 in the World Test Championship final, could be troublesome.
Were England not 220 for 5 at some point? I remember from my train journey up yesterday, and you were debating who's...
And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his trade. And he's not bad with the blade.
Yeah, he was. That's absolutely right. They were 220 for 5.
So you were debating at 220 for 5 who's actually got the advantage? Because
But I think that was in the middle of the Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow rebuilding exercise.
Yeah, I definitely think our 220 for 5 is better than theirs, don't you?
Probably, yeah. Moeen Ali bowls again to Carey, who defends back to Moeen Ali. Moeen Ali now has 2 wickets. Those naysayers of Moeen Ali were wrong. He's taken 2 really important wickets today. And he's bowling quite well at the moment. He's in around the wicket, throws that up. Carey goes for the drive. Can't beat Stokes, who's positioned himself. I don't know, it's a strange position. It is extra cover, but it seems a bit deeper than normal.
Yeah.
And somewhere between extra cover and mid-off. So, as you say, even those positions that you think you know, Ben Stokes is playing with them a little bit. Onto the front foot he comes. Carey, he gets that one past the diving Ollie Pope. Man at deep backward point, stroke third man.
So one for Jez. Carey, is he a keeper batsman or a batsman keeper? If you
that's a keeper first, but his batting is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Is he in the Stokes? The Folkes class when it comes to keeping?
Yeah. He's not as good a keeper as Folkes, but he's probably about on a par with Folkes as a batter.
Okay. Right. So he's pretty good then.
Yeah. Moeen Ali in to complete the over. Bowls as defended by Khawaja. Still there on 96. It's 2:21 for 5. Time for a change, but I will just play you a Patreon advert. Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are Gorillas. We need your Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Right, good afternoon to Al and Adit. Bear with me on YouTube, I'll get both of you on screen. And in the meantime, Adit, in the summarisers chair, we've seen the pluses and minuses of the Bairstow Folkes decision in these 2 days.
Yes, we have, and I think the decision to play Bairstow has probably shown its benefits, but also, I struggle to see Ben Stokes missing that stumping.
Yes.
When Cam Green was on the duck. What do you think?
Well, Moeen has kept the damage down to 38, at least runs from Green. Good piece of bowling. We've also seen Al the kind of the best and worst of Moeen. He's taken a couple of wickets, but he's gone for significantly more runs than any of the other England bowlers. You can say yes if you like. Yeah. Stokes is going to continue. I think he's already exceeded my expectations by bowling his 7th over. Carey punches that one into wide extra cover, and he'll pick up a single. And as pointed out in the previous session, Australia on the same score as England were at one point, 220 odd for 5.
Well, I did some ferreting around statistically. England lost their 5th wicket at 176.
Yeah.
But by the time they got to
Khawaja pokes that one into the offside. He's one hit away from 100, but he's gonna be patient.
But England also did lose. I mean, Australia. This is their 69th over. England lost Broad in the 71st over in the first day at a score of 350.
So England was 350 for 8 at this actual same stage in terms of overs.
In 3 overs time, England would be at 350.
Which is very much tells you about the Khawaja's got that through. Fielder's going to chase it. Robinson is loping after it. I think he is going to reel it in though, and Khawaja will have to wait for that 100. He picks up 2 and goes on to 98. And it's a no balling to bowl too many no balls today, which is any, but it's even more.
Ben Stokes is making himself bowl so much more than he needs to with all his no balls.
That as well. His 7 ball overs aren't helping him. No.
What, 8?
He's pointing at someone else as if it's their fault.
well, that's straight out of the Trumpian playbook of captaincy.
We've all seen that picture of Trump looking resplendent. A painting, I should say, not a picture, in a cricket jumper. Khawaja on 98, off 198 balls. We've got the silly mid-off in again. He dabs that one down, and he reckons that's at least 2 because he's already jumping in the air. Team game, mate. But he's waving his bat around. He's got 4, he's got 100, and Usman Khawaja is happy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Because he's got one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congrats. His 15th Test 100.
Exercising a lot of, he's been exercising a lot of demons recently, having been criticized for not being able to play spin, and being able to make runs in the subcontinent. And he's also been criticized for not being able to make runs in England.
Well, Australia basically solved those problems partially by not playing an away test for 3 years, but they couldn't keep that going indefinitely.
No, but it helps having a resurgent Khawaja who's
he's absolutely having an Indian summer
runs.
in terms of his career. Last 2 years, he's come back, claimed this opening spot, and he's making the most of it. England continues. Stokes, he lets that one go outside off stump.
At age 35, mind you.
Well, it was pointed out during the World Test Championships that those were 2 quite ageing sides. I mean, I know England have a few older players as well, but Australia have at least got Warner, Khawaja. Who else are the
34.
old? Is Smith 34 already? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Lyon.
Yeah. Stark's 34, Boland's 34.
Yes, exactly. Well, Boland came in very late. Khawaja plays that one back down the wicket. End of the over, 2:29 for 5. Australia trail by 164. Al, you're on social for us today.
I am. Right, let's get through some stuff. Brian 001, Booker. Green's wicket will see Khawaja get a wiggle on once he gets past the century. I can't see Australia going beyond 275. Mayank, why does Stokes come on? Take a wicket. Jay Grover, there are many truths confined during this test. Number 1, Hendo talked Solomons about cricket, and number 2, the Holly standards for twats. Leah, let's just say that Carey would take Crawley's place in the England team if he were English. He'd probably sledge him like a foul-mouthed champ all the way to the door too. And also says that declaration yesterday is looking dumber and dumberer. Have we got time for one more? I think we have. Steve Wick. How much of Bazball is creating 3 situations to get wickets with the new ball? A few overs at the end of day 1, a few at the beginning of the day and at the end of day 2 if you need it. If the opponent score less than a 4 and an over equals a first innings lead. So,
well, we'll see. Talking about the Holly stand and their Rolf Harris chant, it's a good job England has no known paedophiles in their history.
Well,
Moeen is in. That one's played back by Carey, and there's no run.
Are you suggesting that there's a glass house?
Maybe.
That the Holly stand is within, and that there's a bunch of stones?
Brimming with stones.
Carey dabs that one down to backward point, and Duckett is around. I always think it's quite funny that Duckett fields there, because that's where he scores all his runs. Backward point to the left-hander. Khawaja on 102, Carey on 3, and this was a key partnership for England, the set batsman and the wicket-keeper, for the 6th wicket. See what Australia can do. Moeen is in. Oh, and he beats the outside edge. Khawaja didn't really need to play at that if he wasn't going to attack it, I don't think.
That turned quite a lot, and I wanted to ask how do you guys rate Moeen's bowling contribution so far?
He comes in for this one, and Khawaja blocks it down. There's no run. Well, it may be if you compare him to Lyon, his figures are quite similar, but he's been bowling to the Australian batsman, and Lyon was bowling to the English batsman, who are being much more proactive. His runs per over are quite similar. He's got probably his strike rate's quite similar as well. He's got 2 wickets in 22 overs. I think England will be really pleased that he's taken 2 wickets. And probably should have had a third. Well, definitely should have had a third, really, except that it was green twice. And so it's probably been a net plus from what I was expecting. I think drops that one down to the offside. There's no run. What do you think, Al?
I think it probably would have been little surprise that there might have been some targeting the Valley in terms of mentality by the Australians coming back into this format after a couple of years away. But I think that, if we're going to start saying that Ali versus Nathan Lyon's going to be a net wash.
You'd be happy with that.
That only favours England. Because I think Nathan Lyon's going to take over 20 wickets in the series. I think he's going to do very well.
Do you think Moeen's doing better than, say, Liam Dawson?
Well, I mean, there's always that sliding doors moment of what if, but I think if you were to sit down with any of the sort of the inner sanctum of the England thought process and go, this is what's going to happen first time out, I think they'd bite your arm off.
Yeah, I think it does speak a bit to a lack of forward planning that one guy gets injured and you have to bring in back a 35-year-old who hasn't played red ball cricket for 2 years. I mean,
there's a change in the...
There is. Where was the backup?
Well,
they felt Rayan Ahmed wasn't ready, obviously. Robinson is back in, round the wicket, dabbed into the offside by Carey, down to point, there's no run.
Well, you can speak to that in a larger sense by the fact that when Anderson had his little niggle about 6-8 weeks before the Ashes were due to start, you could sense the collective hand wringing around the greater community. Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to do that in pretty soon. Can't go on forever.
I don't know. Do you reckon there's just a picture? Do you reckon there's just a picture in his attic?
A picture of his attic of maybe it's somehow transferring to Ben Stokes' knee by some kind of magic, or all Jimmy Anderson's injuries. Carey drops that one into the offside and there will be no run.
I did have a note saying, did we have Moeen Ali being less expensive than Scott Boland on the binger?
That would have not been a popular pick, I don't think. I think everyone was quite surprised. There was a lot of talk from Australia, even from some of our Australian constituents. Oh, you won't get Bazball away against Scotty Boland. Well, we did for one innings. But it was a bit surprising that he was a little bit, more than a little bit expensive in English conditions. How did he do in that WTC final?
He did very well.
He did very well.
Yeah.
He has a habit, doesn't he, of taking wickets in bunches.
Wickets in bunches and also wickets in his first 2 overs.
Or both in one case, very famously against England on his debut, on his home ground. Could it be better?
First of all, it's pronounced debut.
on his debut, Carey drops that into the offside again. There's no run.
I should also add that while Bowen has been expensive in the first innings, he had a second innings average of 8.
Yes, I think that will revert to the mean soon enough. Generally, not just because he's playing England. I mean, again, he's come into Test cricket, 34 years old. He must be just taking every game as a bonus.
Yeah. Oh.
Testing the ball again. Both teams were doing that rather a lot when they weren't taking wickets. But Erasmus has given it the okay.
I'm worried about Erasmus's eyes. Not about his eyesight, but just the fact that his eyes seem to be sinking further and further.
He can't quite... Yes. Oh, thrashed away by Carey. It's a good stop, a very good stop by Pope. He didn't quite pick it up, but he did enough to save 4, really. I thought that was crashing to the boundary, but good piece of work by Pope.
Yeah, that was racing.
Yeah, he's hammered that one. And yeah, that's good stuff from Pope. He's got a whack on the wrist, perhaps, for his trouble, but
he's even managed to get down into the sort of the long barrier as well. Yeah, I mean,
well, that's the quick reactions that get him that spot at short leg and silly mid off, that much undesired spot. I wouldn't have to pretend, but I'd pretend to have really slow reactions so I didn't get put in there. But like I say, don't have to pretend.
Right. Should we have some tweets? Hombre Nuevo. We should see Jimmy and Broad soon. Heavy clouds coming over. The breeze is building up. Woy Woy Palm is back from a beer festival. Bit pissed. We're doomed. Leah, England famously nonce free since at least last Thursday.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it's it's nonces are far and wide, I'm afraid. Jay Grover. I, for one, feel exceptionally proud that our great nation has pursued no history of noncery. This is as believable as my Yorkshire patriotism and proddy unionism. So there you go. Yeah, take Jay Grover as a reputable source.
Exactly, and good job we don't have any famous paedophiles from Yorkshire either.
There's going to be letters.
If I may change the topic back to cricket.
Please do.
There has never been a more delightful sentence than that I've spoken in years.
I wanted to ask if the trouble with the Dukes balls from last year, if that's been continuing, and is that why the teams are constantly checking on whether they can change the ball?
I think they're just after any advantage they can get. You know, I mean, what's fascinating to me is that it's not even trying to con someone. It's
asking within the rules, and I guess they do feel even if they're bringing out a box of 6 that are supposed to be the same age, they can have a choice of them, and that might help. Or just superstition, just want to change something.
Yeah, well, they've changed it.
Have they?
Yeah, they've just changed it.
Changed it now. Okay.
Yeah, there was a man and a briefcase. It was handcuffed to his wrist.
With the actual device that checks the ball.
See, the thing is, surely they must get to a point. You've got to be really careful where you put the old ball down, because you have every. You just pick up the same ball again after a while.
They must have so many of them, because they've got to have a box for 10 overs, a box for 20 overs, a box for 30 overs, and all of this kind of thing. Still, I suppose cricket balls aren't in short supply around Edgbaston.
Well, I don't know, not since the great cricket ball shortage of 2016.
Yeah. So, England doing some more funky shit with the field.
Technical term for captaincy there, Andy.
Yes.
Ben Stokes' captaincy.
Ben Stokes' captaincy. I went the other way captaincy. That's your field. Get on with it. I'm not changing it, and I'm double not changing it after you bowl a bad ball.
Wow.
Bowen comes in and played back to the... I don't know, why'd you say wow, Al? If you're captain and the bowler bowls a big full toss, gets smacked for 4, and then wants you to change the field, surely you tell him to get stuffed.
No, I've just got a sense of you standing there, arms folded, going, "You've done this to yourself, you know."
I wouldn't say it. That's what I'd be thinking. But I also wouldn't change the field. Kawachi goes back onto one leg. It's not quite Steve Smith, but it's a little bit idiosyncratic. He's almost playing French cricket into one leg when he goes back to the spinners.
Addict, can't you sense that Andy's got a withering captaincy look?
Oh, I have. The witheringest. Yeah. Stokes is across there and does the fielding at cover. There's no run.
Well, when Lyon was bowling yesterday, the pattern was he'd get hit for 6 and then he'd get someone out.
And then they'd run past it the next ball, yeah. Kawaja taps it up to mid-on, thought about a run for a second, but the fielder was in. And Moen seems to be keeping things reasonably under control here. Carey's having a watchful start. He is one of the more aggressive players, but he's also not going to bat like Bairstow straight off. Kawaja defends. Out into the offside, there's no run. And I guess Kawaja will be thinking, can he make it a big 100? Because I think they'll need this to get parity, to get up to 390. He pushes that one into the gap at cover. The man in a very strange position, halfway back between those two close fielders. Fields it, it's a single. Moen 2 for 98, Australia are 231 for 5.
Right, here we go. Someone called Messi Jez. I don't know if that rings any bells. I like the concept of a Pakistan-born player having an Indian summer. In 2019, when he was dropped, Usman Khawaja averaged 29.44. On his return in 2022, he scored 1,080 runs at 67.5, and in 2023, he scored 643 runs at 70.8. Maybe just get it after a while. I don't know. There's always different timescales, I guess. Jay Grover, Erasmus is slowly evolving into an obese axolotl. Easy for me to say. Leah, Marias laughing and smiling looks like one of those statues of the Jolly Fat Buck you can buy in any Asian grocery store. Other grocery stores are available. Dave Wood, Rayan Ahmad has taken 6 first-class wickets this season at an average of 67.66.
Yeah, not great. That one is dabbed down to third man by Kawaja. There's a bit of fielding by Anderson, who, rather unfairly to commentators, has put his jumper on so he can't see his number, but he's still recognisably grumpy Jimmy Anderson.
But if we are selecting Moeen Ali to in the test team, Ryan Ahmed's batting average isn't so bad this season.
I just, I appreciate the Wonder Kid stuff, but I mean, it's maybe just a bit early.
Robinson around the wicket to Kawaja, drops it down in the square leg area. Instead of having 3 square legs like they had for Robinson before, they've just got a long leg, and he'll pick up a single.
Wait all that time for a long leg.
They were showing a replay of that Cam Green dismissal, and I think it showed that that on average Moeen Ali's delivery spin maybe about 3 or 4 degrees, but the one that got Cam Green spun 8.
That's a lot. Yeah.
That is
big turn for Moeen. Now maybe Nathan's Lyon's eyes would light up a little bit at that, although he wouldn't tell Cameron Green. Robertson's back over the wicket, and an edge from Carey, well, half a bat. It flies past Crawley at slip. It's going to go down to the boundary. Is it going to get forward? Diving stop, gets there. It's Anderson again, not appreciating the work, and they get back for 3, I think.
Yeah, that's 3, I think.
Well, he never looks particularly fluid, Robinson. There's a bit of an Angus Fraser about him in the way he lumbers up to the wicket. Does he look even less fluid than usual today?
Oh.
It is hard to tell.
Has he gotten faster recently?
I think that's only in relative terms, I think.
Yeah, I don't think he was
yeah.
favoured by that, us being asked to bowl so short for a spell. That one's left alone by Kawaja. It's 2:37 for 5. Australia trail by 156.
They're moving at a decent clip though, right now.
They had a little spell in the middle where they were targeting Moeen, and we all wanted Moeen to come off, and then he stayed on and got Travis Head out. It's be interesting to see what Carey does. He's having a watchful start, but I think he'll try to pick it up sooner rather than later, and Kawaja's just going to play the anchor role, lets that one go outside off stump.
And it is really important for Carey to get runs, because after that it's Cummins and the tail, and Pat Cummins' batting isn't what it used to be.
No, and again Lyon at 9 seems a bit high. Lyon, Hazelwood and Boland probably.
Lyon's good for a few shots.
Well, I suppose it's a bit of a 0-0 draw
comparing
comparing them to Broad, Robinson and Anderson. I don't know why Robinson went behind Broad, actually. Seems a better bat to me. Maybe they just wanted some Broad madness. Kawaja tips that one down to long leg. Going to get another single. That's the end of the over.
At all times, you must refer to Stuart Broad as the Hawk.
The Nighthawk, which he's only ever actually done once.
Well, that is true, but still, the Hawk. Right, tweets. Jay Grover, you do reason I were not defending Yorkshire Irish unionism and the United Kingdom.
No, I know. It just popped into my mind for some reason.
Yes. Adrian Lowe, it's only a ball. Get on with it, boys. And got some funky shit to do in the field. Things you don't expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 234. We really do need to make those things.
I think you'd expect to hear that more than on the BBC. Moeen comes in, probably not many Beastie Boys fans on the comms on the BBC. Played back into the offside by Kawaja so softly that it stops before it gets to short cover. Here's Moeen again, tosses it up, driven by Kawaja into that gap where he'll pick up a single.
Seems like there's a lot of runs straighter down the ground if he's willing to try and manoeuvre the ball there.
Yes, England certainly not afraid to pack one area of the field. They were packing the straight V against Green for quite a while, and that seemed to be working. Here's Moeen again. And a big drive by Carey. It beats Moen. And as you said, Al, there's big gap straight, and that's going to be 4.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
That was excellent timing there off the front foot.
He's done well to get that between off Hayden and the bowler. There's not much room there at all.
Yes. It might almost have been safer to go over them than to try to go between them at a, possibly ankle height. But these odd fields may make you do things that, it's almost catchable height, and that's a very small gap. I'm not saying that anyone could have reached it, but he's got to be perfect with his placing there. And he said Edgbaston's gone up for the edge. Everybody's gone up except the umpire. He went back. Carey had a flash at it. Moen doesn't look very interested. I don't think they're going up for this one. No one looks too bothered.
Has Moen always had the unbuttoned top? Because I'm just wondering if I think that's a good look on him.
Do they even have buttons at the top there? If they did, I'm sure very few England players would actually button it up. But that one's played out to Stokes. There's no run. Is that the end of the over?
Think so.
One more.
Bairstow really liked it. Maybe just because he caught it. Root liked it as well. So, is it one of those that slips and keeper might have heard, but the bowler didn't? No, missed it.
Nothing with ultra edge.
No, never mind.
Right, just a couple of tweets. Other grocery stores may be available, Al, says Leah, but I like the wide range of tofu and gluten-free soya-based sauces the Asian ones offer. Well, quite. And Jay Grover, Agnew wrote an entire autobiography where the cricket press were known as the Beastie Boys. No sleep till no break.
Robinson is back in, over the wicket. Khawaja, again, is playing these defensive shots with super soft hands. The ball barely gets, 5 yards away from him.
One other consideration when thinking about Moeen Ali as a Jack Leach replacement is that is Moeen's sweaty bald head as good at shining the ball as Jack Leach's sweaty bald head?
Well, Moeen has either shaved off a receding hairline or he's already started on the hair plugs. Not sure. That one's left alone outside off stump. Now we should have a change in the moment. End of this over. One of you might need to stay though, because the last time I saw the bear, he was conked out on the sofa.
I'm on anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, and in fact, Mrs. Bear called and he said, "Yeah, I'm just a bit tired." Half a bottle of wine, tired.
Is that Ponting's wine?
Yes, it is, which has been going down very well. People have been saying nice things about it. Not really a red wine person myself.
So
that was played down the wicket and there's no run.
What is the Ponting wine of the day, Andy? What can you tell us?
It was the Mowbray boy, and I can tell you, in fact, that Ricky Ponting, like most Australians... Oh, whatever. There's a whole page of that. It's called Mowbray boy because he came from Mowbray and so on and so on.
So it's very passable, is it? Yeah?
I don't get it. Sorry. Robinson's in. Khawaja defends up to mid-off.
So you're not a red person, but if you were a red person, you'd probably drink that Mowbray wine by Ponting's Wine, possibly the finest Australian wine that sponsors Guerrilla Cricket.
That sponsors Guerrilla Cricket, definitely, yes. We got the weird Australian old people all in the same shirts.
Do you reckon they all knew that they were coming in the same shirts? It was a massive surprise.
Ooh, a little 10% of a false shot by Khawaja. It lifted on him. He got the shoulder of the bat down to third man. Crawley's after it, picks it up. He should get 2.
No, that was a late cut.
I thought that got up. Well, he handled it very well, as befits a man who's been out there for 220 balls. Just got up on him a little bit, but he just rode the bounce and ran it down to third man with 3/4 of the bat.
So is there any sense of the bear coming out of hibernation?
None at all.
Are you going to get any help from the green room?
None whatsoever. I think they're all at the wine.
Dear God.
Dear God, indeed. Robinson's in, it's Fuller. Kawaja plays it up to mid-off. There's no run. Well, we'll keep going for another over, I guess.
You haven't got anywhere else to go out?
Not really, no.
I'm here when you need me, Andy.
Okie dokie. And Australia are 245 for 5. They're 148 behind. Usman Khawaja 110 not out. Travis Head 50 and out. Cameron Green 38. Really should have been stumped for 0.
Well.
And say the game is in the balance as it has been for most of the day and a half we've played.
England aren't ahead. They're still up by 150.
Yeah, I would say so, but you know, Carey gets in. Khawaja looks completely immovable as Carey defends that one. Here comes the bear. He's got some coffee. He'll get back with us. Yeah, that's okay. Come straight in here.
Right. Okay. Jez, you're on. Thank you to Andy and to Addy.
Here I come.
It's going to be Mo and Ali coming into Carey. No run with that delivery, as my computer plays all sorts of funky games with me.
And tell me the latest tweet.
I will do in just a second, as Ali comes in very slowly, and that is defended back to the bowler by Alex Carey. Try and plays the ball all around his front leg.
Hello, Al.
Hey, Bear.
How are you,
How
mate?
you doing?
It's been a while, hasn't it? I've just woken up. I was just having all this wine makes me sleepy.
Wine makes you sleepy. Tossed up side the off stump. Carey fishes for it and eventually prods it into the offside field, but no run. 2-4-5 for 5, Australia. Trailing by 148. As Ali comes in again. A determined lap sweep by Carey. And that is going to go and trickle all the way to the boundary sponge for one of these.
Yeah, that and the fact that it's fucking summer and I can't sleep in the summer. I was up at.
You know,
I woke up at like 10 to 6 this morning.
I was going to say I would think that there's 10 to 6 is not a time that you would like to be sleeping, getting up at for any reason.
No, exactly. But you know, it's light and it's hot, and that's it. I'm awake.
Well, indeed, as Carey chips this ball over the bowler's head, and it's going to come down in a second, and that has gone for 6.
Oh dear.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
I think that is the end of the over. Jez, the tweet I was going to read next was going to be Motley's talking about his bald head.
All right. I have a sweaty bald head. Too fucking hot, says Muttley. Leah says the real question is Leach's head better for shining, or is Mo's stubble better as a sandpaper substitute?
Oh, Mo's stubble's better as a sandpaper substitute, I'd have said.
Jay says the fact that Andy thinks that half a bottle of wine would take the bear out suggests he isn't a drinker of anything alcoholic.
Or maybe it tells us just how good Ponting's wine is.
Oh, indeed.
I had a couple of beers as well, and you know, it's just hot. It makes you sleepy. It hasn't taken me out. I just needed a kit because I've been out a bloody day.
Dear God. Right arm mystery. Harry Brook is
going to
bowl.
Well, the new ball. I mean, the one thing that is true to say is that the new ball is due in a certain amount of overs. 4
overs.
Yeah. So this man's going to bowl.
He thinks it's a joke too, judging by the way it's low.
Brock is coming around the wicket. That is short, wide, and Khawaja. More out of surprise, I think, of anything. Just defends into the covers, really. It was a filth from Brock. Let's be gentle and call it a loosener. 255 for 5. Trailing by 138 runs are your Australians. That is slightly more towards the wickets and defended again by Khawaja.
Yeah, so we scored that extra 138 runs in basically the same amount of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Andy's prediction that Stokes isn't going to bowl more than 10 overs this innings is likely to be spot on. He really isn't fit, is he?
Well, and that is left alone by Khawaja just outside the off
Well, I think
Bairstow standing up.
I think he's come to the conclusion the wicket's shit, and you just got to basically juggle everyone around and wait for the batsman to kind of make a mistake, which is what England did, but they pushed on at the scoring rate at the same time. I mean, once Green, was prepared to step out of the wicket, he smashed it about. Head was smashing it about. Carey's not afraid to hit it. I mean, it's not hard to hit if you really want to.
That was drivable outside the off stump. Brook trundling in at 66 miles an hour. It is stopped eventually in the covers for no run. He's very much pitching it up. He's maybe getting a little bit of swing.
I mean, we only bowled 4 overs yesterday, didn't we? So, I mean, we might actually finish before 6:30 today.
That'll be a shock.
It will.
Certainly is. As Brook squares Khawaja up there, but he defends it fairly comfortably. Back to the bowler. One more of this over. 35 off 59 balls, which let's say this is normal Test cricket batting. As this is again squares Khawaja up, but defends back to the bowler.
Yeah,
that's the end of your 77th over, and Harry Brook has emerged unscathed.
Leah says Merv has the best job ever, getting paid to get drunk at the cricket. I only say that because I don't like nose candy, otherwise Slater would have the best job ever.
So that's the difference there. You get drunk for free.
Adrian Lowe, what are you thinking, Primates? Any chance after tea to smash these out, or will the rain scuttle England in the next 2 days?
Well,
God knows.
I think it's going to be a bit of a lottery tomorrow.
I think it is as well. I think England want to take the new ball as quickly as they can tonight and try and get another 2 wickets at least tonight. Try and get a lead of somewhere. I mean, you can imagine them at least getting another 50 or 60, so trying to keep a lead above 80.
Yeah. So the future of England cricket, once the Broad-Anderson axis has fallen, obviously is Harry Brook and Joe Root, because Joe Root's going to bowl now, and that's wide outside the off stump. And Carey has managed to pick out Stokes, and the only fielder in about 50 yards of field. Root again around the wicket. Oh, horrible in the shot. It's shot in the end by Carey. Premeditated lap sweep again, but it was wide, and Carey nearly fell over himself trying to play the shot. In the end, it's gone to deep square leg for 1.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Jimmy's only probably bowled 10 overs today.
Yeah.
11. Yeah.
11. Yeah, he hasn't bowled many. Broad's probably bowled a few more, and Rodney Robinson hasn't bowled that many.
Broad's bowled 12. Robinson 14.
Yeah.
Pushed into the offside field by Khawaja. He'll move to Nelson, for those of you who are deeply superstitious.
So this is exactly the opposite of what basically Stokes asked for in a wicket for the Ashes.
Well, to be fair, as that is defended by Carey, you can be the best groundsman in the world, but if you're going to have the conditions that we've had over the last 3-4 weeks, this is what you end up with.
Well, I suppose you could have watered it really, really, really heavily at points.
Yeah. Wide and slapped over the covers by Carey. Is there a fielder? No, there is not. There is one that's going to stop. It's going to be Ollie Pope who's going to stop it from going for 4, but not before Carey's got that to go for 2.
That was a bit airy-fairy. It came off the outside half of the bat and skewed in the air. Could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? I thought it had gone squarer than that. I thought it was going out more towards the man at point, but it's gone out.
It's gone kind of towards extra cover-ish area.
Yeah. It needed to go squarer, and it might well have been a chance.
He does he's like a couple of nibbles wide outside the off stump, and that's where he's thrown it again. Half stopped by Stokes in the covers. I think that's going to be a single to Carey for the last ball of the over. It is. And Australia are 260 for 5. Jez.
Jay says, Hendo's hair on Mester's head is giving me the proper fear. Okay, I changed it back to Edgbaston.
Was that Hendo behind you? The thing is, you couldn't see his face because your head was right where his face was. You kind of need to manoeuvre it so he's in the top right-hand corner above your head, looking down on you.
It's what keeps us all in line, though, isn't it? The spectre of Hendo behind us.
Yeah, it's from when we were up at York 4 years ago. Today, in fact. And John was there as well. That's why I had it up. Leah says, quote, "Wine makes me sleepy." Proceeds to light a joint so he can also get hungry.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Pushed out into the offside field by Carey, down to Stokes at the cover. Just a single.
I live a life of self-medication, is what I'll say.
Don't we all? It's just some of us have stronger meds than others.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like my meds kind of, industrial strength. Otherwise, what's the fucking point,
Well, we all live a life of self-medication. I just didn't know that you were self-medicating for me there. That was the only...
I wasn't self-medicating what?
He's got my share, he's got your share, he's got a lot. That's what we're saying.
Well, yeah, you see, that's the joy of being in the studio. It's all here. Everything's here.
And plus pastries. Yeah.
Pastries, coffees, lunches, it all arrives.
Down the leg side, this side from Brook is a means of variety. Play to deep square leg, and there'll be again a single.
This could
Jay says, "I'm pretty sure Moen hasn't had doubles since he was about 13." Fair point.
Taylor and Owen Morgan talking about the good old days, as that is just defended back to the bowler. The new ball is available in 9 balls.
It's a game over the backyard over there. We keep getting.
Yeah, I was going to say it's either that or Edgbaston. So David Copperfield's made Edgbaston this as Brook comes in wide outside the off stump, and that is this play down. A quick run. There's panic. Khawaja makes it back. Yes, no, maybe between the two batsmen there.
No, it was Carey. It was
Carey. Sorry, yeah, I do apologise. That was. I think even with the direct hit, there was no chance there. My screen fractures as that ball is defended by Carey. He's on 25. 1 ball left of this 79th over.
Well, I can't really get Brookie away, can I? None for 3 off 2.5.
Yeah. Maybe we don't need a spinner.
Well, we don't often have one, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This right arm mystery from Harry Brook, as that is, I think, played down to mid-on. No run. That's the end of the 79th over, and it's 260 for 5. Cheers.
It's no ball.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No. We don't do extras.
Why is Brookie bowling a fucking no ball at 62 miles an hour, whatever he's bowling at?
Lop off an arm.
That's pathetic. It really is. Now I'll take a wicket off the extra ball.
No, we won't.
I mean, all in all, both sides have kind of tracked each other's scores at various points, haven't they?
Yeah.
This is all kind of swinging back in towards Carey, but he does play it towards towards long leg. That's going to be a single. He will get to 26, and it is 264 for 5 after 79.
Farong says, "Not on Stokes again. You could have brought on Duckett, and you didn't. Very poor. New ball is due. England definitely ahead of Australia. Will possibly want to bat this evening. Davey, Bible Boy, and Piggy only made 25 between them, and the rest have done well." Jay says the bear is wise. Leah says, "I think the bear needs some tweezers, Lebowski style, and audio tapes of the stump mic from a deaf-mute cricket match." I don't... Yeah, well, if you say so. The Pornbot says, "Did I hear correctly? Bear likes his men industrial strength." And Josie Oak, well, you can tell me what he says.
Did he say we're doomed?
He said we're doomed.
Who's wins off? Yeah,
Again.
lead 150, doomed. Yeah,
I think that may actually be a scheduled tweet. Just
you think of it?
Yeah. So we're up to date on tweets.
That sounds.
We've got a donation of $20 from Frank Rockefeller.
Nice, Mr. Rockefeller.
On YouTube. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for your tireless guide through the labyrinths of Test cricket. That's fantastic, Frank. Thank you so much. We really appreciate every little help we can get.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Certainly do. Certainly do.
What's going on in the US Open? You follow the golf?
Ricky Fowler is leading the field.
Where's Rory?
10. Rory is a couple of shots back.
Oh, so he's quite close.
All to play for.
Oh.
Interestingly enough, it's being played at Los Angeles County Club.
How's Josh Butler doing?
Place that any of them play.
How's Josh Butler doing? Is he in the league?
Josh Butler, yes. He's lapped the field.
I thought he would.
Yeah. Alex Hales is out in second qualifying. I'm trying to think about what the metaphors we can mix.
Yeah, I presume anybody who's not playing in a Test match is playing in the US Open as far as cricket is concerned.
Taking that Saudi money after moaning about it for a year.
Well, it's the interesting thing is that the Live Golf Tour were going to sue under antitrust legislation against the PGA Tour, and now that they're merging, they're both going to face the idea of antitrust legislation. This time, though, from the DOJ in the States. So that's got a lot to run. They've talked about a merger, but no one's talked about how it's going to work. So.
And Phil Mickelson is still fucking furious.
Well, Phil Mickelson is angry that he was born in the same part of history as Tiger Woods. So that's
well, that's a big cross to bear.
Why is Phil Mickelson angry? He took Liv's money, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, no, Phil Mickelson took. Yeah,
Mickelson took hundreds of millions of Saudi.
I was going to say, yeah.
Well, maybe I've got it wrong. Who was the one who was complaining about the remerger because he was pissed off because he'd stood
That would be John Rahm, because John Rahm didn't take the money and John Rahm stayed, and then John Rahm got told that he was part of the merger without his knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be angry
Jay
too.
Grover's walking back is you're wise, Bear. He does this caveat. You're only wise about self-medication. Even then, I sometimes doubt his commitment.
You doubt his commitment.
I'm committed, don't you worry.
To tempt Carey with the ball wide outside the off stump, but Carey leaves it through to the keeper and there's no run. This is the 80th over, ladies and gentlemen. The new ball may be due as Root is smiling as he pushes that forward.
That fucking drop.
It's out. It's in and out of the hands of Bairstow. Quite whether it was a edge and a chance, we'll maybe pick up on.
It's difficult to say. I mean,
I doubt it.
Slip looked like he was interested, so possibly.
Yeah. Bairstow. Well, I think it's just the idea that you see the ball go to ground and you put your hands up. I think even if it was dropped, if it was Australia, Labuschagne would ask for a review.
Wow. First ball of
The ultimate upshot is no run. Slingy sidearm by Root, which is played out into the covers for no run. As we again see a replay that doesn't really show us much. But I mean, Bairstow's hands were closed in prayer-like form, weren't they? That is why that's
takes everything else, of course. Idiot.
Why can't Bairstow and folks just merge into one super cricketer? As that is pitched up and defended by Carey. No run.
There was a little snick as well.
One ball left.
Oh, it was a drop. Yep.
There was a little snick. Yeah. So
drop catch and a missed
with
stamping.
Rotten tomatoes. Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes. You're outside the Birmingham area, as that is played defensively. That's the end of the 80th over. Yeah, we're just going to go with Rotten Tomatoes, or are we going to go with other things for Bairstow afterwards?
Well, you know.
Well, I mean, at least he did. It wasn't as if he was dropping Labuschagne, which is what I'd expected. Jay Grover says, "Isn't Ricky Fowler's Chase says, isn't Ricky Fowler sub-extreme Frankenstein's monster of an EastEnders character? And Leah says, regarding the PGA Live merger, anything Trump-like is a pretty bad thing. Also, bring me the head of Mohammed bin Salman. That's a Hawkwind bootleg joke, obviously.
Okay.
Oh, obviously.
This is happening.
The second new ball has been taken. The Hawk. The Hawk is in full effect.
Ball, please.
And he's bowling.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Anderson's just giving him some advice like, don't screw this up. 3 slips.
Yeah.
Go Broad.
He looks like he means business.
He certainly does. Stuart Broad, running like a rampant gazelle, and that is left alone by Khawaja, and this whole thing's finished.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
2-6-4 for 5. Khawaja is 112. Sorry, Bear.
No.
80 miles an hour, that ball.
Yeah, there's just really very little in this pitch, is there? I mean, the new ball will zip off a little bit quicker and maybe make something happen with it.
Yeah.
Could be in Rawalpindi.
But we're in Birmingham.
Oh, my word!
And that is...
Wow.
Ouch.
Fuck you, Bear. You did that.
Khawaja, I think, edges the ball behind. He has to go 112 out. And after the complete disaster that was the first ball and the second new ball, this is a triumphant return for Stuart Broad. He has 3 for 31 in Australia.
No!
Oh, fucking hell.
Just fuck off! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Jesus Christ. That is criminal.
So, for those of you who may have got mixed messages with the tweets, sorry, mixed messages with the jingles and stuff. Khawaja was out, and now he's not out.
Oh, that's so marginal.
And that's hello.
It is. I mean, I'd say it was a no ball.
Yep.
It's a no ball, which means Khawaja, obviously knowing that fact, deliberately edged the ball behind.
He got bowled. He got bowled.
Got bowled. Sorry, it broke up completely my picture. I was trying to figure out what happened. That ball's defended by Broad.
If that happens again, just let me know and I'll explain.
Yeah, sorry about that. I saw him play a shot. I just assumed he'd edged it.
Jeez.
Oh, it was a cracking ball as well, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
It's a scramble seam. It's hit that screen. Yeah. Seam. And come back. No ball.
That was really good to get something out of the wicket, you know. Like, Jesus Christ. How
that
many
is
that
onto the pads. To deep square leg. And that's a single. Khawaja now on 130.
Well, it just goes to show that probably this has happened through time immemorial, the amount of wickets that have been taken off for no balls. I mean, there was that series against Pakistan when Wacker and what's his name? Wacker and Wazim went through us. And I remember, I was watching it as a teenage kid, so it must have been, what, mid-80s, early 90s? And they rattled through us on the last day in the afternoon, or fourth day in the afternoon, and bigging and swinging, blah, 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 blah. But 4 or 5 of them were massive no balls, and they just weren't picked up by umpires in those days. And
I think we should start cricket again, scratch. All the records, just get rid of them. Obvious cheating. 2-6-6 for 5. Broad in again, and that's a big step forward by Carey. It's like he takes a step forward and then works out what he wants to do with the ball after after he's put his foot down. In terms of his technique, don't you think that?
He's a bit like that. He's quite premeditated, but I think he's pretty good as a keeper batsman.
Yeah. No, it's just a couple of times he seems to have put his foot down, irrespective of where the ball is, and then tried to work out what to do with it afterwards. Let's see what he does with this next delivery. Broad comes in, wide outside the off stump,
shot.
and he has absolutely smeared that wide of mid-off, and that's gone like a rocket.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aussie fans loving it in the crowd.
No.
That was too long. It was just a long, full half volley, wasn't it?
But he's got into a lovely position, very orthodox.
Played away from his body.
Yeah. He's played a few away from his body, especially against spin. Get the feeling he could miss-time a shot in that. 50 partnerships up. Now they're at 270 for 5. 1 ball left of this first over with the second new ball. 123 the deficit as a Broad comes in. And that is left alone.
That's it through.
Quite nicely through to Bestie, good nip through.
Alright,
but that's the end of the 81st over.
And we're due a change, aren't we?
Well, another few minutes because we're running 5 minutes behind.
Okay, so another over. Alright, cool.
Yeah.
Then
Josie Oak says golf is just a good walk spoiled. Furphy Nathaniel says sounds like good guess, cough and you're off. Jay Grover says surely a Sam Peckinpah joke. Alfredo Garcia. Mark
bring me the
says,
hat.
yes! Oh no, wait, what?
Yeah.
And Josie Oak said Broad, you dick. Warren says another classic audio bit by the bear. Now I need hearing aids. Parat Badshaw, quote, Stuart Broad's delivery, though possessing a complex arrangement of flavors reminiscent of a Pinot Noir, was unfortunately marred by an unrefined aftertaste in the form of a no ball.
Yes.
It wasn't good on the palate. It wasn't good on the palate. I think complimenting Broad though is going to be James Anderson Esquire. He tries to make the ball move across Kawaja, plays it into the covers. We're going to give him a jingle.
Yep, goes like this.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
Don Diego Silly Pants is getting very upset on YouTube.
About
he was very happy about the out, followed by for fuck's sake, for fuck's sake, for fuck's sake.
Wow, that is 3 for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
That is angry, as that is way wide, going wider. And Kawaja couldn't have got a bat on that if he wanted to. So is Hendo about to take over?
No, you're going to go and do socials. His mate John is going to come in. He joined us today. He's going to come in and do Hendo's next slot, and then Hendo's going to come in for the last slot. You're going to do socials because John doesn't know how to do them. Is that all right?
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Seems okay.
All right, sorted.
Anderson in again. That ball angles across Kawaja, but he's not tempted. Leaves it through to the keeper.
You had some Furphy beer yesterday, didn't you?
I did.
Bear?
We've run out of Furphy beer now.
Nathaniel Furphy says, I'm a real descendant of the Furphy family here. Our family are foundry workers from northern Victoria, nowhere near Geelong. We made their beer tanks. They stole our name, and no fucking free beer has ever been given to us. There you go.
Okay. Actually, John, when you're on your way in, can you grab me a beer from the fridge? Whether if there's a IPA left or whatever, punk IPA, I'll have that.
Turn to mid-wicket for no room.
If not, there's a tin of Heineken. One or the other. But could you bring me a beer, please?
Is that like Heineken your emergency?
No, that's what we get sent. Brian basically sends us this stuff, and I think he just basically gets in touch with somewhere like Deliveroo or something and says, can you pick up beer and whatever snacks? And we always end up with Carling and Heineken. Unless he does an organised delivery to my house, then we get sort of exotic beers, which I quite like.
Turned again to mid-wicket for no run.
Then we get the Australian beers. I've had quite a few he's sent through.
Yeah.
And they're very
It's very
tasty.
nice of him.
Yeah, it's very nice of him. He's a genius. This morning he sent us a whole bunch of coffees from Starbucks. He's a lovely, lovely man.
What a lovely human being.
He is indeed.
Hashtag send me a box of that.
Yeah, well, you see, that's why you have to come to the studio. I know you're miles away, but you know.
I'm a hop, skip, and 215 miles away.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's, as Anderson comes in, and that is defended by Kawaja. That's a mate, if my eyes doth deceive me. Australia are 275 at the end of the 82nd over. Jez, do you want to read a couple of tweets and then we'll switch around?
Yeah, absolutely. Umbre Nuevo from inside the ground says, doesn't matter how good the ball is till it's a no ball. It broke a sleepy afternoon at Edgbaston and then broke our hearts. Neymar Butland says, hey lads, gone behind the orange curtain to do a 40-mile bike ride with mates. Yorba Linda, Nixon's old stomping ground. Farong says, dead, lifeless pitch in Birmingham's bad, and a peach of a delivery, but it doesn't count. Oh dear, better Cummings was possibly have a wee chuckle after overstepping the line in the WTC final. And Leah says, there's a famous Hawkwind bootleg called Bring Me the Head of Yuri Gagarin. And that brings us up to date on tweets, Bear, so you're in the clear, mate.
Okay, well, let's have a switcheroo now. John's arrived. First ball's defended by Carey, and there's no run. I'll see you tomorrow, Messi.
Indeed.
I've got a day off on Monday. It could then well end on Monday. Depends how much. Might not get much play tomorrow. It's looking all stormy and shit. But hey ho, we shall see.
We noticed Bairstow's been doing his best to reignite the specialist keeper debate.
He has indeed. Big, thick inside half of the bat from Carey out to deep square leg, and there'll be a single.
Well, I think it's one that will continue for time immemorial, don't you?
Yeah, it will do. I mean, he's a bit iron gloves, and the problem is keepers get found out more often than not standing up, don't they?
Indeed. I mean, part of the problem though is that Folkes is such a good batsman, isn't he? Because he arguably could play as a batsman. You've got so many good batsmen in the team.
Well, that's the thing, and they want to pack it full of batsmen, don't they?
Yeah.
And you know, in general, I have to say, Bairstow can get away with being a keeper in England.
Yeah, it'd be a different issue if they had a really specialist spin bowler who turned it sideways.
Yeah, exactly, and that was going to happen all the time. It just so happens that we bowled an awful lot of spin because the wicket's quite dead. As that one's turned into the leg side again. This time by Kawaja, he'll get a single. They still trail by 121. What did they come out on this morning? 14, wasn't it?
Yep. It's been a proper day's Test cricket, hasn't it?
It has. Very slow, but they're edging up towards England. I mean, we were when.
It's not that slow. It's through 82, 38, 24, 3 and over. That was acceptable, wasn't it, for quite a long period of time?
True.
Yep.
But Broad in to the pads of Carey, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. The thing is, you get the feeling on this wicket there are so few wicket-taking deliveries that to actually waste one, bowling someone with a no ball.
Absolutely, yeah.
And not taking the opportunities. I mean, Green should have been stumped. Unfortunately, he didn't get that many, but Carey, you know, how many runs?
Broad's front foot, it was so marginal, wasn't it?
You know, but Carey got dropped a couple of overs ago as well.
Yeah.
So that's 3 chances that England have spurned. That one is driven by Carey up towards mid-on. Good bit of fielding by Jimmy. Doesn't have to bowl much today. Hopefully he can do something late in the day. He's chuntering away. It's a hard slog actually in the field on this track.
And if it doesn't rain soon, over a sustained period of time, I think you're going to see an awful lot of that as we see.
Yeah, well, I thought
Jamie Robertson.
The Lord's pitch against Ireland was atrocious. If the pitch next week is the same, it's going to be another hard slog there.
Yeah.
There's just no pace, is there? Well, it's swinging away, but it starts wide of Carey's off stump, goes wider. through the keeper. There's no run. Over to you, Al. If there's anyone there.
Yeah, well, let me have a look. Click some buttons and see what's around. Motley, only 250 miles. That's cool. I travelled more and back on the same day for gigs. Well, good for you. And Furphy Nathaniel, anchor ends are mostly still in the final, in the family. Sorry, and there's a picture of a man, I think, carrying on a cart horse a large barrel of beer. So there you are. You're up to date on tweets.
It's a bit overcast now. I wonder if it's humid. I wonder if they're going to get some swing.
I didn't realise Birmingham was so leafy looking at those pictures of the neighbourhood. It looks great.
I hadn't been to Birmingham for years. I used to drive through it as a student in the 90s, and it looked fucking grim going over Segurity Junction. And then when I was doing the World Cup, went to Edgbaston a few times, and actually the city centre of Birmingham is really buzzing. It's really
it's
quite
beautiful.
cool.
Yeah.
You know,
no, they've done a grand job.
Yeah, I mean, it has a reputation as a really dour city, but it's not. I mean,
Well-
the outskirts, I mean, like any city, the outskirts can be grim. Jimmy's coming over the wicket to Khawaja this time. You know, this is where he seems vulnerable. The new ball, if you can get it to move, on pitches that are better than this, because he plays pretty much everything from the crease. He doesn't really get forward to anything.
Yeah.
He tends to sort of cramp up on the crease and stay on the crease, and he'll get trapped on the crease a lot. That's probably why he's not got many runs in England. Although this pitch, he's got away with it.
I think patience is what's required from the England bowlers, isn't it, really? If you put 5 out of 6 in the right place,
you'll hopefully get something.
Something will happen.
Eventually, yeah. Jimmy in, and it's defended by Khawaja. Out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Khawaja knocking along on 114 off 245 deliveries.
And still with his jumper on and his top button done up, he must be roasting.
Probably not. I mean, this is it. It's what, 22 degrees? It's winter weather in Australia.
I suppose
isn't
so,
it?
yeah.
When you get used to 40 in the summer, this already doesn't feel that warm.
If it ever got that, I wouldn't go out.
Yeah, exactly. Anderson in, wide, full, driven, trying to get it to do something, but it was just too full and too wide. And it's got what it's got, and that's out to the boundary for 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
You can see the beginnings of some shape away, but
yeah, but it's too full. It's too wide.
Not nearly enough, and like you said, too full, too wide.
Again, that's very full. Again, it's driven. Ooh, 2 players nearly crash into each other at point. But they get through for a single. They're trying to get it too full here, I would say. I think it needs to be a yard, 2-3 yards shorter.
Yeah, he's got to try and tempt him forward rather than tempt him out.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
We'll get it in that in-between length, where he should be forward. But
Yeah,
he's
you're
not,
saying,
he's not,
yeah, you can.
He's not getting forward.
Yeah. You can do somebody on length, can't you? If you play exactly the right length.
Yeah.
You're always in with a chance of getting a wicket, I would say.
You've got to hit exactly the right length on the pace for the pitch, though. Jimmy, got 2 balls left in the over. He's coming around the wicket to Carey. Gets outside half of the bat, goes down towards backward point. Carey thinks about a run. Khawaja's not interested. They don't get one. Root smiling away. Australia still trailing. Carey on 31 off 51 deliveries. Khawaja at 119 off 247. Anderson's only into his 13th over. He's got 1 ball left for his 13th over. Number 28, so he's been parsimonious. That's full, and again it's driven. It's just a little bit too full. There's a little bit of shape, but the pitch is slow and it's too wide and too full, and that's the end of the over. Khawaja will take strike 2 broad for the next over. Anything out there, or is everyone getting soporific on Saturday afternoon?
Got a couple of things to read here. Jay Grover, Birmingham is underrated. Edgbaston were the basis for Tolkien's Shire. I used to live in Handsworth Mine, which wasn't very green. probably the city that requires the most urban regeneration now is London, I think. At Hombre Nueva, the motherland is quite green and fun, but as pointed out yesterday, we are a freak city not built on a river but a canal, added as an afterthought. Probably same as Manchester.
Yeah, London probably does need the most regeneration, but everyone in the country fucking moans that you spend too much money on London.
That's the thing now.
But even saying that, Greater London has a population of what, 9-10 million, which is, you know, nearly 13% of the population or more. So it should really take 13% of the country's money. Yeah, I'm commentating. Somehow Khawaja has not got anything on that. He's got stuck on the crease, as is his want, and that is the right length. He's jabbed at one from Broad that somehow has missed the stumps and missed the outside edge of the bat. It's a good spell from Broad. It's got a little bit of nibble away, which is hard to get on this pitch. Again, it's the wobble seam that's doing it.
That's too good, isn't it?
That is too good. And he doesn't know how he hasn't got an edge on it. He just sort of stares blankly down the wicket and then turns on his heels to go back and get ready to deliver again. He's coming in now again for the second ball of the over. It's into the pads. There's a big appeal. Did he get any batted out? I don't think he did.
No. I think that would be a very, very hopeful review if he decides to.
I don't think...
I'd give it 6 inches down the leg side, possibly.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
There might have been a chance it was hitting leg stump, but I don't think it's hitting all of it.
They're not even showing the DRS timer, by the way, gents.
Yeah, but they haven't really done that, to be fair, a lot. They kind of forget to put it up occasionally. Well, I mean, the way Khawaja went off for a run, I thought... Oh, no, it's way down
it's
leg
miles
side.
down
Miles
leg side.
down leg side.
No, but everything you said was factually correct, that they did go up for a massive appeal.
Yeah.
Goes to show, though, that whatever the mind control that Broad had over Root to get reviews, he doesn't have that with Stokes.
He doesn't have that with Stokes, yeah. Broad in again. Carey comes forward and defends that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Broad has had good pace this test, has to be said. He's been quicker than quite a fair few of the Aussie bowlers via the speed gun, and he's looked nippy at times. I don't know whether he's been eating his Weetabix and pumping his weights before he's got to this series. He obviously loves playing Australia, in England especially. Fourth ball the over, coming up to Carey. And he gets right behind that and defends that again, and there's no run.
He's another in this line of very competent-looking number 7 wicket-keeper batsman, isn't
yes.
he, Carey?
Well, I mean, that's it. You've got to be that these days.
Who was the last one? Was it Healy before him? I've kind of lost track. No, Payne, wasn't it? Payne before.
Payne was okay. He wasn't as good as Carey, I wouldn't have said.
And then Healy before that, and yeah, they all look capable of getting a 50, don't they?
Yes. I mean, that's one thing you can say about folks. He can score. I mean, he scored 2 tons for England, I think.
Yeah.
He's a good enough batsman to be a keeper for England, as that one is defended by Carey.
Yeah, he's almost exactly the same standard as these guys here. But they've got the problem they've got is Bairstow, who's such a good batsman.
The problem they've got actually is that Bairstow got injured, and the problem they have is Brook. Yeah. Because Brook did so well in Pakistan as the fill-in for Bairstow, you couldn't leave him out.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't say to Bairstow, after having just cracked 4 centuries in 3 games or whatever it was, and then breaking his ankle, that as soon as you're fit, you've got to be in the reckoning to come back, because that was clearly the case as well. So they, there's a problem of their own making. It's not a bad problem to have, to be fair. Lovely shot.
That
from
was
Carey.
a great shot. Yeah.
Full and driven straight back past the bowler. That's the problem. You have to pitch it so far up. It's very easy to drive. It's going to be another one of these. In order to get the ball to try and do something, they're trying to strive for that extra bit of length, and in doing that, they've been pitching it a little bit too close to the batsman a fair bit of the time.
Couple of tweets for you. Jay Grover, fuck off London. Mike Taylor, this is an absolute cakewalk for England. In order to make it interesting, they've declared early and missed Stumping's catches and bowled on a no ball. Third innings declaration would lead to 150 and the skipping of the Aussies to win by 1 run on day 3.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Should we mark that one?
Well,
just in case.
England are going to need 250, 300 minimum in the second innings as well. I think it's going to be harder to bat in the second innings. I think the pitch is just going to get slower and lower with more inconsistent bounce as Khawaja goes back again. He's just on the crease and defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Problem is there's no movement on those ones that he has to go back to that's reasonably straight. There's never any chance that the ball's just going to deviate enough to miss the inside or outside edge to do the bat, and that's the problem. He was very pumped when he got his century.
I didn't see him throw his bat. That's very exciting.
Yeah, well, he's done fuck all in England, has he really?
Yeah.
So that must be a big bugbear off his bat. Unlike Warner, oh Christ, he's gone right across his stumps and just jabbed it out from front and middle stump to mid-wicket.
Yeah, they wouldn't needed a review for that one if he'd have missed it.
But if you had to sort of draw up a template for Test cricket, this would be it, wouldn't it? Let's set day 2, the team 285, 82 for 5. It's perfect, really. It's set up for a 5-day Test match, and it will probably go.
I think it will go into day 5.
Yeah, that's what you want.
It's looking that way, especially if tomorrow's got some rain involved in it. I mean, England. I mean, this is it. England will be pushing when they get to bat again. They probably won't bat more than a day. Whether they're out or not is a different matter. But I mean, they'll be looking to do what they did on day 1.
But we've got used to sort of Test matches which have been over in 3 or 4 days, and we might actually get some 5-day Test matches, which is why they're called 5-day Test matches.
Well, pitches like this do induce 5-day Test matches. It has to be said. That was pulled his bat out of the way, maybe right at the end there, Khawaja, and there was no run.
But if the pitch had been doing much more than this, then the game would arguably have been over by tomorrow lunchtime, wouldn't it? So
yeah, it might. That might be the case. And when you get to Old Trafford, and it depends what the weather's going to be like.
Where is the next one, by the way?
The next one's at Lord's.
It's like okay,
which is going to be a similar sort of wicket. If Ireland's wicket is anything to go by, unless somehow they can make it pacier somehow. That one's through to the keeper. A little bit of a away swing. Khawaja's not interested, and there's no run. Then they go to. I think they go to. They go to Headingley before.
There is one at Headingley. I'm not sure which one that is.
I think the third one is Headingley, which Headingley can be funny. It gets.
Headingley need to make the most of that Test match. It's the last Ashes one they're getting for the next 10.
Yeah, well, but overheads there can make a massive difference, can't they? Sun's out. It's easy as pie to bat. Not always the way though. That's full again and driven up to mid-off where Stokes fields, and there's no run. I don't think England are unhappy here though. They're still 111 runs ahead. They fucked up with. They could have had both these batsmen out. To be fair, if Bairstow had caught one and the other one hadn't bowled a no ball, they'd be 280 odd for 7 at least. But it's still 111 runs behind. They've got a new ball in their hands now. They'll get 15 or 16 overs with it tonight. Well, it should get 14 overs actually. That's through to the keeper and there's no run, so it'll be reasonably new tomorrow morning. And if there is rain around, it might offer better conditions first thing in the morning for bowling, and they still won't be ahead because they should. So they bowled 4 overs at the end of yesterday? Was it 4?
Yeah,
it was 4.
So they get to 94 will be the end of the day, which is only 8 overs away.
Warren says, what type of Vino is next? To which the Guerrilla Cricket website replies, tomorrow we will be mostly featuring the 127 Barossa Shiraz. Humber away though, Stokes is a slab of slate to Broad's appeals, thankfully. Adrian Lowe, an urban regeneration, just what Grimsby needs. Farong
Grimsby will hosting Test matches soon then, will it? Yeah.
Maybe. Farong might need some help in terms of strike places in England. Make his return to England after a spell in Thailand. He swears Stoke-on-Trent is the biggest shithole in England. Is this true?
Well, it's not great. That's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. He used to go there a lot with Holmes under the hammer back in the day. It was pretty much a shithole.
Where was the biggest shithole? I didn't catch that.
Stoke-on-Trent.
Stoke-on-Trent, I've never been.
It's not the biggest shithole. There's some.
I can think of a few other contenders.
I'm sure there's a lot of shitholes.
With your Homes under the hammer stuff, were you the person who made them only use star wipes?
Was I the
in
one
terms of the transitions between what it was?
No, I was the sound dude, obviously. I used to just sit at the auctions recording what the auctioneer was saying. That's guided behind square by Carey. Can't quite beat the man at backward point. who half stops it, is Duckett. But it'll stop the 4, and they will get a single. Khawaja is back on strike.
Did you accidentally buy a house?
No, I've never accidentally bought a house.
Sneezed and bid.
No, I've bought plenty of houses at auction, but never accidentally.
That makes me feel good.
As Broad watches that ball go down there with slow mo. Broad still looks quite young, you know. Looks quite refreshed these days, doesn't he? Relaxed.
Because he doesn't play all the time.
Yeah, true. Round the wickets, swatted by Khawaja. Good shot.
That's a nice
He's got
shot.
enough on
Yeah.
it. And he's beaten mid on. It's gone all the way down to the wide long on boundary. 4. 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, it's 4. Good shot. Pulled. Highest score of the game now. His route was declared on 118.
So Stoke-on-Trent. That's kind of
just north of Birmingham.
Yeah. I went to, I was about to say it then, Stockton-on-Tees for a golfing trip, and on a Sunday night, that I don't know what Stoke's like, but it must push it close. Sorry to anybody in Stockton.
I think there's quite a few shitholes around the country. Let's face it, the country's been run down by the Tories for 40 years. That's off the pads, and it's going to be 4-leg buys. You know, I go to a lot of...
1, 2, 3, 4.
I do a lot of business down on South Kent coast. Towns like Folkestone, which everyone says is up and coming. You go to the harbour bit of Folkestone, you think you're in Mediterranean town. I mean, I was down there on Thursday. It was absolutely gorgeous. Not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah.
Bars on a beach. You know, really nice restaurant at the harbour. 10 roads back from that, shithole. You know. And Margate's quite similar.
Yeah. The divide is becoming much more significant, isn't it?
Defended out to the covers, and there is no run. You know, Margate, everyone goes on about Margate. There's an old town bit of Margate, and the houses are 600 grand, and you've got loads of people who've gone down from London. It's an artist quarter and all that shit, but that's about 400 square metres. Well, 1,600 square metres, 400 by 400, you know, and it's down, but then they've got a... What's the Turner Museum? They've got a Turner respective museum down there, and all that. That end there is really, really nice, and you think, wow, this is really cool. But you know, you go up to Cliftonville, which is 500 yards further along the coast, and it's a shithole. That's jabbed down to long leg, and it'll be a single to end the over. Broad has 2 for 49 off 16. What are people saying to us?
What are people saying to us?
Yeah,
people are saying to us. Well, Jake Grover is saying to us, I know my shitholes for obvious reasons. Stoke comes into that rarefied category of worse than Solihull. And also says seaside towns tend to be liminal and also rough as guts.
Yep.
Which might be a technical housing term. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, somebody. Sorry. From Blackpool, I can certainly verify that. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah, Blackpool.
Went to Blackpool once.
But don't talk about the football team.
Yeah, well. Jimmy is going to continue. He's still around the wicket to Khawaja.
Did you say you went to Blackpool as a student?
No, I went there when I was a student at Manchester.
Oh, right.
We went up there.
You wouldn't learn much in Blackpool.
No, left alone through the keeping us no run. Exactly, again, you know, it was a windy day and winter, and it actually was quite nice along the bit of seafront. I mean, this is the thing. The ocean draws everybody. You can go to the ocean. I think that's why everyone gets, all these towns end up with people like that. All old people. We went to Hastings, and that was just fucking hell.
Hastings is supposed to be a really trendy place these days, isn't it?
No, I mean they talk it up, but I mean literally, you go. We couldn't find anywhere decent to eat. That's defended back up the track towards mid-on.
You can get a good battle there, though, can't you?
Well, you can get a good battle there, but I mean it's the problem with a lot of these places. The populations are very old. Put it that way. So there's nothing young and trendy and vibrant about them. They're just kind of people creaking about.
I feel like I'm creaking about now. I think young and hip and trendy is just too damn loud.
Yeah, but it's nice to see, even if you're not involved with it. It makes it feel there's some vibrancy to something.
John Martin, if anybody knows John Martin, the amazing singer-songwriter, spent a lot of time
Solidaire,
Hastings. Solidaire indeed.
Off the back foot, pumped out to Duckett, who's at cover, and there's no run.
Who was Solidaire written about?
It was about his missus or something?
No, Nick Drake.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Well, there you go.
Long time since I listened to that album as well. Got it on vinyl somewhere, I think.
Listen to it again, it's fantastic.
Oh, it is a fantastic album.
Yeah. Saw John Martin many, many times.
But my wife hid away my record player when we moved to our house 12 years ago, along with my records. Clipped off the pads by Kawaja, out towards long leg. They should get back for 2. And the lead is down to 99. And these two are still there, 294 for 5. This is exactly the point where Bairstow went.
Yeah, we need a wicket, don't we, to liven us up?
Yeah, we do need a wicket to liven us up. And we should have had one. If you hadn't overstepped, you'd have had bloody Kawaja out, you fucking idiot, Broad. But hey ho. We'll have a switcheroo in. I guess we'll have this over and another one, because everything's 5 minutes late. And then that'll be the final half hour. Well, it might even go that half hour. There's only 7 overs. Well, we should do actually. There'll be, 6 overs left after this one. It's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. 280 runs scored so far in the day. Let's see what the.
So how do we work out what time it finishes now? Is it overs or time or?
Well, it's minimum 90 overs. It's supposed to be 90 overs in a day.
Okay.
So if you bowled a 90 overs, that's the end of the day.
Right. And if you don't, how?
Well, then you supposedly. If you do it consistently, then you lose World Test Championship points. Yeah, you get Gary. You get Gary giving you an earful. That's left alone outside the off stump. It's too wide, and no need to play at it by Kawaja through the keeper. There's no one. Everyone seems to be settled for the end of play.
It looks very quiet, doesn't it? Well, maybe not now, but it's one of those tranquil periods, isn't it?
It is. It's towards the end of the day. The crowd are really pissed.
Refilling their glasses and building their beer snakes.
Let's give you some tweets. Messages. I'm sure there are some people in English towns who haven't managed to piss off yet. Try harder. Typical from Perth. Jay Grover. I once got stabbed in Ramsgate, not a long time ago.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's nice to know.
Hombre Nuevo. Please say you created the Martin Roberts piano piece.
The what?
I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh,
it's magic on Twitter. Every time Martin Roberts moves his hands, someone's acted like he's playing the piano, and it's genius.
Oh right, so he does a lot of that, doesn't he? Robinson is into the attack. He's over the wicket to Carey. And through to keeper. There's no run once again. There's just nothing in this wicket. Absolutely fuck all in this wicket.
Is that Dizzy Gillespie?
Yeah, it is Dizzy Gillespie.
Yeah.
And there's Merv. They're all fucking just living off the past, aren't they? Merv's a unit. Ollie Robinson in full driven. They're pitching too full. They're really striving for too much. They're pitching too full, and every time they do, funnily enough, they get smashed through the offside for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
They're all striving for a little bit of movement, and there is just none. There's a little bit in the air, but to get it, you've got to get it full, and if they're just bowling it too full.
Do you think Robinson looks fully Robinson? Do you think he looks the full?
No,
looking at him then in slow motion, he didn't look as though he followed through. Really.
Cut hard and well fielded by who's that? Brooke at point. Well, that was smashed at him. I've thought that both Jimmy and Robinson haven't been at their best in this first innings.
No, well, I think you're right. I think Jimmy's done all he can, but he needs a wicket with something in it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or else he looks very ordinary. Which is clearly nonsense to say somebody who's got 500, 600 wickets. But
yeah, but I mean the weather isn't conducive for movement in the air either, and
no,
that's short and wide, and again it's fielded by Brooke. It's not the greatest balls here by Ollie Robinson. He's offering him width. He's got his eye in now. He's really not going to miss out on them. And he is going to join us. Hendo's going to join us as well for the last half hour. And you're going to take us through. I'm going to do some socials.
In which case, the next tweet you need to read is... Let me just get it for you. Jay Grover's from 4 minutes ago.
Look at that belly come through the door. Oof. We've got 2 balls left of my little stint, and Ollie Robinson is in. Ooh, that's into the pads. It came back into him, but the line was wrong to start with. It's going to be a leg by down the leg side. And Australia moves to 299 for 5. They trail by 94. 1 run from 300. England really need a wicket. And really need a first innings lead. Would be handy.
That would have been a great ball to a right-hander, wouldn't it?
Would have been a good ball to right-hander. This is the problem, and they do have so many lefties. If you don't like bowling to lefties, you've got a problem with Australia. I mean, I guess these days there are a lot more. There's a preponderance of left-handers, so you get more practice at bowling on them. But
you hate left-handers, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I hate bowling at left-handers. That's left alone through the keeper. There's no run. We'll have a switcheroo. Andy is going to come into the central missionary chair. Thank you very much, John. And he will take us through the last half hour. And Hendo will go over there, and I'll read you some tweets.
I'll take my leave as well, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm in tomorrow. See how much play we get tomorrow. It's going to be interesting.
Indeed. Weather watch tomorrow.
Weather watch tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've got a game tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to get anything at all. We'll see. Anyway.
See you guys.
See you later.
See you, messes. Oh, it was Al, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Al.
Yeah.
Well, missed opportunities for England. They've only got themselves to blame.
Yes.
2 in a row. A very straightforward catch behind the wicket and a no ball. Now you might argue that if he'd taken the catch he wouldn't have bowled the no ball because things be different, but it's still 2 big opportunities. And if you're team folks, you've every right to say that the missed stumping and drop catch from Bairstow has cost England a bunch of runs.
It's a cumulative thing.
Yeah.
It means that Bairstow's got to do something in the second innings as well. We were talking about Nathan Lyon could be dangerous on this if England don't get a lead.
If Moeen can turn a ball 8 degrees.
Yes. that was worrying, wasn't it?
Moeen is a big turner, to be fair.
Well, he's come back onto bowl, so we'll be able to have a look. And this is, well, again, perhaps is it time for Australia to cash in? I would have thought. End of a long day.
What this says is that there's no pace in his track at all. If you can only stick with a new ball and new bowlers for
9 overs.
9 overs, yeah. Too short from Moeen. He's done that a lot. First ball's been too short, and Carey's picked it up for 4. Easy as you like through mid wicket.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
We did say that basically the Australians were wusses for not declaring.
Well, if they do declare, because you have the great advantage of bowling 4 overs at England this evening, then they're not wusses, and that's fair enough. But if they don't, then they are.
That indeed.
Well, they only get 2 now because they declare.
Well, they've missed their chance then. Yeah. Advantage England as Carey punches that one out to deep point. He'll pick up another single. 45 he moves on to. Ollie Pope cringes like a turtle, whereas Moeen bowls an unwelcome short ball down the leg side.
It's amazing how a few times people actually get hit in that position.
Yes,
really badly.
They've rightly developed the skill of sort of making a smaller target as possible rather than trying to jump out of the way, because you're just as likely to jump into it. Khawaja plays that one out to cover for no run.
I mean, no one wants to see people hit there, but it does seem it does surprise me, and it makes me wonder why. I think I said this morning why we would have done that when we were younger, without helmets.
Moeen is in onto middle stump, and Khawaja's got all day just to tap that out to mid wicket for no run.
This is a pretty poor test wicket, it has to be said. I don't know where we were up to, but I'm going to come in with Pirate Badshaw. I thought we had this, but I'm going to say it again because it's about wine. But I'll say it at the end of the over.
Moeen still got a slip and a short leg, goes outside off stump. Khawaja hops across, plays it into the offside.
It was a strange.
It was a little bit. Some of his defence against spin is not. It's not Steve Smith levels, but it's a little bit funky on a funky day.
That was a real proper hop, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's still. I said he was crouched at the start of his innings. Well, 200 balls later, he's still crouched. Guess it works for him. And it plays empty offsides. No run. End of the over. Australia trail by 89 with 5 wickets in hand.
One for the overrates crowd. This is from Pirate Bradshaw. The slow overrates in cricket can be likened to a Pinot Noir that is decanted too slowly, depriving the taster of its full-bloodied flavour, leaving them waiting impatiently for its rich bouquet to develop fully.
I think Bradshaw's missed his
yeah,
calling,
we should have them on the copywriting here for the wine.
Adrian Lowe says it was England's day. I'm going England's day yesterday, Australia today, all to play for.
Well, one of those wickets had stuck. I think you'd say it's England's day, but just about. But yeah.
Well, they'd have had every chance. Well, obviously they'd have got Cummins in. They'd have every chance to chip away at one more. Carey's now looking pretty solid. He plays that one up to mid-on. There's no run. It really was a shame bowled that no ball, because it was a beautiful ball to Khawaja. You know, he's been out there all day and he was beaten all ends up by it.
That's my son. It needs to go. I need to pick up.
Can you not wait for 20 minutes?
That's what my dad would have done. But with, as you say, 20 minutes to go, can Australia put the foot down and cash in, or will they just look to be still there tomorrow? They'll probably do the latter.
He's walking home, good lad.
Okay, good. Carey didn't quite get hold of that one. He clubbed that one down into the ground. It was probably there to be, smashed through point as he repeats the shot.
Yeah, I think sometimes those balls you'd get away with on a slightly quicker pitch or when it's doing a little bit, but it's just almost sitting up for you for batsmen.
Exactly, it's really slow, isn't it, this track? And there's just nothing. The thing is, there's no lateral movement, and because the atmosphere is so still, there's not a lot in the air either.
There's been a bit. I mean, if there's been any movement, it's been in the air. There's been nothing off the pitch really.
Clipped away down to backward square leg by Carey. Moeen comes in. Are they going to look for 2? Don't think so.
You think Moeen's enjoyed being back in Test cricket? He's had to play for 2 whole days. None of this 4 hours in the afternoon business.
Well, he could have said no.
He looks like he has, to be fair.
Well, you're always enjoying it if you get wickets, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so. You do want to make gains to move.
You feel like you've got to, he's had to get a couple of wickets to justify his, selection.
Well, again, we'll see. We'll judge things at the end of the series. Bit fuller from Robinson and a little bit in that one. It pitched well outside leg stump though, so there's never any danger, but it did seem to just hop a little bit on Khawaja, who
got him in a knackers, didn't it?
Might have done, or got a glove on it.
He could have had the stumping as well, couldn't he? I mean, he did eventually get that wicket, but
yeah. I mean, he bowls the odd unplayable ball amongst quite a lot of dross, Moeen, I think.
Yeah, I think there'll be better wickets for him.
Little bit of tail in from Robinson. Khawaja pushed it past the stumps at the other end. Thought about a run, probably was one there, but they didn't take it.
I mean, they'd be very happy if they don't. You're talking about cashing in. I think.
No, I think that's the mindset, rightly or wrongly. Yeah, it's a trade-off. There's plus and minus.
That said, they do seem to be seeing the ball so well that you think that maybe they will could pick up a few runs against slightly tired, tired bowlers. Yeah.
Well, that is. I mean, you do want to be cashing in at this end of the day, don't you? Really.
Covers up there, Khawaja, rock solid up to mid-off. Well, if they can extend this into 5 or 6 sessions, which they'll certainly do if they can. I don't think you'll see a declaration from Australia any time at all. I think they'll just bat and bat. The cracks in this attack will get wider and wider.
Oh God, they're looking at changing
the new ball
already. It's only 11 overs old, but look, fine. Goes straight through one and doesn't go through the other, which is what it's meant to do. So get on with the game.
And Carey, I mean, okay, he could have been out, should have been out perhaps, but I think again he's going to be a critically important player to Australia in this series.
He is, and that's why you've got to take your chances, though, isn't it? I mean, you can't be bowling no balls to bowl a man out who's already got a ton. That's got to be cut out, and you've got to take that catch off Carey.
But they've always had useful wicket keepers. When you were talking about that in here, we were trying to name the other guys. We missed out Brad Haddon, I think, at one point, and then There was another guy, Peter Neville. I remember him for a little while.
Oh,
South
yeah.
Australian. So they've always they seem to have had good
useful ones who can
batting
knock a few
wicket-keepers.
runs,
Well,
yeah.
they've had one great, haven't they, in Adam Gilchrist. But Healy was before Gilchrist, wasn't he?
Yeah,
So he's been gone a long time.
Yeah, he was useful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was a bit unorthodox, wasn't he? He
Yeah.
wasn't stylish particularly.
But a lot of wicket-keepers, I mean, the thing is, if you watch the ball all day, you've got to have quite a good eye anyway.
Yeah.
So, a lot of wicket-keepers have...
Remind me why Payne resigned again. He had an affair with someone 5 years ago, so
Something
he
like-
couldn't be captain anymore.
Well, there was some sexting, wasn't there?
Well, he didn't even have an affair. He just texted someone.
Yes, I think that's about it,
Well,
yeah.
you can't do that, obviously. Oh, that's an edge.
No.
That's not such a simple chance. It was a low edge. Went past Bairstow. It wouldn't have carried to slip. It's gone for 4. Carey's got 50. Perhaps not in the way he would have wanted, but it's 50 all the same.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before.
50,
That's what
50,
4's
50.
for, to get funky
Pretty
on the dance
nifty
floor.
on a bowler's pitch.
It's not a bowler's pitch, obviously, but...
Yeah,
What's the mindset? I'm going to take an inflatable kangaroo to the ground, and when one of my team's batsmen makes a milestone, I'm going to wave it from side to side like that. Brilliant, great plan. Carey is forward, out to cover for no run. Like another look at that previous one. I think it was a very tough chance. It was.
I didn't even think he edged it at first. I have to say. Oh, he has edged that. Yeah, it's done too much. Root might have
You know
stayed
what?
down a bit more.
If Bairstow had missed it, Root might have had half a chance. Bairstow, I think it flipped the top of Bairstow's pad, and if it had missed him, I think Root would have had a good chance at that. So another look.
Good revs on the ball, wasn't it?
No,
it hasn't actually touched him.
Didn't you think he just flicked it and
No, I
took
think-
some of the pace off it?
I think Root just didn't stay down.
Always gone for the reverse Carey. First time we've seen that all day compared to England. Who were doing every ball at one point.
And he played it a lot in India, did Carey, and he played it quite a few times in the World Test Championship, and actually he's got out to it a few times. So
Well,
I wouldn't discourage it if you're
I've
England.
got 50. I can play a reverse sweep now.
Oh,
beats the outside
beauty.
edge. Bairstow catches it and takes the bails off just because he caught one.
Just going to look at that upstairs. He leaned forward. I presume he
But
didn't
I
leave his
doubt
crease.
it. I don't think his foot even left the ground.
Oh, he's got it to turn, but I mean that makes you worry about Nathan Lyon. He does. I mean, there's dip on there as well, isn't it? When he does get it right, Moen, he is a good bowler.
Gone for the reverse again. He's got a bit more bat on that one. Broad is down at point. In fact, they don't even pick up a run.
Yeah, I wouldn't discourage that shot.
No. Might be your best chance at the moment.
Well,
Another wicket before the close could tilt it back England's way a little bit.
I think about that reverse sweep that he plays, or he's playing at the moment, is he's playing with the spin. There are a lot of players. I mean, Root seems to play against the spin quite regularly when he plays that shot. Certainly Stokes does. There was lovely revs on that ball from Moen and a lovely dip.
Oh, I'm supposed to be reading tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever.
Farong says, "Come on, Ben. Shite gets wickets. Give Duckett a go. He's been banging on about this all day."
Who's this?
You
Vern?
never know if you don't give it a go. That's true. Pirate Badger says, "I wish I were actually creative. Oops, I'm subcontracted these out to a chatbot."
Oh, okay.
But getting a chatbot to produce semi-coherent copy is a skill in itself. It's true.
Robinson's back again. Played into the onside for no run.
Farong says, although Australia are behind on runs, they should be reasonably happy with the day's play. Provided no wickets fall before stumps. 3 of the top 4 only made 25. Khawaja getting a ton of confidence. England being forced to bowl over 100 overs in this innings. It's true.
And the fact, they were 78 for 3 at lunch, weren't they?
With Smith and Labuschagne out, England would have been delighted at lunch.
Yeah, they would have been. Jay is...
But it's difficult to take wickets with the old ball.
Yes.
You've really got to rely on the batsman making a mistake.
It's quite difficult to take them with a new ball as well. Jay says, Bear, are you sure your Bam, he means Nate, I presume, my son, isn't walking home because, like Clive Lloyd, he's scared to get in the car with you? No, my kid loves getting in the car
there's
with me.
there's advert on the back of buses. Have you noticed it? With the one that says, "Watch your speed, your child is."
Yeah, my child is...
Does he look with sort of
No, he's
horror?
fine.
He's chilled, is
I
he?
drive like a maniac, so all the kids are used to it.
Here comes Robinson. Khawaja, a little bit of in-swing. Khawaja plays it into the onside where Ben Stokes picks it up.
England are definitely trying to bowl very full, aren't they? There's no...
I prefer it to bowling short every ball.
Well, I prefer it to bowling short, but I mean, they're not even trying to bowl that sort of length because there's no movement off the pitch, so you're never going to get anything off a length. It's just going to be quite easy to play. Floors James says, I need help managing your financial losses on trading. Miss Evie Watson is what you need. Thank me later.
Okay, thanks for that. Bairstow's down the leg side to take that one. Khawaja lets it go.
Mayank thinks Australia are in the driving seat. England's lead cut down to double digits in 3 days left.
I think they're slightly ahead now. Yes.
I do, yeah.
Even with the most of tomorrow likely to be washed out, Australia should have a higher chance to win. I don't know. I think it will be pretty even. It could come basically down to a one innings game in a shortened period of time. And it'll be a question of... I mean, the thing is, if there's a lot of rain tomorrow and England get a score...
Well, what kind of target would England set them? But that's a long way in the future at the moment. Robinson is down to 77 miles an hour. Been a long day.
Yeah.
Goes through to the keeper for no run.
And then the question is, would Australia... I presume you set my target you think they're going to go for, but I'd be quite wary of doing that on a wicket like this. I'd try and get enough that... I mean, England will back quick, and they'll try and give themselves a day to bowl Australia out. And I don't...
Well... They've got to stay in touch first. Robinson's onto the leg stump. Khawaja puts into leg side, and England again have two fielders very close together, and one of them, Pope, is across to prevent the run.
Well, I think there's 1 over left in the day. You know what? England have managed 90 overs in a day.
Yeah, it's not that hard, is it?
No.
When you want to.
Maybe we shouldn't have, though. I mean, that's the point.
I'd still rather they did. You know.
Yeah. Just
because everybody else wastes time when they're losing. Set an example.
Yeah. What time is it now then? Is it actually
6:22?
They could easily get two more.
Get two in there, Bear.
Yeah.
But I know, but they only need to bowl one, and that's it.
Of course they do, because they're in the extra half hour, aren't they? Yeah. Fair point. Well, have they taken a wicket in this session?
Don't think they have. Or did they take one right at the beginning? When did Carey come out? He was out. Yeah, they did, because they got Green at Moen bowled Green right at the beginning of the session.
It seems like a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, this is the long session where you make up the overs from the other sessions. I still think you should bowl. You shouldn't have lunch till you bowled 30 overs. That would be a start. 2 slips for Moen. They're trying to do something. A little lap sweep from Carey. It's a nice shot. And with the 2 slips, it may trundle in for 4. Nope. The fielder 57. Who's that?
That's Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson, yeah.
Robinson?
Yeah.
Picks it up. And they'll get 2.
I feel like England raised hopes in that first session.
Was that their mistake?
Probably, yes.
Well, Australia are a good side. They were never going to... on this pitch, they were never really going to crumble. They made some mistakes. England got lucky at times, and the luck changed, and England made some mistakes.
prods forward, Carey. Reached out a little bit for that one, but still safe enough out to cover point. It's kind of I mean, I suppose you don't expect players to necessarily find form at the same time, do you?
No, you can't control it. No. Tossed up by Moen. Carey with a nice drive up to mid-off. There's probably a single there, but you're not going to take it last over the day.
I mean, England will think as well. The other thing is, I mean, they haven't got parity, and England will be fresh in the morning, and the weather might change again, and it might be easy to bowl if they get out because it's not raining or whatever. But
you can't see England holding much of a lead after this innings, and they still might regret leaving those runs on the table with the declaration. That's up to mid-on. There'll be no run. But big last over vibes about this one, and as you say, time doesn't matter anymore. They've stunned everybody by bowling 19 overs in a day like they're supposed to.
First time this summer, isn't it?
First time since God knows when in any test match. I mean, they were regularly 83, 84 in the World Test final, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was dreadful.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have to do something about it.
It does seem strange when you've got a spinner, and if a spinner's bowled a lot of overs, then it's really weird that you haven't done your 90.
Yeah, I think didn't we, in those games in Pakistan where spinners were bowling lots, they managed.
Up to silly mid-off it goes. Stokes picks it up. That is, as far as we know, going to be it. Yes, everybody's getting up and starting to clap. And I would call that Australia's day in the end, and Australia maybe 60-40 at the moment.
Well, should we see what the bookies say? It's always good to see.
Well, the draw, if there's weather around tomorrow, the draw's definitely in play.
England 21-10, Australia 6-5. Draw is 12-5.
Okay, yeah.
So who's slight favourites? I didn't hear.
So Australia slight favourites.
Yeah, I think that's
well,
right.
more than slight. Kawaja rightly getting the applause. He's batted all day, which is a feat of concentration. You can't knock him for that. And given very few chances, except that one life off a no ball. But England bowled 13 no balls in the day. That's too many. It's 13 too many, if you ask me.
Extra 2 overs and a bit.
And they still bowled 90
So 92 and a half.
Yeah. And fair play to him. And he's had just about enough support. 50 from Head, 50 from Carey, and 38 from Green, and that's what's got them where they are today. So 82 is the difference. We'll come back tomorrow and see what the weather's going to do. But still, not as exciting a day as yesterday, but still interesting.
Yeah, pretty intriguing, wasn't it? I mean, and again, that first session, those 2 quick wickets. Trouble is, England will be annoyed that having got those 2 main men so relatively cheaply, that they haven't been able to push through the sort of the rest of the Australia order.
And I think the other big opportunity was just after getting Head out. The Green's on naught, missed the stump. I don't know what possessed him to come down the track second ball. Missed the stump, and they would have been 160 for 5.
Yeah,
makes all the difference.
Now they're
it?
310 for 5.
Yeah, and you can look at England. Were 180 for 5 yesterday, and they had that really good partnership between.
Well,
Wood and Bairstow.
England have posted 400 from not that many for 5 on several occasions in the last 18 months.
Yes,
they do cash into those 30 overs before the new ball.
They've performed well. Their middle order has been good. It's the top order that's been a worry, hasn't it? Although Ben Duckett has performed pretty well. Anyway, any final tweets, Bear, and we can knock it off and we can go to Ballon for a beer.
Brian says over 300 runs. Australia may exceeded my predicted 275 runs, and no one won the GPL today. To lunch on Sunday, weather permitting. Game is back even now. Yes. GC Naked Funbot says. My tweets are all my own work, but I am a bot. Go figure. Mike Taylor says, the Bear. I drive like a maniac. All the kids are used to it, Your Honour. Yes.
Is that your kids or kids that just happen to be walking around?
Kids
in danger.
In front of your car, diving for their lives.
Yes.
Yeah.
Warren says, would Stokey Cullen be up for another aggressive declaration? Possibly. You never know. Thank you all very much, says Jay Grover. And that is it on the tweet front.
Excellent. Let's call it a day. Some people are back tomorrow. You're back tomorrow, Bear?
I'm back tomorrow.
Are you back tomorrow?
No, I'll see you in a couple of weeks for the next test. Yep.
I'm not in tomorrow. I've got to work. John will be going back to York. Who else is in? Al probably is in. Tony's back.
Tony's back with him and me. I don't know if anyone else is coming in the studio. It's just me and Tony in here, I think. I don't know. So we get a lot of wine between us. It's going to be entertaining.
At least a whole bottle, yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us at Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah.
Good night.
See you later. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.